Guys, let's get 1,000 likes and I'll release a new part right away. Does a person deserve to be humiliated if they are disabled? Does a person deserve to die for something that asks for justice? There was a reincarnation in the cultivation realm, and the main character, a heavenly immortal, he returned to his previous life and woke up from a long sleep. He has a beautiful girl. Someone tries to bully him, but it's all useless. He won't let you. No one else has such luxury, so in this life no one can oppress him, the heavenly one. An immortal. The events unfold in the hospital. A beautiful girl is very shy, saying that the guy, very annoying. The same, in turn, begins to climb to the beauty, who does not understand. Why rush so fast? Because they are in the hospital, and this can wait until home. Guy, Janet understands what the fair sex is afraid of, because he asked Wang Kao, keep an eye on the outside, so no one will come in. The beauty hesitantly pushes the blonde away, noting that Yi Cheng is still in bed, so he doesn't know what to do. It can wake up at any time. Indeed, there is a sick man lying on the bed next to them. The annoying young man also reminds that he is crippled on both legs, so, even if he wakes up, there's not much he can do. The blonde also reminds that Yi Chen, he had known about them long before this incident. And besides, the man had dared to hit him today. Girl, she admits that she would have killed him in front of the guy if he had dared to hit him today. In that, the moment lightning strikes the building, the brunette opens her eyes. The hero is blown up from the spot, recognizing Yuan Hao and Liu Yuxi. He makes a mental note that it looks like he returned to his previous life, and today was his first visit to Jiangnan City. Today, he found out that his girlfriend Liu Yuxi was sleeping with Yuan Hao. When he demanded an explanation, he was shoved. Yuan Hao, he got hit by a truck in the middle of the road. Even though he survived, he was permanently disabled. His father went to the Yuan family to seek justice against him, but the Yuan family beat him to death. After hearing this news, the guy also died from despair. But the heavens did not leave him, and his soul passed to the world of immortals, where he lived 3,000 years of cultivation. When he reached the Mahayana kingdom, he dominated the world and 8 realms, and was revered by countless people as an immortal emperor, Xuanchen. But his humiliating past and the tragic death of his father are what he can't do. Let go. His body died as a result of being unable to overcome the tribulation. Yi Cheng says that he never thought that he would come back to this day again. He clenches his fist, understanding that the day is just beginning. Yuan Hao also states that since the guy's legs are crippled and he can't, then he wants to have fun in front of him with his girlfriend, because he wants to show the consequences. Someone who wants to hurt him. The dark-haired man notices that he has the Tai Chuan Sutra in his head, the highest cultivation in the world of immortal cultivation, so heal your crippled legs. Simple as that. Yi Chen takes the lotus position, concentrating on the energy around him. Sutra Tai Chuan leads true Kai into the body and circulates around it. This has already allowed him to achieve the first level of Kai refinement in an instant. Cleaning the bones is the beginning of further development. Ways. The guy flies up from the spot, taking a standing position. He doesn't care what he has. Disability in both legs. In his words, this trifle is not present. The couple freezes in surprise, not looking at each other, understanding what's going on. Liu Yuxi claims that the guy made an agreement with the doctor in order to deceive her and get her sympathy. The hero prescribes her a powerful bream, asking if she has at least a drop of pity for his crippled legs. The girl clutches her swollen cheek, unable to find the words to say anything. Express anger. At this moment, Yuan Hao pounces on the hero with a fist, believing that the hero is not the same person. He brings trouble on himself. Yi Chen dodges the blow with a sideways motion, surprised that it's not coming back. I really decided to take a step towards it. The hero prescribes a powerful blow to the blonde in the gut, forcing me to bend in two and drop to my knees, shivering from the heat in my chest. Yuan Hao, not seeing other options, encourages Wang Kao to enter. The huge bald carcass bursts into the room. He is 190 centimeters tall and weighs 200 weight. The blonde calls on his subordinate to deal with the guy, beating him to death. Liu Yuxi, she claims that her face should not be scarred, so she demands that she be put to bed as soon as possible. They took me to the best clinic. Wang Kao looms over the hero, beginning to stretch his arms and stating that he would make his life hell. At the next moment, the huge bulk of the big man crashes into the wall. Chen looms over the enemy, noting that no one has ever beaten him. The guy leaves the hospital. He, the immortal Emperor Xuanchen, in this world, no one can insult him or bully his family. The hero notices that he will make you slow down, pay off the debts of Yuan Hao and Liu Yuxi. Yi Chen understands that in today's incident, a girl named Chu Bingyu participated. She swerved sharply to avoid running into him and then turned into the car. As a result, she crashed into a barricade and was seriously injured, because of which she died in the hospital. The hero believes that, no matter what, he is to blame for what happened, so they have to meet her and solve the problem. That's why Yi Chen gets in a taxi and goes to another place. The action takes place in the Jiangnan sanatorium. A girl with blonde hair doesn't understand how this could have happened. Two parents are standing outside the intensive care unit and they communicate with the doctor. A representative of the fair sex asks Dr. Chen how his daughter is doing well. In a fit of emotion, she grabs his robe, demanding an answer. The same, correcting hand glasses, says that the situation with their daughter is very strange, because the injuries received in the resulting accidents were not critical, but her condition was. The girl's organs suddenly failed, and all the tests carried out show that she is going through the last days. The mother covers her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes, and her pupils narrow to a point where she can't see them, the size of a needle, because she sincerely does not understand how this is possible. The father declares that Dr. Chen simply has to save their daughter because their Chu family is ready to pay any price for this. The doctor turns his head, saying that he has been working in this field for several decades and saved his life, countless lives, so in his opinion, even a god wouldn't be able to save their daughter. My father covers his face with his hand, trying to control himself. He doesn't want to believe that such a thing can happen to their daughter. His wife almost faints because she can't believe it, that their 20-year-old daughter's life would end like this. There's an awkward silence. A man hugs his wife, trying to support and somehow calm her down. At this time, footsteps resound along the corridor, along with a voice stating that this is inappropriate. It was a joke, because who said that even God couldn't save her? This person was Yi Chen. The woman claims that she remembers him, because it was he who suddenly ran out into the middle of the road, forcing her. Their daughter collide with a barricade. The man also recognizes the guy, specifying whether he is here to ask for death. The hero also admits that the accident with their daughter is really connected with him, so he's here to save her. The doctor declares that the guy is crazy with his mouth full lies. He urges Yi Chen to get out of here. A man approaches Mr. Chu, telling him that I have to prepare for their daughter's funeral. The hero calls the doctor a jerk because he is completely wrong. Obwurzel to talk about death to someone who is still alive. The guy explains that their daughter was born with cold body up to 10 years, so every day from 3 o'clock in the morning until midnight at their daughter's, her temperature was dropping and she was shivering, although she felt better later. Yi Cheng asks, but that's all. This happens once every 5 days. The blonde's eyes open in disbelief. It confirms his words, asking how he knew about it. The hero claims that they do not need to find out how he knows this, so he decides to ask only one thing: will they allow it? Go in and save their daughter. My father freezes, trying to decide if this is a bluff or not. The man, seeing the determination in the eyes of the young man opposite, puts his hands on his shoulders, giving permission and noting that everything is now in the hands of the master. The latter asks for forgiveness. He had to go. He goes to the patient's room, noting that he does not like what is around him. People are waiting for him to heal, so he asks everyone to wait outside. Yi Chen notices in his mind that the girl is very beautiful, so it would be a pity if she died. The guy unbuttons a pair buttons on the girl's shirt, exposing her cans a little, and inwardly he asks her not to. She blamed him for coming here to save her. Yi Chen's hand is concentrating energy. She notices that it looks like she wasn't born with a cold physique, but was poisoned. Frost Kai. The weaker the host, the stronger the poison. Yi Chen touches the beauty with his hand, starting draw out the poison. In just a few moments, a blob of purple blood appears in his hand. Energy consumption. The immortal examines the poisonous pest, noting that the Chu family has quite a few enemies, because toxic pests like this can only be used when a person is in the area where they are located. In the late stage of Kai purification, the guy clenches his fingers into a fist, killing the pest, after which focuses on the girl's condition, noticing the poison was completely gone, but the cold Kai, it's still there. The hero can't immediately get rid of her cold Kai right now, but he can keep it alive. From Yi Chen's fingers, a clot of energy flies off, which flies into the blonde's mouth. Canon of the highest mystery. This is the highest cultivation method in the realm of cultivation, and the energy cultivated from it is also. It is one of the sources of the universe. He decides to give this energy to the girl to keep her alive. Nothing else was in danger. A sweet moan escapes from the lips of the beauty and she herself fills up. Blush, starting to sweat profusely. Her breathing becomes ragged, and the guy realizes that he has given Too much. The blonde comes to her senses. She immediately takes a sitting position, asking who he is and what's wrong with him. I did it. She covers herself with a blanket, very embarrassed by what is happening. Yi Cheng asks for understanding. It's right, because he's here to save her. The beauty repeats the words about salvation, and then asks, but who will undress someone to save him? Parents enter the ward. A smile appears on their faces. Mother immediately. He wants to know if the Ure is okay. The doctor opens his mouth in disbelief. Mom hugs her daughter, saying that she already thought about losing her forever. The doctor, meanwhile, touches his hand. Girls, after which he declares that Master Yi is a real god, because all the failing organs, the patients are functioning normally. He turns to the hero, claiming that he, a brilliant doctor, and the devil would stagger if he saw it. The man falls to his knees, leaning over the guy. He asks for forgiveness, admitting that it is his fault that he did not show any interest in her. Respect for him. Yi Chen notices that his behavior was quite normal, because there is a limit. Because of his skill and vision, it would be quite normal to not believe in him. The doctor calls the guy a master, acknowledging the fact that his medical skill is just that. It is divine, so he would like to honor him as his teacher and learn from him if he does not. Objects. Yi Chen mentally notes that the energy in this world is very thin, so it will be difficult. Cultivate the inner core. He decides that it's best to use the pills first, so that he can get rid of them. Improve your strength. The hero reports that there is no need to refuse him. But there is a few things he needs, and if the man can get them for him, he'll be ready. Teach him a trick or two. The immortal holds out a piece of paper with everything you need. The doctor thanks his master, claiming that he will make every effort to get what he wants. The master wants it. After that, he stresses that even if he failed to become his disciple, he would be honored if master wanted to teach him something. The patient is still. He decides to ask his mom and dad what's going on here and who this person is. Parents, they tell their daughter everything as it was. After that, Ure gets up from the bed and bows. Thanks the hero for saving her life. Yi Chen takes the girl's hand, telling her that it's okay, because now they're even. Father, isn't that right? He didn't think so, because Mr. Yi had done a great job for them, and he, Chu Tianlong, would never be able to. It is impossible to forget this, because it is simply impossible. The hero turns to the man, noting that, since she's fine, he doesn't owe them anything else. The father of the family notices that with his, it would simply be impolite if he continued to be persistent, so if master needed help, he would do his best to help him. The immortal decides to warn the blonde. She should be attentive to her diet, and keep yourself warm afterwards. She should also lower the temperature with cold drinks, food, so as not to catch a cold. The patient replies that she has memorized everything. On her cheeks, there is a blush from such care. When Yi Chen goes outside, his phone starts ringing. He picks up the phone. My father swoops in. It was answered with a lot of questions. Why did he take so long to answer? How did everything go? Did he see her? Yuxi and Zhongnan. The hero replies that he is sorry. He's seen the girl, but it's over. The man is the same. He says he doesn't need to force himself if they don't fit together, but he needs to hurry. Pull yourself together and don't let the sadness get the better of you. After that, my father asks me not to forget to visit Uncle Dang and Aunt Wang when he's free, because they've taken so much care of him. And when he was little, the guy asks his father not to worry, adding that he will visit them. In the past, Yi Chen had insisted on being with Liu Yuxi, and that was what had led to the disaster. He, finally able to listen to his father's voice after thousands of years. Then he thought that his dad. It annoys him, but now that he listens to it, it makes him feel warmer. Auntie Wang had been very kind to him in her previous life, and now, after 3,000 years, he can pay her back. The hero comes to the door, seeing several people with very original faces. Hairstyles. They have weapons in their hands. One of them states that Wang Zuan lives above in. This house is number 303. The gang leader reminds the others that Wang Ziyuan is rich, right? That it was better for everyone to ask for more interest. Otherwise, brother, who would be the one they would be with? To talk. The guy notices this situation, assuming that these people are creating problems for Auntie Wang. And the leader of the gang of bandits understands what Wang Zuan wants to do. Stand up for her. He approaches Yi Chen and says that if he wants to get involved in this case, then he should be prepared, because she was giving them $5 million. The bully claims that if a woman can't pay the debt, then today he will beat all of her family, including the hero. After these words, the immortal loses all desire to chat with the villains. The most talkative of them, he sends flying with a kick. Others are frightened by this. Fuse. The bandits see that their brother Jai has flown into the trash. Yi Cheng calmly approaches the door, saying that if they all left now, he would spare their lives. Yi Chen goes to the door and rings the bell. The door is opened by his aunt, who immediately recognizes him. She's a little confused, so she asks why he's in Jiangnan. The brunette says that he's here on an internship, so he came to visit her and her uncle. Auntie Wang also states that now that he was here, she would prepare his favorite dishes for him. They enter the living room, where a woman addresses a man sitting in a chair, calling out, "Look at who came to them." He puts the paper aside and stands up from his seat, recognizing that he has been reading it for a long time. The guest is Zion Chen, whom I haven't seen in several years. He encourages the guy not to be shy and sit down. Next to it, the hero accepts a mug from his uncle, who asks how his father is. Guy. He replies that he still works at the shoe factory. The man says that he is still working there after so many years. He then notes that Zion Chen is from a poor family, so Tom should work harder to take the weight off his father's shoulders. The man says that when he was at his age, he had already opened a company in Jiangnan. Zion Chen agrees, sipping coffee from the coffee shop. Cups, my uncle doesn't like it. In his mind's eye, he notices that the guy isn't even listening when older people give him advice. He believes that he already sees what the future of a relative will be like. A beautiful girl with luxurious forms enters the room. She's wearing a t-shirt, bearing the lower part of the tummy, short shorts and stockings. She asks her father who it is. He tells them that he is the son of Uncle Yi, their former neighbor, and that he has come to work in Jiangnan. The blonde grabs an apple from the table, noting that she doesn't really remember it. About yourself, beauty. Notices that this is a random stranger who came to their house out of nowhere, so maybe he's just trying to ask them for help. After a few minutes, the four of them sit down. At the table, the uncle encourages the hero to try his aunt's cooking and tell him if it has become tastier from previous years. Yi Chen reports that her cooking is still good after so many years. Mentally, he notes that after 3,000 years, the girl thinks that the guy is very flattering. She assumes that he's going to ask them for help next time. Auntie Wang decides, find out if a guy has a girlfriend. The same one gives a negative answer. The woman is happy about this because he might not have known it, but they and his father had actually arranged for him to meet Lin in the past. Zhu wedding. These words almost choke the blonde, who jumps up from the table, and, embarrassed by my mother's words, she asks if she is joking about the wedding. In her mind's eye, Beauty notes that she thought he was here to ask for their help. I never thought he was here for her. A representative of the fair sex believes that this is absolutely not the age to remember old traditions. The brunette decides to clarify the situation, saying that his aunt was confusing something. After all, he had never heard his father mention it. About this, Auntie Wang also reports that they thought to raise the issue after Lin Zhu. He was going to graduate from university, but they didn't expect him to be in Jiangnan right now, so it became a big deal for them. A surprise. The girl declares that now is the age of free love, so there is no more this old love story. Traditions of convenience. After that, the blonde turns to the hero, saying that he should look at yourself, because he is a person who does not think about how to work hard, but thinks about how to get a wife with all these old traditions. She thinks it's a very good idea. A despicable act. Auntie Wang urges her daughter to calm down, saying that this is not the way to treat children. No, it's very impolite. Lin Yu doesn't understand why she would protect such people. How is he? The blonde says she's had enough of this. She gets up from her seat and leaves. The same uncle asks the guy to follow him. As they walk away, the man lights a cigar, saying something. What Lin Zhu said wasn't too bad, because even if his family was poor, he still had to pay for it. The ambitious uncle believes that he should think about how to work hard to earn money, rather than relying on these old traditions to get yourself a wife and family. Van hands the hero a card with 100,000 on it, encouraging him to consider it as a gift. Funding, since she and his father were pretty close at the time. Uncle also. He asks me to forget everything about the arranged wedding between him and Lin Zhu. Yi Cheng points out that Uncle Day misunderstood him, because if his aunt hadn't mentioned it, he would have. I wouldn't even know there was a marriage. The hero reports that he still has a lot of unfinished business. He was in Jiangnan, so he needed to leave, but he would visit them with his aunt when he was free. The man also encourages the guy to work hard for the financial condition of his family, and then he will have a good job. He would have a chance to be with Lin Zhu. The brunette says goodbye to Auntie Wang, handing over the card and saying that if she had any problems, she should call him. He'll do his best to help. The woman is happy with this behavior of the guy, realizing that it is not in vain about this. I did, but she doesn't quite understand what he was talking about. At this time, the boss comes to visit his subordinates. He's angry because they couldn't even get that one back. A small sum, but he still decides to find out what happened. The beaten bandit admits that. Useless, but that guy is really strong. Brother Who interrupts Tom, starting to kicking, asking where this boy was that dared to disrespect him. At this point, the hero appears, who asks if they are looking for him in an hour. The leader steps forward, and the crowd rejoices that Brother Who has taken up the task. They also want to see how Brother Who will beat up the hero. The bandit claims that this kid is a piece of dead meat. It acknowledges that, after working here for so many years, he had never seen anyone who dared to speak their mind to him. Opinion. So Yi-Chen is the first thing Who thinks he should get paid for. He pounces on the hero with a fist. The brunette calmly takes a heavy blow from the fighter without even moving or blocking. His Zhu freezes in place, starting to worry a lot. Beads of sweat appear on his face. One of the bandits laughs, thinking that Yi-Chen was very scared, and the other notices that the speed their Brother Whose strength is practically the same as that of a famous professional wrestler, so this one. The guy's dead for sure. At this moment, a smile appears on the latter's face. It starts move at an unthinkable speed and in just an instant is behind the bully. 2 fingers of the hero stick into the pain point in the armpit area, which causes a cry of pain from the brother. XY. His companions are perplexed, not believing that Brother Who has lost. The hand of a pumped-up man. It trembles, hanging down at his side. At this time, the immortal appears in front of him, about to strike. Another 2-finger swipe. A man can't believe that this guy is one of them. Masters of martial arts. Brother Who already thinks that it's over and he's going to die here today. Yi-Chen stops his kick in the middle of the floor. The last moment. His fingers are mere millimeters away from his opponent's throat. Jock. He is amazed that he wasn't killed. The dark-haired man puts his hands in his pockets, asking if they can now talk. The man thanks the martial arts master for not killing him, and then he adds that the master does not need to repay his aunt's debt, even interest. He offers to accept it as an apologetic gift. The reborn one notes that they will return as much as they should, because this is the reality, but it is important for him to know why. Auntie Wang is in debt. The interviewee explains that the aunt said that her company is in debt and we need money to cover them. Yi-Chen notices in his mind that the energy in this world is very high. It's thin, so it's probably impossible for a cultivator to appear out of nowhere. He wants to know more, so by reminding the man that he addressed him as a martial artist, which he technically isn't, he asks if he can tell you more about it in detail. At this time, a familiar blonde passes nearby, who is the daughter of an aunt. She mentally believes that Yi-Chen is thinking about living off a woman and gets involved with bandits, so one day he will definitely go to jail. After a while, Brother Who finishes his story. The hero leaves, and the bandits say goodbye to him. As with the master, the leader's subordinates don't understand why Brother Who is behaving so well. Even though they know that Yi-Chen is a good fighter, they understand that now it is already. It's not an age when people use their abilities to talk, but they might be able to dial hundreds of people. Brother Who thinks that they don't know anything, because if his assumptions are correct, then this guy's abilities are the same as Master Lei's. Jiao Lei. Master Lei is Brother Who's superior, head of the entire underground of Jiangnan City. The subordinate asks again, surprised, if it's on the same page. This guy is with Master Lei right now. At this time, Yi-Chen remembers what he said to him. Qian Hu. Martial artists in this world are divided into light energy, dark energy, transformation. The hero translates his understanding into the equivalent of this power. According to, in his understanding, a cultivator of the 4th level of Kai refinement is the equivalent of a master. Light energy martial arts. There are 9 realms, including Kai purification, creation, and healing. Foundation, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, consolidation, Mahayana, and tribulation. Yi-Chen concentrates on the energy around him. In his previous life, he had reached the Mahayana realm, so that even if he had to start all over again, he still had thousands of years of experience. Cultivations. With the help of the canon of the highest mystery, this will be an easy job. As expected, refining level 4 Kai took an hour. Things are difficult at first, but as soon as Chen Ping, if he gets some herbs, he can start cultivating the core. Then it starts ringing. Telephone. The hero picks up the phone. Chu Bin-yu calls him. The guy greets her, immediately asking, "What you need?" The interviewee notes that he has just arrived in Jiangnan, so it will be difficult for him. It's hard to rent a house, but they have an empty house, so if Master Yi doesn't mind, then he can settle in it. Yi-Chen decides to accept the offers and then send him the address where he wants to go. He'll arrive right away. It will also rid her of the cold Kai in her body. Later in the evening, the guy walks, together with the girl on the territory of the house. The beauty asks if Master Yi likes this place. The hero also admits that he actually has no special requirements for housing. The blonde asks when Master Yi will get rid of her cold Kai. The immortal replies that they can do it now, and she just needs to take off her clothes. At this time, along the road runs a sporty girl. The blonde asks where to shoot and if she needs to shoot everything. He undoes the buttons and starts to take off his shirt. The athlete opens her mouth at this, not understanding what they're doing, but then mentally noticing what rich people have in their day. There really are ways to have fun. The guy thinks that the beauty is joking, because this, same as yesterday. He turns around, noting that it's best to do it inside. The runner is the same, decides to get out of here quickly. When they enter the house, Yi Chen begins to heal. He lightly touches her stomach, starting to pour your energy into it. The same one is a little shy, but mentally understands that he does not have bad intentions, and his hands are very warm, too. After some time, the reborn one reports that the cold energy in her body has been completely removed, so she can walk. The blonde girl thanks Master Yi, noticing that tomorrow night her father is hosting a banquet in the Moon Palace, so she hoped he would be there. Beauty passes to the hero, invitation. The immortal also mentally notes that he was here for half a day and felt at ease. It's quite pleasant, because there is enough spiritual energy at the top of the mountain. He remarks dreamily, what if a spirit formation was built around this villa? Here the hero picks up movement in the window of the neighboring house. Several people in black suits are dragging a girl in a black dress. One of them is holding a good camera. The guy understands that something is wrong here. A man touches the chin of a representative of the fair sex, asking why she. It is so insensitive that it forces him to use force. He admits to sleeping with more famous actresses than her, but they're all the same, so she doesn't have to pretend. Innocent. One of the subordinates asks if the boss can allow them to have a good time as well. The time when it will finish. He even wants them all to have fun together. Director of La Feng also asks her to set up the camera and wait for him to take a picture of her slutty self and see if he can't. Would she disobey them again? The man notes that this is a good job. At this moment alone, one of the guards closes the windows so that no one can watch this process. That's where he came in. Notices the hero standing on the balcony of the next balcony and looking directly at them. Then, he turns around and reports what he's seen to Director Feng. The latter calls the interlocutor. Go to that person and tell them that they will give them money for silence. The man abruptly changes his mind, ordering his subordinate to just kill the witness right now, and he'll give the guy $1 million to run away after he's done it. The subordinate accepts the order, deciding to listen to Director Feng. In the next instant, the room is filled with a crackle of glass. Yi Chen breaks into someone else's house through the window, saying that drugging a woman and wanting to kill someone is mean and shameless enough. The hero is like this. However, he notes that if they do this kind of thing too often, then they should be afraid. Retribution. Security doesn't understand how he got here. Director Feng encourages his subordinates not to be afraid, explaining the guest's actions by saying that he hung up. After that, he declares that no one should find out what happened today, so you need to kill him. The men in black draw their knives, saying that the guy can only blame himself for meddling in his own business. The immortal answers that if that's how they want to die, then so be it. With a jerk of his leg, he lifts it into the air, several shards of glass lying on the floor, and then with a second kick of the same foot sends them to the ground. Arrogant security guards. All three of them are hit in the throat by glass and then fall to the floor. Director Feng freezes in horror. The reborn calmly approached the man, quickly realizing that he was in charge. The same one fell on. Fifth point, asking him not to kill, because he has a big past, so if the guy kills him, then he'll be in big trouble, and so Ott will give him everything he has. Director Feng wanted more, something to say or suggest, but the hero did not listen to him anymore. With a kick of his foot, he sent the one in the wall. A few moments later, another corpse was positioned against the wall, from the head down. There was a scarlet line on the wall. Yi Chen started trying to figure out what to do with the corpses in a stage, because if this is not dealt with, there will definitely be trouble. At this point, the actress, I came to my senses. She clutched her head, pulling herself into a sitting position. When she noticed that there is a guy in her room, and she nervously asked who he was and why he was in her room. Rage appeared in the beauty's eyes, because she thought that he decided to take advantage of her state. He suggests that while chasing her, the guy snuck into her apartment. a room to desecrate. She's going to call the police to arrest him. Hero. He stands next to her and gives her a light blow on the back of the head, telling her that she should wait a little longer. Get some sleep. The brunette notes that if she saw the corpses, it would be too difficult. Explain. Yi Cheng decides to go all the way to the end, since he's already involved in it. Guy. A phone number is dialed, contacting Jiao Hu and telling him that he has a problem. It's a delicate matter, so he needs their help. He agrees, after which the hero asks, come to the Walong Lodge villas. After a while, Brother Hu reports that the job is done, so he asks if they can leave. The brunette gives his permission. The Hu people cleaned up the room and the bodies were taken away. The girl comes to her senses. She has a bad headache. Yi Chen tells her that she was drugged and he saved her, and the headache is the consequences. Withdrawal of aphrodisiacs, which will pass in a few minutes. Beauty, much embarrassed. She claims that he was the one who chased her, not saved her, so he was definitely planning something bad. Immortal notes that to believe or not depends on her. The actress is amazed at how much. The guy is calm. She assumes that she misunderstood everything. Then she remembers about Director Feng, after all, was the one who insisted on sending her back. It assumes that Director Feng had given her medicine. Here is the look of the fair sex. Stops at the camera in the room. She wants to see if there's anything written on it. The actress looks at the security cameras. Tears are running down her cheeks because this is really that bastard director did it. After finishing the recording to the very end, she is amazed that the guy was so capable. At this time, the hero is engaged in cultivation at home. It is very pleasant for him when there is spiritual energy around. If it went back to the old place, then it would probably take up to 10 days to stabilize the sphere. When will the pill be ready? Finally, he will be able to complete his evolution with the spirit gathering formation and break through to the late stage. His failures in his previous life weren't caused solely by him with his inner demons, but also because he was moving too fast, which led to destruction of the foundation. In this life, he must build his foundation. The guy opens the door and asks why she's here and if she needs anything. Actress notes that it is raining and thunder is booming, and if you add to this what happened during the day, she's a little scared. The beauty wants to stay with the interlocutor for the night. The same person remembers that she thought he was stalking her and harassing her. The interviewee admits that she watched the recording. Then she says that she has a photo shoot tomorrow, so she will leave in the morning so as not to harass him for too long. Yi Chen lets her in, a representative of the fair sex. She thanks him, saying that he is a very kind person. Some time passes, and the actress, she gets out of the shower, noticing that this is actually the first time she's entered the villa. Since Chu usually only uses her for guest service, not sales, so she's the only one who's really interested in working with her. He can't believe the kid was able to buy this. The reborn one replies that he didn't buy it. I just helped the Chu family, and it was their gift. The guy straightens out the bed, saying that if she is going to sleep here, then she should behave. Quietly, the interlocutor replies that she will not make the slightest sound again. They go into the bed, and the girl notices to herself that, to her surprise, she feels comfortable being close to that person. She decides to apologize for misunderstanding him. Immortal asks not to pay attention and just sleep, but the interlocutor wakes up. Interest. She asks if he is a killer, then notes that she saw that he is trained in techniques, but she wonders how I got there so far away. The hero falls asleep. It's amazing. The beauty, because she doesn't understand how a killer can just let down his guard, but infuriates. Her other name. She realizes that he is so uninterested in her that he immediately falls asleep. In the morning, Yi Cheng understands that the girl really left earlier, so it seems that being an actress is not easy. Work. The brunette gets up, remembering that he has to work at the company on an internship, because this is the mortal world, it needs the same identity. After getting dressed, the hero goes to the kitchen, noticing that the actress even cooked for him tomorrow. He notices a note that says a few thank you notes, the girl's phone number, and the fact that she would pay him back later. Yi Chen can't deny that it's quite cute. Events. Transferred to Ya Ran Food Inc. The girl is told that the department is located here, planning where the guy will take an internship. At this time, his ear picks up whispers. Girls. One of them asks if this newcomer is Yuxi's boyfriend. She immediately notices that she looks good, but she didn't expect him to be so violent. A friend recalls that when Yuxi came to work this morning, the bandage was still on her face, and so was she. I heard he burned it with cigarettes. The girl admits that Yuxi was so cute. A girl, so she can't believe she's with such a violent man. At that time, a representative of the fair sex with blue hair approaches Yuxi, reminding her that she told her to break up with him because he was just a small-town worker, a beggar and useless, and now he was bullying her. The girl reminds of the young master, Yuan, who drove her to work in a Porsche. Duty thinks he's good because his father is the top brass of the bureau and he looks like a smart guy himself. Yuxi asks Sister Ji to stop. Ping. After all, she and Yuan Hao are just ordinary friends. Her friend notices that Yi Cheng is still in a bad mood. She has the courage to come to work, so she expresses a desire to avenge her friend. Ji Ping approaches the immortal, noting that he should be grateful that Yuxi is with him. Then she recalls how he allegedly repaid her for everything. The girl tries to put pressure on Pity, saying that if it wasn't for that face patch, they wouldn't even know that she was being bullied at home. The girl wants to get some sense into his head and asks if he thinks he deserves her. Chen notices that they are a bunch of brainless idiots because this bitch cheated on them, and they don't care. They remain fools. In his mind's eye, he knows that Yuxi has been playing the victim since before. After he joined the company, Yuxi says she doesn't care if he uses her, money, beats her, or even bullies her, but she tried so hard to get him an internship at the, hoping that he will get on the right track, so why does he humiliate her friend on the first day? Working day. Yuxi asks if he thinks she's so malleable. It states that the guy is absolutely shameless. At this time, men enter the department, asking why they are. Everyone's here, and don't they have a job to do? This is Zhi's manager of the planning department, Chen Kun. The man asks why Yuxi is crying. After that, he pays attention to her face, asking what happened to her face. Yuxi is the same. She says that nothing happened, but her friend whispers a few words in the manager's ear, telling Tom about the whole situation. He's a little surprised that something like this has happened. The man wants to shame Yi Chen so much and make Yuxi so ashamed of him that she will break up with him. Nim will also receive young Master Yuan. Thanks to him, they managed to conclude several deals. Even before Liu Yuxi started dating young Master Yuan, so if they really become one person, they will be able to make even more deals. According to Chen, Kuna's planning department will be working better than ever, so he considers himself to get rid of this Yi Chen for the good of the planning department. The manager goes to the hero and says that he knows what happened between him and Yuxi, so he is surprised that such a situation can happen. A capable girl like Yuxi got together with a man like him. The reborn decides to clarify that he thinks that by the word capable he meant her. The ability to rely on someone else to make business deals. Yuxi explodes, no, understanding how the guy dares to talk to the manager like that and where his manners are. Her friend, it reminds the guy that he's not in school anymore, so this behavior is very disrespectful. Third, a colleague says that Yi Chen needs to be taught a lesson. Chen Kun shuts everything up with a hand gesture. He says he won't discuss his personal matter with Yuxi, but, as of today, he is an intern in the planning department, so he needs to follow them. Standards, and Yuxi achieved outstanding results for an intern in a month of working in the department. Planning, which is why he said she was capable. The man explains what they have. Standards are for every employee in their department, so they shouldn't blame them for what they're doing. Kick someone out if they can't reach them. Yi Cheng points out that he definitely won't be left behind, because he's her boyfriend. The hero decides to go against Yuxi because he understood her train of thought. Former 1 invents and uses all these things just so that he breaks up with her so that she can get together with Yuan Hao without compromising your reputation. He just can't allow it. Yuxi calls the guy a freak because he does all this to disgust her. It states that she would see him complete his task as a lowly small-town employee. Chen Kun also notices that since Yuxi trusts him so much, he will have to give him a difficult task. The girl agrees, saying that she is confident that Yi Chen will do a great job. Van says that one of their main tasks in the planning department is product promotion. The company, but right now Jia Ran lacks a brand ambassador. Senior employees of this department communicated with many celebrities and influential people from Jiangnan, but a suitable candidate never found it. The manager emphasizes that even Yuxi could not cope with this task, but once the guy considers himself more capable than her, he will entrust him with this task, which he assigns. The hero is only 3 days old. Yi Chen decides to clarify, a celebrity is all they need. If so, then this is a simple task for him. Yuxi's friend stands up for her, saying that Yi Chen should not be amused. Their overconfidence, because she has been working in the department for 3 years and has never once have seen a newbie succeed. Another colleague notices that she has never seen such a forgetful blockhead. Yi Chen makes a call to his neighbor, saying that he works in the planning department, Jia Ran Food Inc., and that he would like to talk to her about cooperation. Actress notifies that he will arrive soon. Colleagues think that the guy is delusional and he needs to see a doctor. Another believes that such shameless. The world hasn't seen people yet. The girl with the blue hair emphasizes that this guy is he's only good at this role, so she has to break up with him. Yuxi decides to talk to the guy. She grabs him by the arm and leads him into the next room, while her friend calls for her to leave. I broke up with him. The girl notices that the guy treated her well then, so she doesn't understand why he did it. Can't look at the situation from her point of view now. Yuxi notices that she has a big heart here, the future, but if the others find out that she cheated on them, then she won't be able to work anymore. Here, she asks Yi-Chen to break up with her. The hero says that she cheated on him, so he doesn't have to protect her reputation, so he's not just going to break up with her. So, here the beauty, pointing her finger at the guy, declares that he is also not soft and fluffy because if he wasn't broke, she wouldn't have cheated. Yuxi wants to say what he should have done if he really loved her. However, the immortal stops tolerating these antics. In a pair, inches from the girl's head, his fist slams into the wall, leaving an impressive dent. The representative of the fair sex is speechless, and the brunette reports that it is she. She'd screwed up, so she shouldn't go out of her way to imagine that he'd be caring. According to the reborn, the interlocutor does not deserve such an appeal to herself. Guy, he moves away from the girl, urging her not to bother him again, otherwise she may regret it. Yuxi asks to wait, claiming that if she can't live well, then neither can he, because as soon as his D-list celebrity showed up, she would make him feel uneasy. Girlfriend decides to find out how it went. Yuxi admits that she never thought he would change, so she decided that she would break up with Yi-Chen. Ji-Ping tries to calm her sister down because she should have to make this decision many years ago, and then get together with young Master Yuan, who he treats her much better. At this moment, the famous actress Ning Kui enters the building in escort of security guards. Many are amazed by its appearance in this place. They are also, I wonder what such a popular celebrity forgot here. The manager of the planning department goes out to Miss Ning, introduces herself, and asks if she's here. Come here to talk about collaboration. Mentally, the man is amazed that he has encountered an A-list celebrity. He assumes that this is the work of young Master Yuan. After receiving a positive response from the actress, he offers to go to his office to talk about it. The manager understands that if they manage to sign a contract with such a celebrity, they will be able to. The bonus will be tripled, so he decides to take this chance. The girl passes past it, moving on. He walks up to the hero and puts his hands on his shoulders, asking who it was and how quickly she got there. Yi-Cheng replies that it's fine, and that he won't to say that it is slow. Yi-Cheng notes that his company needs a representative, so he suggests that the girl become him. Ta agrees. The manager freezes, not believing that the newcomer actually called. Miss Ning, Yuxi's friend, is surprised at how easily and quickly the actress agreed to this. You did it yourself. The girl thinks that this is simply unthinkable, because even she did not know that Yi-Chen is familiar with such a thing. A celebrity. Privately, she remembered that when the guy called her, he said that Miss Ning, his neighbor. Yuxi mentally notes that she has heard that some celebrities, they especially move to poorer homes to avoid the paparazzi, so Yi-Chen really likes it. It was lucky that he rented a house near the celebrity. The hero turns to manager Chen, saying that he had made an agreement, so they would only have to discuss the contract fee. Same in. The answer states that the company's budget is only 100,000 yuan, so that the star of this, a scale like Miss Ning's, probably wouldn't be enough. Yuxi claims that manager Chen, I asked him to find a regular representative, and he called a first-class star like Miss Ning. Didn't even consider whether the company could afford such a person. The hero waves it off from a member of the fair sex, saying that today is his first working day, and he does not. I knew they were such a poor bunch. The actress also admits that her fee for the contract, it starts at 5 million yuan, but she never said she wanted them for it paid. Others are surprised by this statement, because it turns out that the celebrity of such a, it will work for free. The girl thinks that you can't compare $5 million with Yi-Chen's work, so the manager should. You should take this as an improvement in sales from Yi-Chen, and the rest of the details are just like that. Discuss it with her assistant, because she's going to have lunch with Yi-Chen now. Hero rises from his seat, noticing that Ning was probably tired from the rush, so he would treat her to lunch. The interlocutor declares that it is she who should treat him, because he also saved her life. The manager is trying to recover. In his head, the words of a celebrity about what to do are spinning. Yi Chen can't be compared to 5 million. The man tries to understand why he deserved this. Attitude to yourself. Yunxi's friend also believes that Miss Ning was deceived by Yi Chen, and now he is. Easily manipulates a girl, like a good ringleader who is good at lighting up. By yourself. The girl starts to get angry at the whole situation. She doesn't understand how Yi Chen had enough of this. The courage to say that it was she who betrayed him. Because, in her opinion, the opposite is true, because Ning Qiyu would never want someone as incompetent as Yi Chen. Unsi is absolutely sure that the celebrity had been cheated, and when the rich woman herself found out, Yi Chen would surely die. A terrible death. After some time, the actress says goodbye to the hero, saying that if and what, he could call her at any time if she needed him, but she needed to get back to her phone. Work. But they can see each other at home in the evening. Yi Chen gives a short answer, accepting these words. However, he mentally notes that the other person says this as if they are returning to the same room, in the same house tonight. The immortal's phone starts ringing. He picks up the phone, where the interviewee asks if it's worth picking up Master Yi, because the banquet will start soon. The brunette gives a positive response, stating that it is located at the intersection of Dong Lai and Chun Lai roads, where there is a Jiazhong restaurant. The interlocutor decides to find out if Master Yi needs styling or new clothes, because he can do it. Deliver. The reborn one thinks that this is too troublesome, and then asks, should he think that Miss Chu is shy of him? The interviewee replies that there is no reason to do so, and Master Yi is a special guest of their family, so of course he can wear anything. After that, the interlocutor informs that he will arrive in 10 minutes. Events are moved to your father. High-end, Moon Palace. Yunxi enters it with Hao, marveling at the fact that it is the most beautiful place in the world. Luxury hotel in the entire Jiangnan city. She claims that Yuan Hao is so cool, and that he's not even a big fan. Someone as big as the Chu family invited him to their banquet. The blonde guy replies that he has a reputation. His father, he is still quite a famous person in Jiangnan. Then the beauty recognizes Yi Chen, sitting at the table. The guy tries to figure out how the brunette got in. Yuxi remembers what she could have done. Ning Qiyu, she even helped him with a $5 million business this afternoon. Right. That this is quite possible. Yuan Hao thinks it's impossible, because if she really is, if she brought him with her, then why did she agree to have him in rags, which are a disgrace to her? Hearing this, Yuxi assumes that the guy snuck in here. The blonde man agrees with her, saying that the guy was looking for trouble for sneaking into the Chu family's banquet. X calls security in. Pointing at the guy, he asks how a stray dog could have gotten into the Moon Palace. Shi calls to get him out of here. The guards approach the hero, not understanding how someone could just sneak into the Moon Palace and where did he have the nerve to do it. The immortal remarks, rising kippish and trying to figure out what's going on. Yuan Hao claims that his father is Yuan Zhong from the Education Bureau, and that man over there is his son, a fellow student at the university, a notorious punk, so he assures them that he snuck in here and calls to expel the hero now. The guard notices that since the young master said so, then he is sure that they were not mistaken. He goes up to Yi Chen and asks him to show them his body, an invitation, or they'll have to send him out of here. The immortal notes that his brought Chu Bingyu here, and that he had never heard anything about the invitation. The blonde guy is hanging above the hero, clarifying how dare a brat like him directly call out Miss Chu's name. Yuxi notes that Yi Chen should write a book for all his lies, after which she asks if he doesn't know what to do. Does a guy think he has some power just because he knows a celebrity? The guards ask you not to blame them for being rude, since Mr. can't show them his invitation. At this point, the hostess of the event appears. The beauty doesn't understand who dares badly contact Master Yi, and then notices that someone probably wants to get into the trouble. The guests are a little startled by Miss Chu's appearance. The blonde man freezes in shock, realizing that the guy has just been addressed as Master Yi. Miss Chu bows her head to the hero, begging for forgiveness and saying it's her fault. Yuxi intervenes in. This is by claiming that the guy is a real liar and that he molested another celebrity this morning. With their sweet speeches, the blonde turns around, noting that she didn't ask anyone else to do it. I told her what kind of person Master Yi is, and besides, she calls everyone out before saying what, or about others, think about who they are themselves. The blonde asks security to take the couple out. Yuan Hao asks to stop, because his father is Yuan Zhong from the Ministry of Education, so he was invited by the Chu family itself. The host of the event notes that his father did not tell him about the topic of today's banquet, so the guy should go home and ask him on his own. The couple is thrown out of the hotel. Yuxi complains that she is in pain, and her clothes are now It's ruined. She can't figure out what kind of charm Yi Chen used on Miss Chu and what makes him special to be there. The guy immediately calls his father to find out what the reason is. The Chu family is hosting a banquet today. The latter tells that one of the intents is today's banquet is to celebrate Miss Chu's recovery, and the second is to thank her, the person who was saved by Miss Chu. His surname is Yi. After these words, the blonde man falls out of reality. For a few seconds, Yuxi, noticing the guy's very worried face, decides to find out what's going on. That tells that his father said that this is a Chu family banquet, and he should thank the one who saved Miss Chu, and that person's last name is Yi, so maybe it's Yi Chen. The girl doesn't believe me. To my ears, Yi Chen had an accident right after arriving in the city, so when did he manage to save me? Miss Chu. That's when the blonde guy remembers that the day Yi Chen had an accident at the pier, the Audi crashed, and whoever was in the car may have been Miss Chu. Unsi clarifies that if this is the case, then so he was the one who saved Miss Chu, and doesn't that mean he's very rich now? The interlocutor is the same, emphasizes that this banquet is just a show, after which hardly anyone will remember about it. Fresh like Yi Chen, the blonde declares that after everything calms down, he is out of the ground, enough to settle the score. At this time, the host of the event says that Master Yi is their chief, a guest at this banquet, so she asks to address them politely, otherwise they shouldn't be blamed, or for being rude. The guests reply that they understand everything. The girl also notes that all high-ranking individuals from all over Jiangnan City gathered here today to thank Mr. Yi, after which she asks Master Yi to show himself. The immortal doesn't mind. The beauty herself. In his mind, he marvels at Yi Cheng's calmness because he didn't show the slightest sign, worry even while being the center of attention of Jiangnan dignitaries. The girl admits that what my father said is true, because Mr. Yi is really a talented person. Miss Chu asks, let her show the guy the way. He also decides to find out if she is always so rude to people. The beauty shamefacedly looks away, saying no, but the two of them were very rude to him, so she couldn't contain her anger. The reborn one laughs, saying that it's alright, because he likes people who don't like him. They are straightforward. The girl freezes, asking him what he likes. In the head of a blonde, trying to figure out if what he said is true, or if she just misunderstood him. He blushes deeply, deciding to stop thinking about it. After some time, the girl's father begins. Make a toast. He says that he would like to thank all their guests who, despite the busy schedule, still decided to take part in today's banquet. The man confesses that his daughter had been involved in an accident a couple of days ago, and if it wasn't for Mr. Yi's help, he would have died right now. I cried in front of the grave. My father declares that Miss Chu is a very lucky person. One of the guests. He says that the future of the Chu family will be even better. The girl also notices that the main character of this movie, Banquet Master Yi, the head of the Chu family, claims that the guests still do not know much about him, because the master, he is a really experienced doctor. Others doubt this. One guy notices that they have the right to call experts, elderly people in the medical industry, and the latter is too young. For this, the man next to him emphasizes that he looks like a student, so he doesn't have much. I wonder how good the guest's skills are. At this moment, a man's voice is heard from the crowd, declaring that Master Yi's skill is beyond him, and that it is absolutely and unbelievable. By this, the person turns out to be Dr. Chen, who notices that the guy has the right to be called an expert. He approaches the hero, saying that he has achieved a lot at such a young age, so that this toast is for him. The brunette notices that the man is flattering him. One of the guests says that Elder Chen is the dean of Jiangnan medical industry, so if he agrees with this, then Mr. Yi's skill is truly incredible. The interlocutor admits that they were wrong about him. At this time, Dr. Chen approaches the hero and he tells him in his ear what he's already got, what he's asked for, so all he needs to know is when. Send it to him. Yi Chen is a little surprised by this, noting that he got it out pretty quickly. After that, he asks to send everything to the #1 villa on Dragon Slumber Mountain. The next moment, the head of the Chu family enters through the doors. The hero immediately assumes that before him is a master of martial arts. The head of the Chu family is an aged man with a white mouth and a beard of the same color. Despite his age, he looks very stately and majestic. A man and a girl bend down. For the first, the head of the family is the father, and for the second, my grandfather. The man approaches the hero, asking if he is the same master who saved you. The Chen gives a positive answer, after which the older man thanks the guy for saving his life. His precious daughter, however, he is curious because he has heard that Master Yi has the ability to great skills, so who among the older ones taught him all this? Immortal shakes head over, stating he doesn't have a teacher, after which he decides to be honest, saying he never will. He has not studied anything related to medicine, and knows only the minimum. His interlocutor notices to myself that the guy is being too modest. The head of the Chu family assumes that the guy, trying to hide who his teacher is. The man notices that the hero is a talented young man, so it's okay to be a little secretive. After that, the gray-haired man pulls out a pocket, a gold piece. This is the official Han Dynasty seal that he managed to buy at that time, at the auction, and he kept it with him all these years. The man wants to give it to the hero as a sign. Thanks. His son is surprised by this, because it was his favorite thing, which he did not play with. Parted for almost 6 years, the head of the family raises his hand, calling on his son to calm down and saying that there was nothing more precious than the deed that Mr. Yi had done for them. Yi Chen takes the seal in his hands, mentally noting that it is a fake. It also evaluates the look on Chu Jianfeng's face that tells him that the other person isn't playing with him, so rather, he probably doesn't even know it's a fake. The immortal decides that he will save him as well, life, since he is ready to sacrifice what is dear to him. The hero notes that he saved Chu Binyu to put an end to what happened through his fault, but now that Senior Chu is sacrificing most valuable, he feels guilty for accepting it. The guy notes that he sees that he has. There is some hidden disease, but he can get rid of it, but not now. These words, they make an elderly man wonder, because the guy was able to see even this. Head of the Chu family declares that, as Chen Pin said, Master Yi's skill is truly excellent, because he is a master of the arts. I was able to find out his condition at a glance, which is truly incredible. An elderly man admits that his body has been getting weaker and weaker since the beginning of this year, and let it be. It will look different, but if this continues, it won't be able to last much longer. He didn't want to tell your loved ones about it, because I couldn't find out where the disease is located. Tianlong From states on his own behalf that he can guarantee that as long as he is able to treat his father, he will. Yu also asks for Master Yi to save her grandfather. The guy explains that in order to find out what kind of disease it is, a more detailed study is needed. No, but he'll do his best. After these words, the father turns to his daughter, saying that he had heard that Master Yi hadn't graduated from university yet, and was currently practicing in the food industry companies, so the man wants Yu to buy this company and give it to Master Yi. The blonde says that she will do it right now. Yi Cheng decides not to refuse the gift, mentally noting that Auntie Wang needs money, so she might need it. After all, this company will be able to solve some issues for her. After the banquet, hero returns home, reflecting on Chu Jianfeng's illness, which may be caused by demonic creatures, but it is more likely that the poison that caused the freeze. Chu Bingyu, just like him. If he correctly identified the reason, then everything becomes more and more interesting. From under, the door to the guy's house is lit, and when he opens it, he is met by an actress, asking where he was and why he was late. The brunette thinks it doesn't make any sense attitude towards her, so he clarifies why she is in his house. Beauty explains that he doesn't. He locked the door, and that she was still a little scared to live in that house alone. The guy decides clarify the situation by asking if this means that she has decided that she will live here. The celebrity does not give a direct answer, asking not to be so harsh and help the lady. She notes that when he wasn't around, she didn't feel safe. Hearing this, the immortal allows her to sleep in the guest room, but he asks her not to come into his room and not to disturb. Ning stomps his foot, calling the owner insensitive. She decides to sleep alone, noting that he makes it look like she wants to sleep with him. The hero takes a pose in his room, the lotus flower, and begins to cultivate. Streams of energy permeate his body. The guy realizes that once Chen Pin brought the herb, he would have to break through to the 5th level of refinement. Judging from Chu Jianfeng and Chu Bingyu's conversation, there are much more interesting things to do on Earth than he thought at first. He should raise his level faster. Beauty reports that is included. After a couple of moments, she finds herself in the hero's room, stating that she is not that. She wants to sleep with him, but she's just a little scared. Yi Chen continues to meditate in the lotus position. Beauty doesn't understand what he's doing. She walks up to him and starts waving her hand in front of his face, asking him if he's cultivating and why. He's meditating. A representative of the fair sex assumes to herself that the guy fell asleep. The brunette, without opening his eyes, declares that she is bothering him, so she either sleeps or goes out. He encourages you to stop wandering around in front of it. A celebrity goes to bed without further ado, mentally calling the guy a bore, but admitting that with him she is much more pleasant. Warning Ning makes breakfast and hears footsteps. She opens the door, preparing to surprise the guy with a good breakfast. However, Dr. Cheng is there, asking if this is Master Yi's house. The girl informs me that these are the houses of Master Yi. She asks the man to come in while she calls the owner. The doctor also tries to understand why the interlocutor seems very familiar to him. The hero decides, check if Ning has any work to do today. She replies that there is, because she needs to take off today. A commercial for their company, so she'll be leaving soon. Beauty asks the guy not to forget. Have breakfast. The doctor also passes the package, saying that these are the things he wanted. By taking a look at, finally, Yi Chen agrees, asking if he has a pen and paper. The doctor passes the hero a pen and paper. The guy starts writing something, saying what he already said. Something that will teach him something, but how much he can learn is up to him. Yi Chen. He finishes writing and gives the paper to the other person, stating that he has things to do so that he can. Make yourself at home. The man looks down at what he's written and is startled to the core. The souls, trying to understand what Master Yi Immortal wrote, go to their room. He notes that the herbs brought by Chen Ping are really good, and it seems that some of them, you can get a good pill. The hero sits down in the lotus position, and in a circle around him, there are herbs on the leaves. It concentrates the energy in your hands and forces all the herbs combined to form a red ball between your palms. This is an entry-level spiritual pill. Its creation makes the brunette think that his skill, the spiritual fire furnace, is still fine, and the spiritual energy that is in this furnace is still fine. A pill is enough to help him break through to the 5th level of Kai refinement. Hero swallows an entry-level red pill. He immediately feels the changes. An object, it begins to gather energy around itself. In the beginning, this benefits the reborn immeasurably. Pain. But then the guy uses the Taikshuan Sutra, starting to absorb the energy. After a few moments, Yi Chen opens his eyes, realizing that he has broken through to the 6th floor, the level of Kai purification. The guy admits that he didn't expect the spiritual pill to be ordinary. The class is able to help him open 2 levels in a row and break right through to the 6th level. The energy inside him isn't what it used to be. Yi Chen decides to go to the company and take a look. How is Ning Qiu's filming going today? Then the guy notices that Chen Pin is getting up on his feet. He kneels in front of him and bows his head to the floor, so he decides to find out what he's doing. Man declares that the master is indeed a revived god, because he has read only a small part of what he says. He wrote it, and it feels like everything he ever learned before doesn't matter anymore. Values. The doctor notices that he knows that he was born stupid, and knows that he cannot meet his requirements, but he is really willing to accept him as his teacher. The immortal replies that the man is very smart, but in reality this is just his opinion about the future. Medicine is not as holy as he says, so he urges the man to get up quickly, because he is quite old and has weak knees. The brunette suggests that they may not become teacher and student, but if they don't understand something, they can ask directly. Doctor admits that there is another line that he doesn't understand very well. It points to her. Yi Chen enters the chairman's office. He is met by former chairman Ziyuming. Afterwards, for a while, he passes the documents to the guy, announcing that from now on, Jiaran is his. Hero admits that the Chu family is quite quick in their actions. The guy decides to find out if it has passed the news that he became the chairman of this company to the people, because she wanted to hold it in a secret. The other person doesn't understand why to do this. Yi Cheng explains that this is the only way he can see the real performance of the company's employees to prevent lies and deception. Immortal goes to his workplace in the planning department, meets him, a disgruntled manager, Chen Kun, who urges the intern to look at the time and declares that Tom shouldn't think that he's the king here just because he managed to call a celebrity. The man claims that he is only the 2nd day at work and is already late, so that if it happens again, he will be fired. The reborn person notices that a man has too harsh a look, after which he emphasizes that he has never seen the manager, who could just fire an employee, and he's an intern and signed a contract. Chen Kun is angry, noticing that the guy is not only late, but also cannot stand even a light swearing. The man decides to talk to his superiors. He calls the HR department and tells them what they have here. One intern is late and disrespects his boss. He asks you to take note of this and say they told him that he didn't have to come to work tomorrow. The Human Resources Department says that it doesn't have permission to dismiss him. Chen Kun doesn't understand what it means. He doesn't have permission. Besmertny clarifies whether he is now dismissed. The manager admits that he was going to fire him, but considering that he is late for the first time, he would give him a chance. Chen Kun leaves, telling him not to be late tomorrow. Inwardly, the man freaks out. After all, he really wants to get rid of Yi Chen. He wants to wait until the ad starts with Ning Qiyu will finish to then find a way to kick the guy out of here. Besides, the man knows that the result of his internship will affect the end of his studies. The man wants to see the guy begging him then. Yi Chen's phone starts ringing. Then, he asks how he's doing and if he's had lunch. The guy replies that he's just about to. Interlocutor. He wants to know how his internship is going and whether he is being treated well. The hero asks not to worry about it because he's doing fine. My father remembers that Auntie Wang called him and said that he was visiting them. The guy gives a positive response, adding that if it wasn't for the trip, he wouldn't have known that he actually was. Arranged marriage. The man admits that he was just thinking about his future, and this time I called him to talk about Lin Zhu. My father points out that Lin Zhu is a student at the University of Hong Kong. Senior year. Yi Chen goes to Auntie Wang's house. He doesn't particularly like what his father says. I asked him to help the girl with her homework. The guy understands that his father is trying to bring him together. Him with her. The immortal realizes that, at least in comparison to his past life, where he didn't even have a family, he thinks he might consider it a cute misfortune. The brunette knocks at the door. The hero is met by Aunt Wang. He invites him in. Then the guy notices Uncle Deng, who he's about to go somewhere, so he finds out where he's going in such a hurry. The man is a little bit surprised, but still tells that the actress Ning Qiyu cooperates with the company Jiaran Food Inc., which is now located in their city. He doesn't understand why such a small company can collaborate with such a big celebrity, so he made an appointment this afternoon with the marketing manager because he's heard that he's the only one in charge of this whole thing. After that, Uncle Deng notices that Yi Chen is here to teach Lin Zhu, so as soon as he gets there, he will be able to teach Lin Zhu. When she finishes her work, she'll give him something to eat. The immortal says goodbye to the man, after which, ask Auntie Wang if Lin Zhu is home. The woman reports that the girl in her room is doing homework, so he can stop by her place and she's going to wash some fruit for him. Then, Yi Chen walks up to the door of the girl's room, which has a sign that says do not disturb during the meeting. Studies. The reborn one knocks, and Lin Zhu lets him in. The girl crosses her legs, hands on her torso, stating that she had agreed to let him practice with her exclusively. Because I couldn't beat my mother. A representative of the fair sex says that now that he is here, he must promise 3 things, and if he says no, he can just walk away. The brunette is ready to listen to her. She's the same. It starts. First of all, apart from her education, she wouldn't talk to him about anything else. Secondly, he should not touch anything in the room, especially her. Thirdly, she knows that her mom really likes him, but there can't be anything between them, so he has to take a break. You should never fall in love with her or even think about anything like that. Lin Zhu emphasizes that if he agrees to this, then she will agree to be taught by him. Yi Chen agrees to this, adding that he really hopes that she will also remember something. First, he's here because of his father and Aunt Wang. Secondly, apart from education, there is nothing for him here interested in. And as for the third, she thinks too much about herself, and he is not interested in her. Underage teenagers. These words make the beauty very angry. The immortal notices that they should stop wasting their time, so he asks her what she doesn't understand. Tench, Zhu doesn't understand why the guy is so obnoxious. She walks over to the table and points to something, a task that doesn't understand it. The girl decided to ask the most difficult question to watch. Does it know how to solve it? After running through the task, the brunette notes that it's not difficult, because she just needs to use a single formula. She wonders to herself what he can really decide. This, she approaches the guy, pointing to another task and telling him that another task is not necessary. Understands. Yi Chen claims that there is a part of the question that is confusing, but it doesn't help. It's worth worrying about, because he'll figure something out, and if it doesn't work out, then he will listen and try to solve it himself. Immortal thinks about the situation with money at Aunt Wang. He needs to make a skid for her, however, he can't just take money from Jia Ran, even though he is now the head. The guy realizes that he needs to earn money himself to help Aunt Wang. Lin Zhu then notices that the teacher is flying in the clouds, so she asks him where he's looking. Indeed, the hero's gaze was directed at the luxurious cans, a teenager while he pondered the situation. The girl asks if no one has told him anything. I told him not to stare at the other lady, because it was really rude. The guy apologizes, saying that I just passed out. The beauty decides to continue with her studies and not get hung up on this. After a while, Lin Zhu stretches in his chair, admitting that even if Yi Chen looks like he doesn't know what to do. just an expert, but a real expert when explaining questions. Then the girl's phone rings and she says. He picks up the phone. She's talking to someone, noting that she's forgotten she's supposed to be here tonight. There, the girl asks the guy to come out so that she can change her clothes, because after that she will go to karaoke with your classmates. The hero asks again about karaoke, mentally asking himself, and did she go outside at this time in her previous life? The blonde asks what he wants to do. Her friend hides behind her. Both have moisture under. With your eyes. A plump middle-aged man does not understand why ladies are so tense, because their brother Hai just wanted to get to know them better, so there's no need to be afraid. Girlfriend, Lin Zhu steps forward, warning them that they shouldn't even touch them. The blonde demands to be released. The man says he doesn't care what they want, but here he is. It's up to the boss to decide who to let go and who not to. Lin Zhu grabs the phone, stating that if they go one step further, she'll call. The fat man snatches the communication device out of his pocket with a quick jerk. The beauty's hands, saying that it's all useless, so they'll definitely go with them. He gives the order. Subordinates grab the girls. Two friends wring their hands and cover their mouths, not allowing them to scream. The fat man says that they look amazing. Brother Hai is a huge bald guy, says he's a good-looking guy. Play with the blonde. Then a voice from the side asks if the crowd of men is not ashamed. Bullying two ladies. Everyone turns in the direction of the voice and sees Yi Chen. Someone immediately asks who he is. The hero replies that, technically, he is their great-great-grandfather. The reincarnated one takes off and deals with two thugs in a few moments, not one of them, making a serious effort. He puts his hand on Lin Zhu's shoulder, asking if she's okay. The girl is still confused. The boss of the same institution declares that once the guy dared, if I mess it up with them, he won't get out of here alive. Brother Hai on the radio calls everyone to go to toilet. The girl thanks the guy for saving her, but there are too many people here. Same guy. He asks her not to worry, because he promised Aunt Wang that he would take care of her, so he wouldn't let anything happen to her. A few moments later, a crowd of people enter the toilet. Fat boss also offers the guy, try again, since he fights well. The brunette notes that it doesn't matter how much he has people, because he won't let them touch her anyway. Brother Hai walks up to the hero, stretching fingers and asking if the guy knows who he is, so he'd better think about it before insult him. The reborn one grabs the man's wrist, starting to squeeze with an inhuman force. By force and asking, this is the hand that he touched her with. Without waiting for an answer, the guy. She says that the man should say goodbye to her. Tears run down the man's cheeks and a pained wail echoes through the room. His brush. It has acquired a dark blue hue. He calls on the others to kill him. The boss also directs the crowd forward. They pounce on the hero. The red-haired girl is trembling with fear as she sits there. On the floor, Lin Zhu also makes a mental note that they have too many people, so Yi Chang is in dangers. She's trying to figure out a way to get out of here and call for help. The Immortal One releases a stream of energy from its body, knocking out all attackers. The fat man doesn't understand how this is possible, because one person has just dealt with 20. Lin Zhu's friend, on the other hand, is in complete shock and asks her if he has trained anywhere. Chen, the other woman, says she doesn't know. Her voice is shaky from the tension in the air. Brother Hai nervously asks who he is. The hero also breaks in the direction of the bully and does not have time to come to his senses as the guy's hand is on his neck. He decides to find out if they have any ideas. At this moment, a rich young man enters the room, asking Lin Zhu what is here happened. The boss recognizes Zhu Xiaoming and then calls him to look at the mess that is being made. His people did it. The guy asks what Yi Cheng is doing and urges him to let Brother Hai go. Hero, she asks him again, then asks if the guy really doesn't understand what's really going on. It's actually happening. Xiaoming turns his gaze to the girls, making a mental note that there's no need to ask. After all, anyone could have already guessed what happened here. The fat man calls the guy to action. He wants Master Yi to let Brother Hai go. Xiaoming, on the other hand, knows that he can't just go ahead and do it. Run into Chairman Wang. The guy asks Chairman Wang and Brother Hai not to be so angry. After all, this guy is a neighbor of her classmate, and he is from a small town and has never been here earlier, so he's asking for their forgiveness, and he wants Yi Chen to apologize to them directly. Now, the rich man calls on the hero to let go of Brother Hai, because he is sure that something has happened. This understanding. Inwardly, he stresses that he would never have thought that Yi Chen is so good at fights. Brother Hai doesn't understand who the hero thinks he is. The man thinks he doesn't deserve it. Excuse me. He even begins to threaten, wanting to know what he is doing. Yi Cheng prescribes to him a slap in the face, asking if he'd let him talk. The hero is even willing to give an explanation. However, first of all, the goon will say everything, otherwise he will kill him. The richest man grabs the hero by the other hand, counting that the immortal had gone mad. He urges him to think better of it, because Brother Hai is a reliable partner. Brother Hu and the latter had thousands under him. The reborn one is a little surprised by this, Then they are surrounded by a crowd that has come to the call of their leader. One of them stated that the one who, if he dares to bark at Brother Hai, he won't come out in one piece. Xiaoming notices that Yi Chen has gotten them into a lot of trouble. After that, it says it's in. This is not involved, so the guy should decide this issue himself. The rich man turns to Chairman Wang, noting that he couldn't talk some sense into this guy, but he doesn't have any. His attitude to what is happening, so he asks to be given the opportunity to just leave. The fat man, he says emphatically that no one will leave here today. Lin Zhu suggests that I stayed, because otherwise none of them will be able to get out of here tonight. The guy notices that the girl should not worry, because he already said that nothing will happen to her. After these, finally, Yi Chen tightens his grip on Brother Hai's throat. The immortal calls to let the girls go first, and if someone gets in their way, then he will send him to the lords of the underworld. The man through wheezing asks subordinates to let go. Girls, the fat man also agrees, giving the beauties permission to leave. Xiaoming breaks down to exit first. Lin Zhu's friend grabs her, urging her to go. The same believes that they should not, leaving Yi Chen behind just like that. The hero also asks them to go, noting that he will come a little later. Her friend drags the blonde with her, and the blonde tries to stop her, not wanting to leave Yi Chen. When all the friends leave and the guy remains in the crowd of enemies, he lets go of Brother Hai, abandoning him. On the floor, the fat man runs up to him, asking if he's okay. The man clears his throat, claiming that he has now started to respect the guy, so he encourages him to say what he wants. Yi Cheng recalls that Zhu Xiaoming said that their boss is Brother Hu, so he clarifies if it's about Qiu and Hu. Brother Hai asks if he has heard his older brother's name and if he is scared. By this, the brunette pulls out his phone, noting that it's a coincidence that he knows Qiu and Hu personally, so he suggests making a phone call to make sure that he and Brother Hu are the same person. The same person. Chairman Wang gets angry, asking who he is to know Brother Hu personally, and if he tries to ask for help. Immortal ignores these questions by calling to a friend. The same person immediately recognizes Master Yi, asking if there is any assignment for him. Hero gives a negative answer, saying that one person named Zhao Hai said he wanted it. Deaf, and, apparently, he is a subordinate of the interlocutor, who wonders where that comes from. So much nerve. He politely asks Master Yi to let him talk to him. The hero holds out his phone towards Zhao Hai. A familiar voice starts scolding him on the phone, saying that Tom should stop fooling around, because Master Yi is not the person he wants to be. He can be provoked. After that, he asks where he is now. The bald thug. He is surprised, because he recognizes Brother Hu's voice, so he quickly replies that he is in the dynasty of Rome. KTV. Qiu Hu notes that everyone should stay put, because he is coming right now. Chairman Wang decides to ask how you know Brother Hu. Brother Hai assumes that he has hired new ones. People. Brother Hai puts his hand on the hero's shoulder, saying that he means he is their new brother, so that he will be able to help them. I should have mentioned it earlier. He reveals that he and Brother Hu have known each other for a long time, so she can call him Brother Hai. The man notes that he will forget about what happened today, but he should still apologize profusely. Yi Cheng replies that if that's all, he probably will play their own game with them. Brother Hu runs into the karaoke room, apologizing to Master Yi for being late. Picture, presented before his eyes, causes shock. Several dozen people are lying in the hospital. Outage. Chairman Wang and Brother Hai are sitting on their fifths, almost crying in frustration. The hero stands above them. Two grown men, who have been building themselves up as gangsters before, beg Brother Hu to save them. The same one nervously asks what they did to Master Yi. The latter tells what he has. There are relatives here, and they've assigned him to take care of their daughter, but some people think they can defame her and even wish me dead. After that, the guy decides to get an opinion. Ask the other person how they should react to this. The fat man grabs the bandit's hand, admitting his guilt and asking for forgiveness, however they were. We've been with him for 20 years, so he can't just leave him here. Brother Hu wants to turn to the hero, but he puts his hand on his shoulder, saying that there is no hurry, because he gives one night for everything and hope that by tomorrow morning he will say that he is already dead, otherwise he will die. The man realizes that Zhao Hai and Wang Zhongxin are now dead. As soon as the immortal comes out of the karaoke room, Lin Zhu runs out to meet him, asking if he's going to go to a party, whether he's okay. The guy says he's fine, but he doesn't understand why she's still there. Here, although she should have left first, and also where the rest of the girls' classmates are. Blonde, she lowers her head, remembering how Xiaomin hung all the dogs on her, saying that she became a dog. The reason for all this so she doesn't have to play the victim. Events are moved to a few minutes ago. Lin Zhu says that if Xiaoming doesn't want to help, then don't. However, he also has no right to accuse someone else. The guy stands his ground, doesn't, knowing he'd said the wrong thing, because she and her idiot roommate had tripled that number. A huge mess. The rich man reminds that he was almost done consoling Boss Wang and Brother Hai's anger, but Yi Chen gave his brother. I get another slap in the face. Thus, the guy was just humiliated like that, so the guy's actions infuriate him. Xiaomin doesn't understand who he thinks he is, so he definitely deserves to die. The blonde prescribes a sharp slap to the rich man, saying that she really was wrong on the phone. His account, so he should leave if he doesn't want to help. Rubbing his cheek, the guy says that he's leaving and he won't bother her if she wants to die with this jerk so badly. A friend of mine. He notices that there's no point in staying here any longer, so she suggests we leave. Lin Zhu. She claims that she can't leave because Yi Chen saved her, so she should stay here and wait for it. Mentally, she asks that the guy be okay. The blonde does not tell what really happened, saying that her classmates had business, so they left. Yi Cheng suggests that we go because he will walk her home. These words. They are surprised by the interlocutor, and she asks if they are definitely going home, if everything is settled, and what it happened to that Brother Hai. The guy asks her not to worry, because they will no longer be hers. Bother. Lindsay is amazed that the neighbor managed to settle scores with the one who scared him so much. Su Xiaoming. The girl recalls that she saw him hanging out with all these gangsters. She even suggests that he might be one of them. Beauty decides to accept it as, of course, Yi Chen had saved her after all. Aunt Wang thanks the guy for seeing the girl off to the house. The same person notices that the woman is too polite. Auntie remembers that they are all family, so there's no need to be so formal. My uncle replies that this is not the case. It will go because they still have to thank the guy because he helped her with homework. And he was accompanying her, and it must have been exhausting, so the man decides that next time he would treat him to a delicious meal. Yi Chen notices that it's too late, so he should go home. He wishes Auntie Wang good night. The same one asks him to be careful on the way back. Lin Zhu mentally thanks the guy for tonight. As soon as the hero moves away from the apartment, a relative, he picks up the phone. Chan, who informs him that the punishment has been meted out. However, Zhao Hai is dead, and Wang Zhongxin has lost an arm and a leg. The immortal calls, who next time, it's better to keep an eye on your subordinates, so that they don't let themselves get carried away. Barking everywhere, the bandit asks Master Yi not to worry, because he will make sure that teach them a lesson. As soon as the conversation ends, Chan Hu notices what he was saying to him. I don't want him to do anything stupid, but he probably doesn't care if he provoked Mr. Yi. The man says that Wang Zhongxin is lucky to be alive, if Mr. Yi really did. If he was angry, then even he would be dead already. The fat man declares that he won't do it again. What to do, and that he realized his mistake. Brother Hu says that if this happens again, he will be sent to you. You should just apologize for being alive. Mentally, the complete bandit notices that his old life cannot be returned. But with the life of Yi Chen, it will also be finished. The hero recalls that when he was studying with Lin Zhu, he heard how Aunt Wang had mentioned money, so he needed to think of a way to help her. He dials Chen Pinya, thinking that he might be able to help. Dr. Lu asks if Master Yi needs it. The same. I wanted to ask him if there were any patients in Jiangnan with difficult to treat diseases, and if they were. If you are willing to pay, then it can help them. The interlocutor understands that the master needs money, so he notices that he can just tell him, and he will send them to him right now. Hero. He replies that if he needed his money, he would have said so. The doctor apologizes, admitting that I went too far, and then he tells me that there is one such person. This, quite a prominent figure in the mafia world, but half a month ago something happened and he was hard up, wounded. He tried every hospital and doctor he could find, but none of it worked. It helped. Yi Chen wants to know more details. The hero takes a taxi and drives to a mansion. It is followed by a car in which, located in Yuxi and Hao. To the latter, the man who got out of the car looked familiar, so he asks if it's Yi Chen. The girl is surprised by this, because the brunette came here for. The taxi is so late, so she wonders why. When the headlights illuminate the immortal, then the couple recognizes him. Yuxi immediately asks why he is here. It assumes that I decided to annoy her even after bothering her in the company, and now I decided to follow her. The girl also assumes that the guy has already spent all the money she gave him, the Chu family, so he came to see her, remembering how merciful she was. Hero in silence. He goes to the window of the car, and Yuxi doesn't let up, noting that this is not the right place to go, just to come here like that. But she didn't think he could afford to spend even a day here, even in the cheapest villa in this place. After that, the girl points at the Porsche, saying that it's a gift from her cute hubby, Yuan Hao, and then she asks if he can afford it. Lao, Yi Chen begs for forgiveness, showing the golden card in his hand and saying that he really is. Lives here. Yuxi pulls out his silver card, saying that Tom shouldn't think that he is the only one who has lost his job. He can trick her with this random card. She encourages him to take a look at her key card from. The villas are on the mountain of the ever-sleeping dragon, so he can't even pretend because it doesn't exist. You'll deceive me. Hao's face changes to one of utter disbelief. The reborn one decides, do not answer this question yourself, saying that the girl should ask Yuan Hao, which knows the answer to why its map looks different. Yuxi turns to the blonde man to clarify Yi Chen's fake key card. The guy begins to tell that everything on the mountain is eternal. Sleeping Dragon has 88 villas, and all the key cards are different from each other, and the one that it was in her hand, from villa number 88, while in Yi Chen's hand, the golden card that belongs to villa number 1. Yuxi freezes in amazement, not knowing what to do, immediately believing in it, because what is happening is like a joke. The girl mentally notes that only those with the most power have the right to live on the ever-sleeping dragon mountain, so even villa number 88, owned by Yuan Hao, was bought 3 times over, more expensive, with the help of his father pulling the strings, so that the beauties are completely unclear how to Yi Chen can live in the most expensive and luxurious villa. Then the girl remembers that this mountain of the ever-sleeping dragon is the property of the Chu family, so they probably lent the guy this place as a token of gratitude. Hao agrees with. By this inference, Yuxi exhales languidly, noticing that she has already said that he didn't have. There would be opportunities to do this, relying only on yourself. She steps on the gas and into the next moment crashes into a tree. Yi Chen also realizes that there is still time, so he leaves them, 2 of them to have fun. 2 days pass. The doctor meets the hero, offering to get in the car. He acts like a chauffeur. The actress also asks the guy to be careful and wishes a successful working day. The same person notices that it's been a few years since that incident, so he's already starting to wonder when she'll be back. He can go back to his home. The man also notes that he is here to pick him up for a meeting with the patient I mentioned a couple of days ago. Then a few appear next to them, people in black. The commander of the rank B mercenary team of the Zhao Qingdai Mercenary Alliance. Beauty. He introduces himself by saying that they need to know something, so she hopes he can collaborate with them. The doctor is surprised by this development of events, and the hero decides to find out if he knows them. It turns out that the Mercenary Alliance is a private organization made up of a group of trained people. Mercenaries. They can help solve almost any problem if you have them with you. Bloody. The Mercenary Alliance's strength had grown so much in recent years that it attracted a lot of attention of senior officials. They intend to recruit them, so they give them a lot of tasks. The doctor also says that there are rumors that if the higher ranks cannot solve something directly, then they do it secretly. Yi Cheng decides to find out what they need from him. Girl reports that a horrific case of serial abduction and murder has recently occurred, victims of which were very young boys, and their source told them that he has his attitude to the case, so she hoped for his cooperation. The immortal decides, ask them where this source came from and if they suspect he's the killer. The doctor states that this is ridiculous, and then he asks them if they know who Master Yi is, and he doesn't know why either. They suspect him out of the blue. A representative of the fair sex notes that the killer, whether or not it didn't matter, because he still had to go with them. She wants to take the hero by the hand and drag him along, but he won't let you do it. The reborn man seizes the beautiful woman's hand and wrings it behind her back, claiming that they have not enough qualifications to send him for questioning. The girl is amazed. Yi Chen's speed. The boys rush off, calling for Vice Leader Zhao to be released. They want to help them, but the girl orders them to stop. She notices that there's no point in grabbing her. After all, if he is really innocent, he should go with them and make it clear. But even if they'll leave today, but they'll still come back another time, and it won't be so gentle next time. The brunette also encourages them to try, because he does not mind at all. The doctor decides to intervene in this case. Conflict, considering that there was some misunderstanding. He introduces himself and notes that The girl should definitely know him, after which Chen Ping gives her his word of honor that Master Yi is accurate, not a killer. He asks you to check your source again, because it could be wrong. Girl, I am mentally amazed that the master of traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Ping, is really a master of traditional Chinese medicine. He trusts this young man. The man says that if the girl does not believe him, then he will. He can call the head of the Chu family, Chu Tianlong, because the man is sure that he would do the same. The most important thing for Master Yi, Vice Head Zhao, cringes when it comes to the head of the Chu family. This is the case, a new level, and the representative of the fair sex herself asks a simple question, and who? This is the kind of guy that Dr. Chen and the head of the Chu family are willing to help him. The girl asks for her own. A subordinate, Xiao Lai, bring her a laptop and show her that video. Reborn, let's go. A girl who says that she will show them the video that the source provided them with. The hero is the same, warns that the girl should not touch it again without irrefutable evidence. No proof, because if he didn't, he'd break her arm. The girl mentally notes that the guy, very strong. Dr. Chen also asks Master Yi to calm down. The vice head of Zhao notes that he is young but very experienced, and Dr. Chen is very polite to him. But the name Yi Chen does not cause her any concern. No emotion. The beauty decides that it is better to find out more about it. A person. The girl shows them the same video. It shows a man dressed as Yi Chen and having such a beautiful face. Kerdu, walking down the street, holding the child's hand. The brunette says that there is something wrong with their video. Not so, for 4 days ago, at this time, he was attending the Chu family's banquet in the Moon Palace. This, surprising the girl. However, Dr. Chen states that he was there and can testify, as well as everyone who was at the banquet that day. Vice President Zhao asks Mr. Chen to give her a guest list, those who were present at the banquet that day, because they need to check again. The man says that this is not a problem at all, but he will have to contact the Chu family. The girl asks that Yi Chen continue to cooperate with the investigation for some time, until they won't make sure there aren't any problems. The reborn one agrees. Beauty brings her own changes, because after checking it turned out that he really was at that time in the Palace of the Moon, and he's innocent. She admits that there is most likely a problem with their source, so they'll come back and check again. The hero also clarifies whether they can tell the person's name who provided the video. A representative of the fair sex responds that this is not conforms to their rules. The guy also notices that the person who sent them the video is clearly. She tries to frame him, and he thinks it's wise to find out who the person is. Also, if you intentionally provided false information, then this person will not be trustworthy, and they will not be able to find out what they are doing. Most likely, they will no longer work together. The girl freezes, realizing that the interlocutor, that's right, Vice Leader Zhao, wants to say something else, but her subordinate interrupts. It flies up to Nay, shouting something about another one. The girl calmly asks what happened, and the man asks what happened. Says that the body of the 5th missing boy was only found in the southern district, and there was no evidence left at the crime scene other than a piece of paper. Beauty swears. After all, she thought that this time she would make it. Only the hero assumes that there was used paper talisman. The girl passes a piece of paper with the person's name and details on it, but they need to hurry because they have a case that they need to deal with, so she won't take up his time. Yi Chen reads the piece of paper, understanding who it is and why it was necessary. He asks for Chen Ping. Tell this patient that they will go to see him tomorrow because he has business to attend to. Take care of it right now. At this time, Chairman Wang is sitting at a computer desk and leading a conversation, talking to someone on the phone. He asks how they work, because she was told that they are not working properly. The video was reliable, but it quickly turned out to be a fake. Man, swearing, because now not only was Yi Chen not beaten up, but he also lost the trust of the mercenary alliance. He decides to think of another way to get rid of Yi Chen. He also understands that he needs to. You need to hurry, because if the guy reacts, he will definitely take revenge. There's a vote for. He approves of the fat man's point. The hero stands behind the glass on the roof of the building, thanks to Van Ronxen for reminding him. Chapter 1-1. Summer is his mother's legacy necklace. The father asked his son to wear it when he had one. Problems that he can't solve, or when he feels some serious problems that he can't solve. Changes in your body. The boy was curious to know who his mother was, but it was only a matter of time. A dream that illuminates the past. The guy woke up in bed and abruptly took a sitting position. While in a cold sweat, looking down at his hand, he immediately had a question. What's wrong with it? Happened. The surprised voice of a nurse can be heard nearby. The girl is surprised that the patient has already woke up. The guy jumps up and down in fright. Blood is pouring out of his nose, and he's not moving. She blushes. This also frightens the nurse, who is in the hospital for a few seconds. However, when the hero tries to say something with a stutter, she interrupts him, looming over him menacingly, demanding that he stop shouting like that, because he'd scared the shit out of her. Death by screaming. The brunette quickly recovers, admitting that he was confused. I thought I'd run into a ghost. The nurse asks him to lie down because he was very tired. He's wounded, and it's a miracle that he's awake. Hearing this, the young man decides all the same. Find out what happened to him. A representative of the fair sex is surprised, specifying, remembers, whether he is at least something, but not seeing in the eyes of the interlocutor, and a hint of understanding, she explains that he saved a little girl and was almost hit by a car. Then the hero remembers what happened. Something like that. He decides to ask if the baby is okay. Another woman enters the room. A woman who reports that her daughter is fine. A gorgeous girl in a blouse and formal skirt along with flowers comes to the guy's bed. He rubs his eyes. His nose is bleeding again. It's hard for him to believe what's happening. Mother, the doctor, noticing the patient's condition, clarifies that something is wrong. He shakes his head negatively, with his head, assuming that this is the result of an accident, because of which he constantly sees some kind of visions. The beauty admits that she is very grateful to him for saving his daughter. It's ready. Pay him enough money to compensate him, so he doesn't need to make excuses to get out of it. Blackmail her. These words strain the patient, so he rushes to clarify the situation, not to worry. Does she want to tell him that he is lying to her to ask her for money? The parent decides to go to a business question, asking if 1 million is enough. The brunette is a little shocked by her words. The girl sits down on a chair, putting her feet on her feet, and, not hearing an answer from the dumbfounded interlocutor, he raises the stakes to 2 million without understanding the issue at all. The guy accepts, sitting up, throwing the sheet away and saying that that wasn't why he saved her, so he didn't have to. I need her money. The nurse immediately runs up to the patient, claiming that he cannot yet get out of bed because you haven't recovered. For a rich woman, this sounds like a challenge, so she raises the bet to $5 million when the guy comes to the door. The same via. He says he doesn't want anything from her, because a girl's life can't be measured with money. The woman falls into a stupor. She wants to say a few affectionate words to the patient, but he leaves the room, slamming the door behind him. Moving confidently down the corridor, he admits that, I didn't know that there were still such parents in the world. Then he runs into a little girl of about 8 in the hallway. She asks if he is the right person, the big brother who saved her. From the look in the adult's eyes, she knew she'd hit the nail on the head. So with a happy smile, she thanked him. The hero also stressed that he did not at all. He wishes he hadn't saved her. The nurse who saw this picture had a happy expression on her face. Smile. Chapter 1-2. Approaching the nurse, the hero, calling her cute, wanted to ask her for one favor. The girl was very embarrassed, but still managed to agree to listen to him. It turned out that the guy didn't have enough money to get home, so he decided to borrow a few dollars from her. The nurse is amazed at this development. She thought the patient was somehow rich and doesn't care about the money because he just gave up $5 million. It came as a shock that he was just an ordinary poor student. The representative of the fair sex without hesitation took out her wallet and handed over a bill to the other person. He thanked her and introduced himself, assuring her that he would find a way to repay her. My name is Zia Tian. The nurse introduced herself in response, emphasizing that he could keep the money for himself. Her name is Bai Yi. The guy started to leave, noticing that it was time for him to go, but he would definitely find a way. Return the money. The girl even wondered what kind of person this really was. Small. The girl waved goodbye to him. Some time passes, and the hero gets to her apartment. After entering the house, Zia Tian notified all the residents that he had come, but received no response. However, he quickly realized that no one was home right now. At that moment, the guy remembered the words. His father's story that when he has a crisis that cannot be resolved, or he feels a major change in his body, then he should wear something. He was very tired until he had to get home, so when he went into his room, he opened the bottom drawer where he kept the book. A velvet box. Taking out the necklace from the box, Zia Tian noticed that he was currently seriously injured and had some sort of injury. I got the ability to see, so this should be a clue. By contacting to my father, the guy said that today he would wear it. The hero did it in the next instant, and then he felt something unusual. Some unknown force opened a portal behind him, Where did Zietian fall into? Beautiful blonde takes a hot shower. At this time, the dark-haired man opens his eyes, grabbing at the head. He realizes that he has fallen asleep, and then he grabs the artifact, noticing that the glow on the screen is still visible. The suspension is gone. The hero tries to understand what is happening to her. Then he decides to remove the bandages, no longer feeling pain. All of his wounds are gone, so he doesn't need bandages anymore. Zietian, I noticed that I started shedding my skin. It immediately occurred to him that it was because of the pendant. Then the door handle twitches and the bathroom door opens, blonde covering her body with a towel. He leaves the bathroom with a satisfied expression on his face. The next thing I know, she's frozen in place. Her mouth falls open involuntarily in shock because she's not sure what to do. Catches the hero putting on a t-shirt. The latter is also amazed at this development of events. They exchange glances for a few moments, then the beauty grabs her towels to hide your personal zones from a stranger while simultaneously asking who they are and what. Here it does. Zietian says he's a teddy bear. At this point, another person runs into the room. One girl who's trying to figure out what's going on here. Chapter 1-3. On the hero's cheek there was a clear mark from someone's palm. Confused blonde calls him a pervert, and her friend calms her down by introducing a guy who is her cousin. She also emphasizes that she has already taught him a lesson for her. A relative decides to find out where the guy is. I've been here for the last 2 days because he wasn't anywhere and his phone was turned off. Hearing this, Zietian asks again, startled, asking what day it is. The interviewee replies that she has already. The 16th day. Noticing the unusual behavior of the hero, she decides to find out what happened. The brunette finally realizes that he's been unconscious for 2 whole days. The girl is hard. She sighs, emphasizing that he was gone for 2 days, and as soon as they met, he insulted her. Friend, the guy claims he's innocent because it was covered up tight and he didn't do anything. The blonde mentally admits that she really was covered up tight, so she didn't. Understands how he learned something. She remembers that when they ran into each other, the first thing he said was, "Young man," was the word miska. After that, the blonde noticed out loud that her girlfriends are a strange child. This caused confusion in the latter and a dumb question. Zietian is the same. Already left the apartment. It was a bright summer day outside. The hero began to improve his body. He hopped up on the horizontal bar and began to work. Pull-ups. At this moment, a middle-aged man is watching the brunette's training sessions. The latter feels that after the treatment of the necklace, his body has become much lighter, and that's all. It passes without effort. The man decides to approach Zietian. He notes that the training is very good, so he assumes that he used to be a soldier. The guy gives a negative answer, adding that he is only 19 years old. Then the stranger clarifies, whether that guy has any interest in sparring with him. The hero believes that this is not necessary, because he is already an elderly person. The man, realizing that the kid is afraid to injure him, decides to demonstrate his strength and skills. He walks over to a heavy stone barrel and kicks it into a tree, which is not covered with water. It is located 10 meters away from it. After the demonstration, the elderly man got exactly the right one. The result I wanted. The boy's jaw met the ground, and his eyes widened. Man invites the other person to take a step forward. Zietian understands that it is most likely legendary. Master of martial arts. He just can't pass up this opportunity. Putting your hands together as a sign of respect, he asks the elder to enlighten him. The other person likes the behavior. The other person, because there is no arrogance or impulsiveness in him, which is actually rare. The hero asks for forgiveness in advance, and then attacks the man. He moves away from the blow. Zietian then grabs the guy's arm with both hands. But Zietian doesn't give the experienced guy a chance. The opponent has a chance for a quick and easy victory. With a sharp jump, he breaks the distance. Glad that his body felt lighter, the older one takes a fighting stance, praising the skills, the partner and demanding to repeat. A spark flashes in the boy's eyes. He sees a dozen moves of his opponent, realizing that can see the trajectory of its attack. Zietian takes off, thinking that he has a lot of money, an opportunity to win. An old man with a lot of experience blocks the guy's kick, though. Inwardly, he doesn't understand how he suddenly found his flaw. Chapter 1-4. Sparring between the hero and an experienced master continues. The older one feels the pressure on him. He understands perfectly well that this child did not practice martial arts, but every blow, it is aimed at its weak points. Realizing that at this rate, defeat is not far off, the man decides to take a breather, stopping the fight. While there is an opportunity, he will continue his work. Last name, and asks for the last name of the opponent, calling the latter a younger brother. Surname, Menfan. Xia Tian greets her partner by introducing herself with her first name. A man becomes interested in how his younger brother broke his Tai Chi. The same assures that he was just lucky, and that he did it accidentally. The man notes that the interlocutor definitely has a talent, so if he ever has the opportunity to visit the villa in the Green Forest, then he can come in to see him. The boy and the old man exchange pleasantries and say goodbye. Xia Tian is still a high school student, but he doesn't have much time left to study before the entrance exam. The college exam is still 12 days away, and before that, he still has to run the last sprint. With my hands behind the back of my head, the hero moves towards his class through the school corridors. Here it is. Runs into a girl. Her name is Wenjing. She averts her gaze, embarrassed by the sight of him. The guy's appearance. She's glad he showed up at school, because he's been gone for a few days, and she's happy to see him. I thought something had happened to him. Xia Tian takes his seat, not quite sure what's wrong with him. It could have happened. He suggests that he might have committed suicide because I left him. A representative of the fair sex mentally shudders, because she is actually I didn't want to leave him. The problem was that the guy was too poor. At this point, another person enters the classroom. This is a young guy with smooth hair. Green hair. He brought Wenjing French tomorrow. The girl thanks him for this. Taking food. The guy's name is Sheikun. You can immediately see that this product is very expensive. That's it. Sheikun pays attention to the hero. He's a little startled by its appearance because he thought that it was the same person. I fell into the trap of love and committed suicide. Wenjing asks her boyfriend to stop it. Last, he also leans over Xia Tian, claiming that he's just a nerd who can't even hold on his girlfriend, so there's no benefit to his good studies. The hero is calmly engaged, doing their own thing, ignoring the obvious provocateur. At this point, a small one intervenes in the situation. A girl with long red hair pulled into two ponytails behind her back. New. The character is reminded that Zhu Sheikong is from a different class, so he is not eligible. Come to her class to rampage if he still wants to live. Sheikong claims that they do not interfere with each other, so he advises her to study. Do your own thing. The girl has a nickname Hot Pepper. The latter emphasizes that it is simply very curious by nature. At this moment, Xia Tian closes the textbook, wanting to stop third-party interference because he didn't ask to stand up for himself. The same asserts that he doesn't have to thank her. The girl declares that although she looks down on such nerds like him, but he's in her class, so his sister will cover for him. The hero also notices that that's not the point at all. It turns out that the interlocutor stepped on his foot. Chapter 1-5. Hot Pepper gets angry because she just stood up for him and he dares to do this. Tell her. Xia Tian asks the other party not to get so close because her saliva is splattering at him. This pisses the girl off. It awakens the desire to beat up the guy. Two friends. They ask Sister Fire to let them take care of this guy. At this point, the class is entered by a teacher who lets everyone know that it's time to start a class and that they will spend the day there. Mock exams. Hot Pepper notes that Xia Tian only needs to wait before leaving. After all, someone will take care of him soon. Three girls approach the classroom exit. The teacher begins to lose patience because he does not understand where they all gathered during class. Hot Pepper ignores him, giving an order to his men. Subordinates. Those should return and pass the exam, but not take its last place. 2. The girls return to their seats, and the red-haired person leaves the classroom in an angry tone. The teacher's view. Xia Tian exhales heavily. The man starts handing out task sheets. Starting to read the questions, the hero is surprised to realize that he does not need to calculate at all, because the answers automatically pop up in his head. After a few minutes, Xia Tian stands up and hands her work to the teacher. He decides, find out if the student has checked the answers, and how it happened that they have already finished. Man notes that if the guy doesn't know the answers, you shouldn't guess at random, because the exam is coming up, and teachers have high hopes for it. The hero claims that he answered everything. The questions are serious, so he clarifies if he can continue studying the following. The item. At this time, Hot Pepper is standing on the street, resting his back against a tree. To her, two friends come running. The red-haired bully decides to find out what's wrong with Xia Tian and why he got out faster than them. The girls do not know the answer, only assuming that he also filled out the answers at random, and then passed. At this point, a group of guys led by Sheikun approaches the hero. Friends decide to find out from Sisters of Fire whether they will help him. The latter decides that the classmate needs a little suffer before they leave. Shaekong begins to provoke Zietian by saying that he has heard that he never got to touch Wenny, even though it feels so good. The hero emphasizes that the girl, it doesn't have anything to do with him anymore, so the two of them can do whatever they want, and he can't. There is no need to talk about it. At the same time, he keeps a straight face. Chief Bully claims that the interlocutor does not deserve to fight with him for women, because already lost. Shaekun claims that he hates it the most when someone thinks about his toys, so today it will give him an unforgettable experience. Forward come his comrades, starting with, need your knuckles. Zietian takes a careful look at them, starting, calculate your actions in advance while evaluating the strength of your opponents. In a few minutes, for a few moments, he copies the style of the master with whom he fought during the day. First guy gets a powerful uppercut to the jaw, going for a knockout. Hot Pepper goes into shock from this picture, but most of all, Shaekong is amazed, who was clearly not ready for such resistance. Sides of Botany, Chapter 1-6. Seeing how one of the friends, having received a blow, was sent to the shoulder blades, the trio quickly moves away from shock. They are more angry, and the healthiest of them says that Zietian had no right hit one of them. Realizing that the opponent's warlike spirit is still not broken, the hero, he takes off from his seat, moving at an incredible speed. In a few movements, he killed 2 guys, causing them to lose consciousness. Here other students go out into the yard. The girl is amazed that someone dared to hit people. Zhu Shaekong, a friend tells me that the guy's name is Zietian, and he was the best student of his class. Of the class, Hot Pepper's friends are also amazed. One of the girls thinks that she doesn't care. I imagined it, because a nerd can't fight that well. Another person notices that Hazian, they are notoriously ruthless, and he took care of them so quickly. The girl with the red hair, she sees this as an opportunity, because she has always had a dream to become a heroine, and if she can learn a few tricks from him, then her dream will come true. The last one standing on, Naga the bully nervously asks what he is trying to do. The hero walks up to Shaekun, puts his hand on his shoulder and warns him to be careful with diarrhea when he gets back. The guy turns around with fear at the departing interlocutor. He just doesn't know what he's going to do. Zietian warns the badass that he is not the one whom he can afford to offend, so it is better not to catch his eye in the future, or he won't just let him go. The hero is about to leave, but he hears something behind him. A familiar voice. Someone calls his name, asking him to wait. This is a Hot Pepper that. She pounces on the guy from behind, wanting to hug him. The same one leaves with a quick and confident movement. Step aside, starting to be wary of this person. Deciding not to jump to conclusions, Zietian clarifies what she wants. The girl asks to teach her martial arts. The guy abruptly recoils from the interlocutor, stating that he does not know any combat weapons. The arts. Then the girl digs into his arm, starting to scream that she is being raped. Dark hair, perplexed by this behavior because she herself clung to him. Hot Pepper claims that, I saw him use real martial arts when he knocked those guys down, so he shouldn't lie. Zietian mentally notes that he just stole Mr. Fang's techniques by ear. He repeats to his friends that he doesn't know any martial arts. One guy from the crowd, the spectator, marvels at Zietian, thinking that he is simply magnificent because he is so beautiful. First he beat up Zhu Shaekong's thugs, and now he's teasing Fire Pepper. At this time, a subordinate comes to Mr. Fan, starting a report. He puts out information on Zietian, a man, 19 years old. His mother disappeared right after he was born. His father died unexpectedly when he was 14. He is currently in high school, Jianghai High School, with excellent academic performance. Half a month ago, he saved the daughter of Jun Ru, the chairman. The Zheng family is from Shanghai, and left the hospital without asking for payment. Now he lives with a cousin and earns money as a part-time employee. The master takes a mug of hot tea, asking if there is anything about his parents. The subordinate reports that it couldn't find anything, because everything is encrypted. His father has an A-level cipher, and his mother has an S-level cipher. Permissions are not sufficient. There's a sparkle in a man's eyes when he hears about encrypted information. Chapter 1-7. Fan decides to check if there is anything new about Quicksand. The interlocutor notices that Quicksand, the Sands, have noticed him too, but it doesn't look like they want to kill him, and it's like they want what he has. There is. The master notes that the city of Jianghai has not been calm lately, and he has to leave. So he leaves it up to his guys to protect him and kill those who try harm him. The subordinate reports that Zietian is very sensitive to them, which is why he feels them, even if they try to watch him. The fan requires that in this case they They were protecting him from a distance, and if Quicksand took any action, they should report back to him, because apart from Quicksand, no one would dare break into his territory. Events are transferred to the #1 assassin group of Zhonghai City. The young man asks when the Lord is going to strike. The latter notices that now is not the time, but when they find the secret scrolls, they can strike. Subordinate accepts the leader's order. The man in the black robe warns that they are not the only ones who wants to get scrolls, so they should keep an eye on the other guys too, so as not to give those get a scroll. At this time, on Zhonghai Market Street, Hot Pepper continues stalking the hero, wanting to know when he will teach her martial arts. Zetian states that he is not a master, but knows only a few techniques that he will pass on to his future wife, my wife and children. Chapter 1-7. Hearing the words about marriage, the girl with red hair was not at a loss and suggested the owner should take it. Zetian reacted very coldly, saying that he didn't understand what she was saying, but he doesn't want to take a foster child. The other woman hastened to explain what she meant, so that the guy would marry her and pass on his martial arts, finally realizing what it's all about. Finally, the hero broke out in a cold sweat, after which he quickly recovered, noting that he did not want to marry a girl who has no face or body. Hot Pepper carefully examined her own. However, when she noticed that the other person was trying to escape, she caught up with him, saying that the teacher did not know what to do. You need to have such high expectations, but you should just get used to it. Zetian he shook his head, saying it wouldn't happen. Then the girl suddenly, he stops, grabs the guy by the scruff of the neck, and tells him they're selling a scratch lottery, so she wants to go and give it a try. The hero does not quite understand her logic, because her family rich, so why buy lottery tickets? Hot Pepper explains that this is a test of luck, and the thrill of it, not just trying to make money. The girl runs up to the lottery stall and asks for a few scratch lotteries from the seller. He claims that they are just spending their money, and that a small child knows about lotteries. Hot Pepper to be angry, because they talk to her without respect and to some extent insult. Then the hero steps forward, asking her friend to focus on the lottery. After that, thick men still give out a few tickets. He takes out one ticket and shows it to me. 50 yuan fell out. Behind him, Zetian puts her hand on the pages, then scans them with her abilities, and he pulls out a ticket with 800 yuan in it. The girl and the man are amazed at this development. The hero asks to cash out 700 yuan and give other tickets for the remaining ones. Hot Pepper, she tries to change his mind, saying that she has heard that if you win once, your luck runs out, so it should stop now. The man hands the new tickets to the guy, noting that lottery ticket sellers love customers like him who send in their winnings. Get your money back. The hero mentally notes that this is not a cause for concern when he uses her discerning eyes. After a few passes, the guy kept going over and over again. Draws huge amounts of money from roulette. A girl, a salesman, and a mute witness who decided also try their luck fall into a stupor from what is happening. Chapter 1-8. The girl says that the teacher is just super because he just won several lotteries, more than $5,000. She'll just teach her a couple of similar tricks. The hero is the same. He notices that he used to understand her desire to learn martial arts, but now the craving for he doesn't understand such things. Representatives of the fair sex notes that she is still poor wants to learn martial arts. After that, the hero calls his cousin, saying that the phone broke down recently, and that he just bought a new one. Then he hears that he needs to go somewhere, a night to go, after which he agrees, catching a taxi and setting off on the road. Hot Pepper is in a hurry to find out where the master is going. The latter answers he has important things to do, so she doesn't have to go after him. Having received no clear answer, the girl is left alone in the kitchen. On the street, they watch the taxi leaving. The guy reaches the antique street. It turns out, it's his cousin's birthday, and she asked him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Moving on the street, he sighs heavily, realizing that she's really thinking about it. Hero admits to himself that it's his fault that he forgot about her birthday, so he can't refuse, so you'll have to find a present for her first. Here accompanied by several. An old man passes the guards. Someone is calling to make room for Master Zhu, who is the master of the treasure hunt here. Everyone greets the respected person, and he also responds politely to their words. At this time Tian notes that all the things here look so good, but his eyes are capable of determine what is real and what is fake. Then his gaze catches on a small object that makes him wonder if he can't see it. An unusual glow is emitted. The guy takes off, almost knocking the master off his feet. Security already wants to teach the brat a lesson, but the respected man stops them. The hero ignores it. They ask the seller how much this piece of jade was worth. The full seller claims to see that his heart is sincere, so he is willing to give it to him. For 8,000, Xiatian claims that 8,000 is too much because he is only a child, an ordinary student, and he doesn't have that much money. Master, watching this picture, assumes that this impolite child really has poor eyesight, so she can't see well. She's going to come to his rescue when he has to pay. Here the seller notices that Master Zhu is watching them. The man is afraid that he will come and expose him. Hero, he bends over the ear of the other person, offering a price of 200, saying that he knows what it is. Fake. The seller decides to get out of the situation, saying that the younger brother has a really sharp eye, but this jade doesn't sell for less than 500. Xiatian, he notices that in this case, he will take a few more worthless stones and the job is done. The seller agrees, starting to pack the goods for the buyer in a special bag. When the purchase is completed, the master approaches the hero, declares that he is a good bargain and knows how to use your words. The seller regrets that the master still believes in this. The old man notes that this piece of jade is only worth 20 or a maximum of 50, but only a small amount of gold is used. An inexperienced, clever guy will pay 500 for it. Xiatian reports that this is not the case at all. The next moment, he lets go of the jade, which shatters on the asphalt. This caused surprise on the master's face. Chapter 1-9. Master Zhu finally understands that the guy knew it was a fake. The hero says that he has good eyesight. After that, he puts into the bag the stone that he wanted to put on the map. Actually buy it. This is a relic made from the bones of a deceased Buddhist. He had heard of her only in books, and I never thought I'd be able to see her. At this moment, the old man mentally emphasizes that all the assets of his Zhu family are in the hands of his nephew Zhu King, and he's been trying to hire talented people to get back what was his for a long time. He assumes that this boy is one of those rare talents, so he asks her to wait just a moment. Master Zhu suggests that there should be a small competition between them. Xiatian requires a little explain the point. Passers-by start to think the young guy is so ignorant that he doesn't even know what Master Zhu is doing, because if the latter wants to compete, then it's a question of antique appraisals. An elderly man explains that he is a connoisseur of antique streets. Xiatian immediately agrees, putting forward its own conditions. If he loses, he will give the man his life, and if he loses, he will buy him something that the guy has his eye on. This makes the master laugh. After all, he does not understand what he will do with his life, but in a few moments he will. It becomes serious by adjusting the conditions. If the hero loses, he will start serving him with. That moment, the guy immediately agrees to these terms. A table is placed in the center of the street. Some of the witnesses are amazed at the courage of the guy who decided to compete with Master Zhu in treasure assessment. The competition conditions are very simple. There are a lot of antiques on the table, and all 5 of them are real. If the hero finds 3 of these, then wins. The hero says that he will accept his loss if he makes at least 1 mistake. The man is a little surprised by the confidence of the interlocutor in his abilities, but still agrees to this. Witnesses consider the guy a real madman. Xiatian picks up a small box and calls her the real one. Master Zhu tells us what it is. A toilet box used by Empress Cixi during the Qing dynasty. Hero decides to check if he can break the fake one time to prove his point. The man says that everything is fine because he can afford to pay for all this. Here, the guy smashes a porcelain vase, knocking it off the table. Those present think that he is everything. I've already ruined it because it looks real. The dark-haired man picks up one of the shards of glass from the asphalt, where the print is located. Everyone immediately understands that this is a company seal, and this vase was made by the owner. Made by Car. Master Zhu becomes curious as to how the guy knew that the seal was inside the vase. Hero, it looks like everything to my eyes. Xiatian starts smashing the fakes on the table. Chapter 1-10. Then the guy gets to the bracelet. He immediately knows that this is a real artifact, so he informs you that he will keep it for himself. The man is tense because he put the bracelet there to confuse him, so it's not clear to him how the guy did it. The hero bites his finger until it bleeds. After that, a few drops fall on the beads of the bracelet, which begins to glow. Witnesses, they know it's blood jade. Many people immediately start bidding for such a thing. Someone is ready, paying 2 million for it, but Xiatian isn't interested, so he apologizes, adding that the bracelet is not for sale. The hero wins this competition, but when he is about to leave the area and when he returns home, he is stopped by an old man. He says he doesn't know if he considers him, Zhu Huan, a friend. The guy mentally notes that with his new abilities in front of him, a whole new world opens up. He wants to learn the secrets of his parents, but before that, I have to do something important. Zietian replies that he is pleased to be Master Zhu's friend. The guy needs to expand his connections and make a name for himself. The interviewee decides to ask for the name of his friend. My younger brother. The hero introduces himself by his own name. Suddenly, a car pulls up next to them. Several people get out of it. One of them is a student. She walks up to the guy, determined to find out if he's Zietian. He has a pierced nose and ears as well. But I have a tattoo under my left eye. A few minutes ago in Shanghai City Hospital alone, a young man puffs up on the toilet, his stomach twisted violently. His father, apparently, decides to find out what the results of Director Li's survey are. The interviewee replies that it is not possible to examine a patient who cannot hold out for even half a minute. By dragging him into the exam room, the doctor emphasizes that they passed a stool test to rule out drugs. At this point, one of the guards reports that they just asked the young master about the conflict that they have. It happened today with a student named Zietian outside the school. He also said to watch out. Diarrhea. The owner assumes that it was the boy, so he decides to find out if it was sent. Find someone already. The subordinate reports that San went there with his 2 friends, people to bring him here. Currently, the same son is saying that Zietian should go with him. The hero does not understand why he should go with him, and who he is in general. The master warns that this is Zhu Xiaohua's personal security guard, and that San is very strong, so why? An elderly man is wondering how he got into trouble with him. San says he'll let you go. The old man is off the hook because he is Mr. Zhu's own uncle, and everything will be fine if he won't interfere. The hero is a little surprised that these two turned out to be relatives. Chapter 1-11. The master harnesses his younger friend, saying that San will not throw him while he is here. The elderly man's guards step forward. A cruel smile appears on Sun's face. Behind, with a few punches, he knocks out all his opponents. Master Zhu declares that Tom will not. One should think that he can do anything just because Zhu Xiaohua supports it. San ignores the old man, ordering his subordinates to take the boy. 2 people in suits approach Zietian closely. He puts his hands on their shoulders, and then with a movement, he pushes it away from him. Master Isan falls into a stupor for a few moments. The brunette also asks if he wants to. The callers still pick it up. Mentally, he notes that it is better to intimidate this person, because he looks strong. San approaches the hero, saying that he is a good fighter, but still too much young. The man decides to find out what kind of relationship the guy has with Zhang Chufeng. The hero doesn't understand. What kind of nonsense is this? He clearly provokes the interlocutor, offering him to approach if he wants fight. In fact, Zietian would like to have a friendly relationship with this person in order to learn some skills from him. San's gaze becomes more fierce, and his expression becomes more serious. A smile appears. He warns that the guy should not accuse him of being ruthless later. The hero prepares for battle, because there is no choice, but he is not sure whether he can win or not. A group of masked men appears behind Sun. They are recognized by the legendary bodyguard San, which he had heard so much about. The man turns around, realizing that there are quicksand here. Pesky, the leader of the Trinity, claims that when he found out who they are, he should leave because they have an important matter for this boy named Zietian. San notes that the owner ordered him to pick up this boy, so he has to get him back, and he won't let him do it just like that. The bodyguard wants to bargain. The trio surround him, and their leader excuses him, adding that this is a very difficult situation. Impossible, because this guy is the one that the group leader needs to get something from. Sen mentally understands that they are Quicksand, an organization of assassins, so even if he wins the fight, for now, it will be a constant grudge between him and them. He can't insult them, so he decides. Given today, San approaches his subordinates, who were defeated by the hero, and calls them to get up with the help of a kick to the back. Zietian tries to understand what's going on. He is aware that, for some reason, Yeonsen decided not to contact these guys, but it's not clear to him why they came to him. To the rescue, the guy decides to find out who they are. The group leader tells them they just need something. What is from him? Namely, they want the hero to give them the relic that his father left him. Eyes. Zietian's eyes widen in disbelief. Chapter 1-12. It turns out that there is some kind of scroll in his father's things. Members of Quicksand gives him 7 days to find it and give it to them, or he shouldn't accuse them of cruelty. The hero notes that they don't. He remembers that his father left him a scroll of some sort, so it's not clear to him how he can find it. The interviewee notes that this has nothing to do with them, so the guy either find it or die hundreds of times. Zietian is trying to find out more information about this, a mysterious scroll, because he doesn't know where to find it. Then the master's hand falls on the hero's shoulder, who decides to find out what's going on and what they want from him. The guy turns to me, to an elderly person, saying that everything is fine, and these people could take him for someone else. Zietian mentally decides to deal with today since he has 7 days, so he would return to the old house tomorrow and search for the scroll all day. Evening comes. A lot of guests gathered in the beautiful multi-story building. All of them congratulate. Happy birthday to the hero's relative. A handsome man steps forward. He makes you stand out from the crowd. He has a bouquet of blue roses in his hands, and he has very attractive facial features. It asks for, let the birthday girl give him her gift. One of the guests recognizes the young man. He is one of the 4 sons of the Wang family in Shanghai City, Wang Nianlin. A lot of guys go to the other side, realizing that they cannot compete with him, and someone even suggests that the blonde. He wants to ask Yi Kingsu out on a date. The girl curses inwardly, because Zietian has not yet. He showed up, but the bastard was right there. A beautiful girl with red hair comes out ahead of the handsome man. Her hair and expensive dress accentuated her exquisite figure. She apologizes for late arrival. The beauty hands the hero's relative a box, asking her to look at her gift. Birthday girl opens a beautiful box containing valuable antiques. Representative. The fairer sex does not believe that this gift is really meant for her. Guests begin whisper to each other, assuming that no one today can surpass this gift. The blonde one mentally notes that he did not expect to give up his place to a woman. But it does not matter because women are not competitors for him, so he just has to outshine all men. He gets down on one knee in front of the girl. In his bouquet there is a ring and a diamond. He asks on this special day to accept his love for her and become his girlfriend. This confuses the birthday girl. She wasn't prepared for such a drastic action from the outside. The blonde one. All the girls are amazed at the romance of the moment and ask to accept this offer. The blonde one. He grins nastily, mentally emphasizing that it's all about the atmosphere, and it's always bad for her. It turned out to confuse everyone, so as long as she takes the flowers, he wins. At this time then a hero appears. He apologizes to Kingsu for being late. She rejoices at the appearance of the guy, because he literally saved her from a terrible situation. It's fast. She runs up to him, grabs his arm, and introduces him to her boyfriend Zietian. The blonde one runs through the young man's appearance. Tom's wearing a cheap shirt and his shoes are dirty. They indicate that he doesn't even have a car. The blonde approaches the couple, noting that her boyfriend came to the party empty-handed. The girl stands up for him, saying that she is happy just because he is here. Zietian is the same. He intervenes in this argument, saying that others should not think that he came here without a reason. A gift? He pulls a blood necklace out of his pocket, handing it to his cousin. The last one right away recognizes this artifact as a blood jade stone. Realizing that this is a priceless treasure, the girl rushes to find out where it came from. Zietian turns her head to the blonde, stating that this is not some cheap nonsense that you can buy in the store. Kingsu leans against the wall to the guy, asking in a whisper if he did something illegal to take the money for the purchase. Such a thing. The hero asks his cousin not to spoil the mood. After that, Zietian reports that he hasn't finished with the gifts yet. He suggests birthday girls go to the door. They approach the doors together, after which the hero offers the girl to open them and see for yourself. She has a lot of questions because there should be a simple hall behind the door. But seeing the confident look in the guy's eyes, she decides to trust him. Opening the door, from the ceiling begin falling rose petals. Chapter 1:13. The girls congratulate several new guests, and together with the falling rose petals, it looks very romantic. The hero admits that he allowed them to settle here because there was no room at home, but that wasn't all. He offers the birthday girl to look out on the street where the fireworks started. Kingsu says it's all very beautiful. She even begins to dream that he was her real boyfriend, but then she quickly gives herself a mental slap in the face because Zietian is her cousin. In fact, it was all arranged thanks to brother Zhu. The hero didn't expect it, that he would do so much. At this point, the blonde starts shaking with annoyance because all his friends are waiting for him. Plans were ruined by one person who outshone everyone else with his gifts. After a while, a car pulls up to the building. The hero, along with his cousin, gets into it. Behind, Master Zhu is at the helm. The girl quickly guesses that it was Master Zhu who helped her. To a relative, she admits that she was really shocked when he took out this expensive one. Blood jade. The old man hurries to explain that the blood jade really belongs to his brother. Xia Tianyu, after all, had bought it from an antique shop using his own skills. The girl is trying to figure out when Xia Tian knows how to evaluate treasures. The hero claims that he was just lucky. A van passes in the next lane. The hero feels the presence of his mother and the girl in it, so he asks brother Zhu to follow that van. The old man doesn't know what's going on, but once little brother said so something must be wrong. He turns the car around. The birthday girl decides. Ask them what happened. Xia Tian explains that after they catch up with the car, they should go to a safe place, call the police anonymously, and say that Zheng Ru and her daughter were stolen. These words cause shock to everyone present. The mother and her child, accompanied by several bandits, go to the warehouse. When they arrive, up to a certain point, one of the kidnappers pushes the woman, causing the ladder to fall. She quickly takes a sitting position, covering the child with herself and declaring that she knows who they are. Clients are people who want to take over her share in the company. The leader notices that if she knows this, then she should shut up, because they need to make a small movie with her so that brother B can. He had leverage over her. At the same time, the bandit takes the phone out of his pocket. The baby is being dragged away. From my mother, the child cries, calling its parent. A woman tries to approach her daughter, telling them not to touch her. She is being held by another kidnapper. There are tears in the woman's eyes, and she's begging for someone to save them. At this moment, under the light of the full moon, a man enters the warehouse. Hero, he advises all criminals to turn themselves in, because the police will be here soon. The gang leader thinks some asshole just wants to die. Xia Tian breaks down. Bandits. The hero deals with them with quick and accurate blows. Their leader declares that I haven't finished yet. He realizes that the mission has already failed, so he pulls out his gun, going to finish off the target. The loud sound of a gunshot echoes through the room. Woman's eyes. They are rounded, but the bullet does not reach either her or her daughter because Xia covers them with her body. Time. The girl's loud scream echoed through the area. The bullet hit the hero in the stomach. The bandit also stated that this is entirely the guy's fault, because no one called him to become a hero. He passes by. Xia Tian fell to the floor, noticing that the pair would return to where they left off. In the moment the guy gets to his feet and attacks the bandit from behind. A quick and accurate punch. He knocks the gun out of the bully's hands, then pushes it in the back, knocking it down, forcing it to fall. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. She doesn't believe in miracles happening right in front of her eyes. In that moment, the hero starts coughing up blood, clutching at the gunshot wound in his stomach. Xia Tian limps towards the exit, asking the mother and daughter to follow him. The woman is the same. He thinks he needs to call an ambulance because he was shot. The hero for some reason does not. He can go to the hospital, so he suggests that we go to him home because that one is nearby. After a while, the trio gets home. The woman takes out a first aid kit and begins dressing the wound. She still suggests that the guy go to the hospital because it is difficult to stop the bleeding. Xia Tian also feels that his body has become somewhat different, so if he goes to the hospital, then they can be treated like a lab rat. The hero is immersed in himself, not noticing environment. At this time, the woman notices that something glows in the guy's pocket. She gets it. Yellowstone, trying to understand what it is, but the precious thing gets very hot. It's fast, so she lets go abruptly, feeling hot. A pebble falls on the hero's wound. Glow. It gets more intense, and when it's all over, the girl unwraps the bandages to make sure that it's all over. Check the guy's wound, but there's nothing there. She finds it hard to believe her eyes. At this point a girl enters the room, determined to find out about her older brother's condition. The mother informs her child that the older brother is fine, but he needs to be given time to recover. Rest. Xia Tian wakes up after a while. He feels a strange rush in his body. Forces. He immediately notices that in the room, in addition to him, there is a rescued mother and daughter. He understands that the last memories are not a dream, but the representatives of the fair sex is sleeping. The dark-haired man also notices that his wound is gone, and in the place where it should be. It must have been a strange yellow pebble. The hero picks it up, assuming that it was this thing that cured him. He starts to get dressed. A lot has happened recently. What used to be his normal life has completely changed. First the necklace, then Master Tai Chi and ancient antiques. As Xia Tian finishes dressing, realizing that there's no one behind him anymore, the doorbell rings. Someone starts knocking. He opens the door. Quicksand had descended on him. It turns out, it's been a few days and he hasn't even started looking. The guest decides to find out if the guy is really looking for death, because he only had today left, or he would find it, or he would die. Xia Tian reminds me that he didn't know about any scroll, so how would he find it? The other person does not perceive these words seriously, saying that Zietian is determined to go against quicksand. The hero is trying to figure out what to do. Now he has eyes that see right through everything, but he still can see their movements. He doesn't want to admit it, but his chances of dying are today large enough that this time, a lone figure standing on a branch is watching what is happening. A tree. The enemy attacks the hero. He dodges the first blow, then goes on the defensive in order to let your eyes adjust to your opponent's speed. Mentally, he calls himself to gather himself and fully focus on the fight. After a few seconds, he catches the maskman's hand, and then, which sends it flying. He twists in the air, recognizing Fang Lao's Tai Chi technique. A little surprised that the guy managed to learn the techniques of Fang Lao, so he decides that dragging out the fight for too long will be problematic, so he's in a hurry to get it over with. Hurry up, breaking off in the direction of the hero. The opponent is stopped by a teapot flying at him. He stops, noticing the appearance of a woman, a new actor. The girl left the house, demanding uninvited guests to get out. In her hands is an iron, which she is not averse to throwing at someone. Zietian doesn't understand what she's doing. She does, so he urges her to return to the house immediately. The beauty reminds that he saved. They have a life, so she can't let anything happen to him. Hero exhaling heavily, admitting that he really hated her, but he didn't expect her to show such courage. When he can't back down either, a member of Quicksand asks why they're flirting if they're going to die soon. At this moment, a man with long white hair flies over the wall. Beautiful snow-white suit and katana on the belt. His appearance comes as a surprise for everyone. The trio immediately turns around, recognizing the man as Jian Yuan Huang, the swordmaster. One in the whole world. The man unsheathes his weapon and for a few light and easy steps, he deals with two opponents. The third one tries to leave unnoticed, but the master, Mecha, asks him to pick up his comrades. He carries out the order, capturing members of the group and running away. The white-haired man approaches the hero and asks if he is Zietian. Last one confirms the other person's words, mentally emphasizing that this person was so fast that even he couldn't. I noticed his movements. The man says that the guy is very similar to him, and that he has the same courage. Zietian's eyes light up, and he immediately asks if the other is referring to him, his father, and whether he knew his father. The swordmaster doesn't answer the guy's questions, calling for a crush, a stone and a necklace. The hero grabs his jewel, not understanding why he should destroy your mother's inheritance. The interlocutor asks the guy not to worry, because this stone was added by his father later, so that inside is his mother's legacy. Zietian is a little doubtful, because even if it's true, how can it be true? He can crush a rock with his bare hands. The next thing I know, he's got one hand on his arm, a stone that turns to dust. Opening his palm, he discovers a small scroll inside, along with small pieces of glass. Zietian realizes that he has what those quicksand people asked him about in his hands. The man explains that his father wanted the guy to keep it carefully, so it was hidden in his most important pendant. The hero becomes interested in who his father was. Master, Mecha cannot give an exact answer, because the guy's father would like him to live a normal life in peace and quiet, so the only thing he can tell him is that his father was a great man. Hearing these words, the brunette notes that his life has already ceased to be the life of an ordinary person. It turns out that the interlocutor is precisely because of this and appeared now. He wants Zietian to become his disciple. The hero is a little surprised by this, but after a moment he pulls himself together and gets to his knees, greeting the master. The swordmaster also notices that before the college entrance exam, there were less than 6 days left, and it was his father's wish that he pass the exams, so the man urges the student not to miss it, and about training he calls him come to him every day after school to study. Zietian takes these words to heart. For your information, the swordmaster leaves, and the girl runs up to the guy, helping him up and clarifying whether everything is fine with him. The hero says nothing, mentally glad that he is no longer a loser, which may be inactive. The next day comes pretty quickly. Zietian goes to school. Halfway to it, he is overtaken by Hot Pepper, who asks, when will the master teach her martial arts? The hero also asks not to molest him, noting that he himself should learn martial arts from his master. The girl with red hair, I thought they agreed that if she became his wife, he would teach her martial arts. The brunette does not understand when he managed to give her a positive answer, because she is not at all in his taste. Hot Pepper is angry, but holds back his mood, deciding to find out what type of girls he likes. To the master, Zietian reports that at the very least, he doesn't like girls in this kind of clothing. In a non-standard form, two friends urge Sister Ho to stop, that already somehow holds back. And when she comes to, she says it's just makeup, so she'll change it. It also encourages you to change your friend's makeup. Zietian goes to a fast food restaurant, where it's already waiting for him somehow. The cousin confesses that the guy scared her to death yesterday, so she wonders if it's okay. After all the subsequent problems were solved by Master Zhu. The girl suggests, call Tom and thank him for his help. Zietian reports that everything is already in order and not worth it to be worried. After all, he had spoken to Senior Zhu on the phone. It turns out that the old man himself. I thanked the guy because he agreed to take part in the tournament for his sake, so that settle the differences between him and his nephew. But looking at his influence, his strength is quite strong. It is significant, so that the fact that he owes the hero a favor is not a loss. Zietian takes a sip of her coffee. After that, the blonde snatches the cup out of his hands, calling him a pervert because this is her stake. Zietian nervously apologizes. The cousin is glad that the guy is fine, but she wants to ask him for something. The hero asks when his relative started begging him. He replies that she is not begging him, but asking him to do something for her. These words cause laughter from the dark-haired man, who notices that this is the true nature of his cousin. The other one doesn't like the guy taunting her. It turns out that a relative wants to. The guy is playing basketball for the art department this afternoon. At this point to their table, the company of two goons and a beauty is suitable. The latter clarifies, really opponents. They are in search of external assistance. The guest reveals that she has heard that her art department is full of women and that she can't even recruit enough people to play basketball. These words make her cousin angry, but she doesn't like them. There is nothing to answer that. Zietian enters the case, who notices the girl's gorgeous figure. Height 175 centimeters, leg length 114 centimeters. He considers this. The body is perfect, so invites beauties to come to him to become his little one. My little wife. These words greatly anger the interlocutor, who calls him a descendant, after which she turns to the hero's cousin, saying that she just adds to the number of people with such people, so she'd better admit defeat now. The cousin says that she should not care who she finds. It turns out that between the two, the girls had a bet. If Zhu wins it, then the beauty opposite will have to call her sister Zhu when she sees her in the future, but if her cousin loses, then she will have to call out. The other person is Sister Yan. Zietian, on the other hand, sees that the bet is the problem and just enjoys it. He automatically takes a Coke and sips it through a straw. Blonde Fest finds a missing item. The hero breaks into a conversation between two representatives of the fair sex, wanting to conclude a conversation with Yan. The latter decides to clarify what are the bets in the bet. The bid is very high. Look at this basketball game. If she loses, then from now on, she will be his little wife, and when she sees him, she should call him big husband. Hearing this, the beauty hurries to put her foot on the guy's face, saying that he is looking for death. Tian gets up a little, catching Beauty's kick behind the lower part of her shin. This is embarrassing to me. He insists, however, the cousin does not allow the hero to enjoy it, prescribing a powerful slap on the head. After all, she doesn't understand what he's doing. After recovering, the girl agrees to the bet. Its terms and conditions. These are, if the guy loses, he will run naked around the school. After that, the beauty leaves with the members of her basketball team. Zhu gets angry, starting to beat the relative with his fists, and saying that he still has a lot of audacity, because he wants to, so that her nemesis could become his wife. The hero also reminds that only a small wife. In his mind's eye, he notices that there's only one fist that he won't dare dodge, and that's it. His cousin's fist. A few hours later, a warm-up session begins on the basketball court. Teams. Sister Yan states that she will only send one level 1 player this time and uses all other second-level resources. We can say that this is a small handicap for opponents. However, she notes that the opponents should not be told that she is bullying her. After putting on the team uniform and walking next to her cousin, Zietian decides to find out if these are all players who are playing in the team. They have. This question is very important, because they don't even have a basic quantity. Interviewee asks you to wait a bit. The group approaches two guys. This is Hu Peng and Yan Zhu, third parties. My cousin's assistants. The hero exhales heavily, admitting that at least the basic. The number of players they have. At this time, the audience in the stands, namely several girls, starts supporting Fang Lai. Zhu, hearing this name, stiffens up a little. A handsome blonde man walks out onto the playground. He confesses that he loves flowers' applause and He knows he's handsome, but he just wants to be a nice guy in peace and quiet. It turns out, Fan Lai is their main player. He's tall, good with the ball, and very popular. Little Sister Yan grabs the blonde man by the ear, telling him that he's a real narcissist, and that she'll let him go and drink her special drink if he only cares about being beautiful and mess up her business. The guy begs for mercy, noting that if she tells him, she will score 50 or even more. 100 points. The hero exhales heavily, noticing to his regret that even to cheer for, there's no one in the art department. At this moment, a familiar blonde appears, who is dressed in a black suit, a very explicit form of support. Zietian's nose starts to bleed, and he is very confused, mentally trying to turn on the radio. Pass through view mode. The hero and his team enter the playground. Yanzu notes that they can play in any position, but they should remember to pass the ball to him when they have it. The dark-haired man knows in his mind that it would be better if these two could win the game alone, because he doesn't want to show his strength on the basketball court yet. The ad platform. The match begins, and a few moments later a ball is thrown into their ring. Instead, Zietian realizes that things won't be as simple as he would like. The guy with purple hair gets the ball and starts analyzing the situation on the court. He tries to find someone to pass to, but his friend Hu Peng has already been blocked. The latter breaks down from his seat, which is why another member of the enemy team. I have to take my mind off it. At this point, the hero gets a free corridor, getting ability to receive the ball. Yanzu notices this. Before the purple-haired guy could make a pass, an enemy forward knocked the ball out of the box. His hands. The hero could only wonder why a member of his team hadn't given someone a pass in all that time. The first part of the match comes to an end and the break begins. The score is 40-0 in favor. The enemy. Yanzu swears at his team, believing that what is happening is not their fault, because they, two professionals, and how can they manage three amateurs? The guy with glasses reminds the professionals that they were immediately told about the situation when they came to play, so he sees no reason to scold them if they can't beat them now. The second ball notices that it's not even that they can't help at all, but that the pros just don't give them the ball. Yanzu declares that he doesn't care, and that now he is. He plays more, because this score can no longer be corrected. The blonde decides to find out what they should do. Wu Qingsu, after all, if both of them left, they wouldn't have enough players. The guy with the purple hair. He also made a mental note that if two beautiful girls came and begged him, he would. I might have changed my mind. All the plans of the impudent spoils the hero. He approaches the guys from the art department, asking them to do it. A replacement in the team. Telling Zietian that they can't win back as a challenge. He declares that he will show them the difference in abilities. Yanzu yells at the guy, thinking that he's a bad guy. He's gone mad, and if he can get his revenge, he'll be barking like a dog in here. Announce the beginning. The second round. Yanzu decides to see what other tricks the guy is capable of. His companion notes that basketball is a real men's sport, so he is interested in how the guy is doing. Try to win with a bunch of weaklings. The forward of the enemy team sees that the opposite side has quarreled, so there is very little left to play. Sister Yan asks him to keep scoring 3-pointers. The match starts. Zietian receives the ball, then jumps under her basket. Audience, they don't understand how he's going to throw the ball out of his own basket. The ball goes into the enemy basket. This is shocking to everyone. The commentator calls this roll a new masterpiece because the ball crossed the entire court before it hit the basket. It calls Zietian is a basketball genius. The latter raises a finger to the sky, saying that this is only the beginning of the game. Beginning. A cousin and a friend watch in shock. Enemy team counts. What is happening is a real madness because this is simply impossible. The ball falls back into your hands. Zietian. He deftly circles all the players of the enemy team, approaching the enemy basket. He easily throws the ball into the basket. After some time, the match ends. The invoice turns out to be in favor of the hero's team, 40-111. All the audience applauds, saying how it was cool and mesmerizing. The team supports Zietian, and the cousin and her friend are happy to win with him. At that time, two professionals who previously claimed that this match is impossible to win, call it. Get lucky and try to just walk away, ignoring the hero. The same guy asks the guys not to leave, because someone, he said he would bark like a dog. Yanzu claims that they are all in cahoots, so this doesn't count. He offers to compete again, and if Zietian wins, he will bark like a dog. These words unsettle the hero, but he says that he is not afraid of his own. The enemy. At this time, Sister Yan confesses to herself that this boy is really a genius, and if she can get him on the basketball team, it's even harder for her. Imagine how strong it will be in the future, but there is one caveat. The girl is strong. I care about their bet. He closes his eyes and cringes, not understanding how she can do something like that to someone. Name. At this time, the hero passes next to her, asking how about what she previously did. I was talking about a bet. The cousin asks the relative to forget and leave the rival alone, because I didn't think she'd keep her promise. The beauty shouts loudly that she does not belong to the type of person for whom this word is just an empty phrase. Much embarrassed, she calls the opponent's sister Zhu, and the hero a big husband. Zietian, startled by what has happened, looks after the fleeing beauty and asks, is this really true? Normal. At this point, Zhu notices that it sounded like she was shouting at the other person. To her husband, the guy exhales heavily, relieving the accumulated fatigue. It's all just a little thing. Everyday life, which is not so important. After school, the hero goes not to himself, home, but to your master. Zietian greets his master. The latter goes straight to the point, saying that his father. I never said anything about martial arts because I didn't want him to follow his path. However, he has entered this world, and he will fulfill his promise to his father. Man announces that from today on, he will be teaching the boy the immortal steps of the wandering ones. Clouds and sharp fingers. Sharp fingers attract the attention of the hero because he saw this, a martial art technique only in the series. It seems to have been performed by Lu Xiaofeng. He's a little surprised that such a martial art really exists. The master replies that it is a famous technique of his father in those days. From this, Zietian makes the assumption that, which his father must have been a master of in the past. He wants to learn more about his own business. Close. The master also says that he has never practiced these two martial arts techniques, so he will teach the guy only inner strength techniques. The brunette understands that the interlocutor is clever. Gone off topic, the man explains that the immortal steps of the wandering cloud come from I Ching and 8 trigrams, and sharp fingers focus on acupuncture points on the body, human and attack accuracy. Speaking of this, his father had asked him to study 100 schools since he was a child. Thoughts? The I Ching, the 8 trigrams, the acupoints of the human body, all of this is for him. My father taught. At the time, he thought it was his father's hobby, but he didn't realize it was the foundation that has been laid for it ever since. After some time, the wizard emphasizes that the guy has the best talent he's ever seen, and that he'll be able to bring it out. Take your father's art to a new level. In one of the buildings, 2 guys get attached to Zhu. They offer the beauty a drink together with them and relax. At the same time, one of them grabs the fair sex by the hand. She tries to break away, demanding to be released. At that moment, Yin appears around the corner. Zhu, the hero's cousin, asks him to help her, but the guy sets conditions. He is being called. The other person can become his girlfriend, and then he will help her. Zhu is amazed that the guy is trying to take advantage of the fact that a person is in danger. At this moment, a friend with yellow hair comes out into the corridor from one of the rooms along with me. Your young man. The latter asks what the guys are doing, and then calls. Release Sister Kingsu. My friend wants to know what happened in the first place. Annoying people. They leave with a warning that they will come back again. Yinzu also says that the girl will not be able to escape this trouble, because their sports department sings very close. However, if she agrees be his girlfriend, then he'll send someone here. Kingsu says that the interlocutor should not even think about it. Then the guy with the purple hair decides to put it aside, because he's not a big fan of the world. I wanted to talk about the bet. At this moment, a bully appears behind him, about 2 meters tall, with a bald head. He asks if he is the beauty's boyfriend. Yinzu gives a quick and the nervous reply that he didn't know her at all. This only makes the hero's cousin angrier. The big guy suggests that Kingsu go out and have a drink with him. Guys from the girls' department come out. Go ahead, urging the bald man not to molest girls. You can see that there are doubts and fear on their faces. However, they intend to protect the 2 beauties. Muscle cars for small school children. Get out of his sight, or he'll accidentally break their necks. The hero's cousin understands the situation. It's gotten really bad, so she grabs her phone. At this time, Zietian is doing a dumbbell workout at her home, covered in sweat after a very intense exercise with iron. He picks up the phone with an unknown number. After finding out his cousin's voice and understanding the situation, he instantly agrees to come to the place of events. Hero, he throws on his shirt, making a mental note that it's time to practice his skills, taught by the master. First of all, he wants to hone the immortal steps of wandering clouds. The guy takes off at an incredible speed. His movements are so fast that it overtakes cars moving on the roadway. One of the drivers notices this, startled. trying to figure out what it is. The hero quickly arrives at the place of events. During this time, two bandits manage to scatter the nerds who have come to the defense of two friends. Baldy's partner. I warned them that it was none of their business, but the guys still stood up for the beauties. It didn't pass a lot of time. The big guy threw them around, saying that they didn't even know what they were made of. Instead, he approached Kinksu, noting that this room has very good sound insulation, so even if they yelled at the top of their lungs, no one would hear them. At this point, the mysterious voice of the guest informs that not only will not hear, but no one will. He'll see it. Using her martial art, Xiatian makes it to her home in time. A relative. The bald man is a little surprised, not understanding where this kid came from. His companions. They emphasize that they have not seen it before and did not notice its appearance. The hero accepts. Take a fighting stance, knowing that it's time to test your sharp fingers. The bald man orders his subordinates to beat the impudent man to death. Crowd together with their leader. It breaks down on the hero, but the latter easily passes by the huge big man, quickly, dealing with his henchmen. It doesn't take him even 2 seconds. The big guy turns around, seeing the defeated subordinates and the boy who stands with his back to him, with his hands in his pockets. Kinks who can't believe her eyes as she realizes that this is Xiatian. Her friends, too. They are impressed by its strength and speed. Xiatian slowly turns his head with a very hostile look towards the last scoundrel. The other one nervously asks who the hell he is. The brunette slowly approaches him and he grabs hold of his t-shirt, explaining that he said earlier that this room is well soundproofed. After that, without waiting for a response from the bald man, he kicks him into the room. Hero follow the big guy inside, noting that no one will come, even if he shouts at you. The whole throat. Xiatian slams the door behind her. Cousin and her friends hear the sounds of blows, falls and screams of pain, and then the sound of bones breaking. They look at each other in shock, afraid. Even imagine what's going on there. A few seconds later, the brunette leaves the room, saying that everything is over. Inside, there is a battered big man whose face is swollen. The room itself is a mess. The bald man lost consciousness from the beating. The police run into the building. Some of the girls seeing this, asks what's going on. Another replies that she heard there was a fight inside. Bandits. After a couple of minutes, the hero is taken outside, going to pick up the department. Kinksu against this, because he doesn't understand why the police are doing this, because he is the one who saved them. The uniformed man calmly explains that they just picked him up to help out in investigation. After that, he asks the girl not to interfere in their affairs. Xiatian asks his cousin not to worry, because his case should not be treated as an attack, but rather as an attack, like self-defense, so nothing will happen to him. The girl still doubts it. Into this time, the bald man is taken away by a nurse. The big guy demands to find him the best lawyer. Then he calls for finding Mr. Liu, because it can't end like this. Kinksu mentally notes that she doesn't know what other trump cards he has, so she decides to deal with the matter. In advance, the girl starts calling her mom. Kinksu calls her mother, saying that something has happened to Xiatian. The woman replies that she already knows everything, so her daughter doesn't have to worry because she'll take care of the rest. The woman drops the phone, dialing another number. She calls Mr. Zhu, expressing her opinion, the desire to help out one guy. The man on the phone says that if it's not very important, then he can't do anything about it. Then the representative of the fair sex reveals the details, saying that the person whom she wants him to save her long son. These words shock the other person. He quickly realizes that the situation is changing dramatically, so he asks to wait, assuring that he will take care of it. After that, the woman stops the call. Someone in the room asks if everything is alright. Miss Ita says that everything is fine, so she suggests that we continue talking about Bing Bing. Xiatian leaves the police station. He immediately notices the oddity because they said that they want to sue him for assault and bodily harm, but he was released after the incident. One phone call. The hero does not have time to walk a few meters as he starts to call your phone number. He picks up the phone, whereupon a voice on the other end of the line notes that he's on the phone. A very capable guy, and all of a sudden he's a good fighter, so they ask him if he's met someone else. Yin Nai. The hero quickly puts the picture together in his head, realizing that his aunt helped him, but he, a little surprised that aunt knows Yin Nai. The guy informs her that the latter is the master. The woman admits that she thought so she calls the interlocutor. Come to see her tomorrow because she wants to have a serious conversation with him. The woman sheds. He hung up, leaving Xiatian to ponder. He wonders what his aunt has to say to him. Moving down the street in the late afternoon, the guy finds a street restaurant and decides to have dinner. Here, the brunette takes one of the empty tables, starting to study the menu. At this point to him, a girl in a gorgeous red dress approaches, asking if they can share a table with him. Next to the speaker is another beautiful woman wearing a tracksuit. A representative of the fair sex refers to the hero as a brother. Xiatian declares that it is an honor to eat at the same table with such two beautiful people. Girls, the previously silent representative of the fair sex emphasizes that you just had to say yes or no, and you didn't have to flirt with anyone. When beauties sit down, a friend in a red dress asks the girl not to be like this because this guy, just kind. Unexpectedly, the hero carefully examines the grumpy girl, after which he claims that she's sick. This drives the beauty out of herself because she thinks that he is trying to insult her. Girl, he throws insults in response, noticing that she will put him in jail for harassment. Xiatian is the same. He explains that she is mistaken because he is not harassing her, but simply says that she is very ill. He decides to ask her if she's been suffering from insomnia, dry mouth, and bad mood lately. After that, the guy emphasizes that if he is not mistaken, she will not live to see 30 years old. The interlocutor with a sinking heart asks how the stranger knows all this. Xiatian takes a closer look at the beauty, then says that to be precise, he'll only live to be 27. Then the beauty is surprised to realize that she will be 27 next year. The sister asks not to believe a loved one in the words of a stranger. The patient rises from the table, stating that she doesn't want to eat anymore. Her sister is in no hurry to leave, wanting to know if there are a cure for this disease. The brunette also notes that now the girl is so angry that if he'd told her about the treatment, she'd have jumped on him and beaten him up. My sister is in deadly pain. Still, find out what the treatment is. Xiatian replies that you should become his wife. At first, this surprises the interlocutor, and then she laughs, noting that the young man has a sense of humor. Beauty gets up from her seat and she leaves her business card on the table, emphasizing that she is going to change her sister's mind, and he should not forget to call her later. After that, she goes up to the hero and kisses him on the forehead, saying that they are agreed. This puts the hero, who is clearly not ready for something like this, into a stupor. The sister goes to get her loved one, asking them to wait for her. Xiatian is also nervous. She just came up to him and kissed him on the forehead, but she didn't ask him anything about the price. The next morning, the hero runs into a multi-story building. He's sweaty and tired, visible that he had run a marathon before. It turns out that the guy is already late for a meeting. After reaching the right floor, Xiatian grabs the handle and opens the door without hesitation, apologizing to my aunt for being late. Then he stops abruptly, realizing that he's in the middle of something. There are not only his aunt in the room, but also two other people, one of whom he is vaguely aware of. A sign. This person turns out to be the sick girl Bingbing that he met yesterday. The aunt, seeing the reaction of the young man and the girl, asks if they know each other. Bingbing. He says she can't possibly know such a scoundrel. The woman next to her, presumably the mother, asks her to calm down. Missy is also in a hurry to find out what the hero did to the girl, since she did so. She speaks highly of him. The brunette replies that he didn't do anything. Aunt decides to get down to business, claiming that this is the fiancé she found for him. At the same time, the woman points to the guy. These words leave both Xiatian and Bingbing speechless. The latter is blown up from the spot, stating that it's not the same as what she asked for. The girl wanted a tall and majestic, beautiful man. A charming, courteous and elegant young man. Missy claims that she is not asking Bingbing to marry him, but she just wants to help her father get over it. Tough time. The hero also mentally notes that his aunt is so brave that he can't even tell her. Object. The trio gets up from their seats and bows, thanking the woman for her help. When they are deleted, they are. Tian decides to find out what all this means and if she wants him to pretend to be her fiancé. Missy gives a positive answer. According to her, Mayor Lin is a good person, but he has no. His daughter is being chased by Yu Wen Hao from the Yu Wen family, so his aunt suggests use your hero as a shield to help them. Xiatian is amazed at how much his aunt trusts him. He decides to find out if she really wants him to. Fought with such a powerful family. Missy explains that she knows that tigers don't happen children from dogs. The brunette notes that she says so, but he doesn't even know what his parents are like. If she doesn't tell him anything about them, Missy notices that in exchange for his help, she will give him some information. The woman claims that the boy's mother is still alive. These words, they put the guy in a state of shock. When he moves away, he gets even more questions. He wants to know where his mom is and what's wrong with her. My aunt says it would be better if he won't know it. Before getting into the car, Missy asks the guy to take care of Kingsu if one day she will it will also disappear. These words strike Zietian to the core, because he doesn't quite understand what's going on. Happens. The next day, the hero notes that after his aunt said this, he didn't want any more ask questions, because she had a reason not to tell him, but he didn't expect her to take advantage of the opportunity and set a task for them. The guy thinks he's weak, doesn't he? I agreed easily. In his memories, a picture of a bygone day pops up where his aunt asks for help, a favor for her, and he automatically agrees. The memory is interrupted by a girl's voice shouting about the thief. The guy turns around and sees how the girl's bag was stolen by an unknown person on a motorcycle. The thief flies past Zietian, looking at him carefully. The other man clenches his fingers into a fist, emphasizing that he had arrived just in time, for he was just looking for a way to vent his anger. The dark-haired man focuses on himself, then takes off using immortal steps. Wandering clouds. The thief steps on the gas, laughing under his helmet, because he believes that no one can catch up with him. In the moment the hero is level with the motorcycle, beads of sweat float up on the criminal's face and from his lips. The question breaks down about who he is, since he can catch up with him. Zietian doesn't respond, making a mistake. Jump at an incredible speed. With a powerful kick, Zietian knocks the thief off the vehicle, sending him sprawling on the asphalt. The bike loses control and falls on its side at high speed. The hero catches it, a stolen bag, emphasizing that the criminal deserved it. In the next instant, he senses danger. The girl in a tracksuit strikes. A kick hits the hero's head, but he grabs the beauty's leg with his free hand. The attacker's pupils, narrowed by a silly coincidence. The guy lets go of Bingbing's leg, realizing that he has collided again with her. The girl calls Zietian a scumbag, saying that her name is Lin Bingbing. After that, it takes out from her pocket is a police badge, announcing that she is a police officer and the guy suspected of robbery, because she caught him with a stolen bag. Beauty orders a young man walk with her. Zietian tries to make some excuses, realizing just how much she has to do with it. This situation is ridiculous. At this point, the victim of this incident runs up to them, a member of the fairer sex, claiming that it wasn't Zietian. The girl who came running in a hurry says that the guy was not the one who stole her bag, but he is the one who helped bring it back. Bingbing grabs his head, saying that it sounds a bit much. It's confusing. The hero points his finger at the bag thief, while the police officer deals with. As a burglar, Zietian hands the stolen bag to the girl. She thanks him with words, and then he wants to repay the kindness with money, so he holds out a bill. The guy does not accept money, which surprises the girl a little. He's a little surprised that I forgot, so he hurries to remind me that he borrowed money from her at the hospital, but a long time ago. I should have returned it, but I forgot. The other woman looks surprised, but she doesn't say anything. I remember his name, but I remember what he did, because he's the one who didn't take 5 million. Hero a bit. I hate to hear it, but he still reminds the girl of his name. The nurse thanks you for today, asking if the guy will have time now, because she would like to. I wanted to invite him to dinner. Zietian replies that it's another time, because he has something else to do today. He starts running away. Bingbing tries to stop him, because she needs to take some money from him. Surprisingly, the guy uses his martial art and quickly disappears from view. The police officer tries to understand why this man is running so fast. The girl enters room number 888. She apologizes for tardiness, saying that she encountered one case right on the street and just delivered the thief to the police station. Her eyes widen when she sees Zietian in the room, who is calmly drinking tea. That is, a cocktail through a straw. Bingbing nervously asks why it's him again, and why it's always him. The hero decides to find out why she doesn't ask how he's doing. The woman informs that this time the girl will need to work together with him. Bingbing incredulously, he asks if this is about Zietian. The woman confirms, saying that the mission is to track down the location where the third-level assassin, Dark Knight, is hiding. Once they complete this assignment, they will be able to join the Special Operations Division. The girl clearly has doubts about this, but she does not have time to express them, because the woman. He interrupts her, telling her to remember the Special Operations Division's rule: don't ask questions about people or things that it has nothing to do with. After that, she turns to the hero by passing him a folder of documents that contains all the information about the person he is looking for. I have to find him before he knows. A woman notices that if a guy wants to learn more, as for his father's death, then he should do as he is told. Evening comes. A two-man team is moving down the street. Bingbing warns the guy that this is her only chance to get into special operations, so if it fails, then she would make him suffer. The brunette emphasizes that he was asked to help her, and she didn't even know what to do. I thanked him. The girl declares that she does not need his help, because she does not see how he can help her. The brunette offers to pass a very simple test. He points a finger at the woman, asking her if she's a good girl. The interviewee, what he does. Bingbing turns on analytics, saying it looks like white collar from the office or a bank employee. Zietian believes that this person is a security guard. The girl thinks that the guy is joking, because the guards do not dress like that. The hero noticed that he said that he was a security guard, but he did not say that he was at work. Now, after that, he notices that the girl is now in normal clothes. In that moment, the man in question is approached by a young man and asks why the man in question is a young man here in these clothes. The reason for the dispute between two people reports that he worked in the shift of the interlocutor. I didn't have time to change. Bingbing freezes in shock, deciding to ask how Zietian found out. Last explains that his suit and shoes were clean and well groomed, which means that he usually doesn't. He wears a suit like this, and whenever a car appears in the parking lot, he can't appreciate it. The width of the parking space. A representative of the fair sex is impressed. Zietian clarifies how the girl thinks now, whether he is worthy to help her now. Bingbing replies that then he could continue to help her find her goal. They go into a bar together. On a small stage at the console is a girl with pink hair. It calls for, show the dancers your hands and repeat after her to swing together. Bingbing asks for a boyfriend. Tell them how they'll find him now. Zietian offers to dance with him. This is a bit surprising. A beautiful woman, but she decides to act. Noticing her partner's movements, Zietian points out that she'll take care of finding him, but she doesn't have to move so unnaturally. Bingbing doesn't think he can find someone by looking in a dark place like this. Your own. She doesn't voice her doubts out loud, giving her partner a dubious look. The hero is the same. He believes that as long as he has these eyes, he can find him, even if he is in the dark or disguised. After a few moments, the guy notices that the target is not in this room, but the girl. He recalls that they were given this information by intelligence. Then the hero reports that intelligence can be loyal too, so they should wait. To make it look like a couple, he puts his hand on the table. Your partner's shoulder. The same one throws it away, telling you not to touch it. Zietian raises his hands to show that he has given up and understood perfectly. Thereafter, he calls out to the bartender, wanting a few drinks to blend in with the crowd. At this point, he notices why. At the back entrance, a middle-aged man with his hair combed to the side. He lights a cigarette at the door, using a lighter. The hero realizes that this is exactly the person they were looking for. The hero brings the glass of wine that he ordered. He thanks and then notifies Bingbing that the goal has appeared. The girl follows the guy's gaze, noticing a young man at the back entrance, a person smoking a cigarette. She says that he does not look like himself from the profile, which is dark. Highlights that the target has had a facial reconstruction. This statement generates a new question from a member of the fairer sex, because she doesn't understand how Zietian can know about this. The hero also asks her not to look back, because the goal is right behind her. A couple of them are standing at a table, waiting for them. The target rushes to the bar and takes one of the empty seats. Zietian understands that they have aroused further suspicion because of their partner's actions. So he abruptly grabs her by the waist, pulling her to him and forcing a kiss. The girl is nervous. She asks him what he's doing right now. The hero asks her not to move. Obviously, the guy's actions. They put the beauty in a stupor. Zietian leans over her partner's lips, telling her that her behavior is too unnatural. Therefore, it is highly likely to be noticed by them. At this time, the target turns around and he notices a couple kissing. He snorts and returns to his drink. Bingbing, realizing that the danger is partially over, decides to find out what they will do next. It offers contact their superiors, because their mission is to find the target. Zietian notices that every member of Quicksand has a chance to kill, so if they intervene in time, then most likely someone will be killed while waiting for orders from above. After hearing this, the beauty quickly digests the information, specifying whether the guy wants to do immediate arrest. The hero stresses that they should at least try. He notices that the target is converting again. Pay attention to them, so he pulls his partner into a kiss so as not to attract attention. The girl also notes that this is actually her first kiss. At this point, the goal sends. The bartender made a strange box, saying that it was a package that was handed to him. Man, he rises from his seat, asking for 2 glasses of red bat for the 2 of them behind him. It's about Bingbing and Zietian. The guy says that the girl should forget and stop pretending, because they were noticed. Bingbing doesn't understand why the hero just kisses her like that back then. seeing the target go to a nearby location. The room, it encourages you to follow it. She follows the goal with confident steps, and Zietian also notices that someone wants to stop them from chasing him. He decides to decide. A problem with stalkers to begin with. The hero turns around and moves at breakneck speed towards the opponents. Using your own martial arts learned with a master, he deals with 3 guards in one breath. Users don't understand what's going on. Some suggest that the fallen people are just too drunk. Bingbing curses, realizing that they've missed their target. Zietian emphasizes that this is a person from quicksand, so it would be strange if she managed to catch up with him. These words make you angry. A beauty, because the guy is very unflattering about her abilities, so she asks, why is it taking so long? Zietian is quite quick to find an excuse, saying that he just left. I found my phone at the bar and went back for it. A representative of the fair sex pulls herself together, trying to figure out what they should do now. The hero does not lose his composure, asking his partner not to. Don't worry, but put on your glasses. Bingbing wants to know what these glasses are, but when she puts them on, she doesn't know what they are. Eyes, then marvels at what he sees. Zietian explains that it is a night vision powder. His aunt gave it to him, and I took the opportunity to sprinkle some on it. Bingbing is now more customized. Resolutely, she wants to go in pursuit, but the hero does not quite like this idea. Chase the target. The girl asks what's wrong. The guy explains that it was discovered because she was unnatural, and now she's wearing such eye-catching glasses that it would be weird. Don't fall under suspicion. Zietian asks her partner to wait a bit. He approaches the blonde smoking at the entrance of the bar. Her revealing outfit literally attracts the attention of various men demanding to be thrown out. White matter. The hero offers to sell him clothes and a wig for 500 yuan. The girl is the same, claims it's her real hair. The guy asks you to stop acting out the drama because there is no need to pretend, for her stubble is visible. The courtesan viciously asks what he is talking about. Zietian notes that he won't be able to get paid for his cheap stuff is more than 100 yuan, so he will either sell it to him or the hero intends to call the police. It is clear that the decision of the disguised man takes extremely quickly. Left with only his underwear on, he offers to sell another bra at a discount. Zietian. He returns to Bingbing, urging her to put on new clothes so that she can continue surveillance. The girl waves it off. She doesn't want to wear other people's clothes because it's too disgusting. The guy is a little unclear about her logic, because she so wants to be in the special operations team, but it can't do such trivial things. After these words, Bingbing accepts clothes. It doesn't take long for her to merge into a new image of a blonde courtesan. Wearing glasses, the beauty notices that today she made a fool of herself, so if he failed, he would see what she did to him. They approach a large building. Hero notes that the target has entered this karaoke bar, so they are on their way to it. My partner is surprised. These words, because she thought that she was the only one who could see with the help of night vision powder. Visions, so she asks how the guy knows where he's gone. Zietian quickly. He justifies himself by saying that this is a professional decision, and that he understood when he saw in which direction he was working. The direction she's looking at. Bingbing takes it for granted, not asking him any questions. The hero mentally notices that he can't tell her that he can see without these glasses. When they enter the building, it turns out that Zietian still can't see through the walls with his own eyes, but through the glass in the door, he can see much more than the average person. While walking down a corridor in a building, the hero notices through the blurry glass the presence of a target behind it. There, a girl in a very revealing outfit picks up a photo that a man dropped, wondering if it's his girlfriend on it. The man snatches the photo out of the courtesan's hands, and the guy notices that it's a picture of Jen Ru. He understands that, most likely, Seng Ru is the purpose of the murder. The servant asks the hero to go to the room prepared for him and his companion. Guy notices that it's already running. When he is alone with Bingbing, he reports that he has found the target. This confuses the beauty because she does not understand how he did it, because when they met, once here, the night vision powder became almost invisible. The hero declares that this is already. It doesn't matter because he found it, so the girl should go and report, because the goal should not be leave for a while, and Zietian will see to it. My partner takes note of these words. As soon as they enter the designated room, Bingbing immediately dials the superiors. While she's at it, communicates with the top, the hero goes out into the corridor. He looks around and notices the presence of a camera in the room. The passageway. Zietian takes out a coin from his pocket, then sits down to tie his shoelace. With an imperceptible click, he sends a coin to the camera, knocking it out. At this point, from the next room, a beautiful girl comes out of the room, thanking you for the allotted time and asking you to contact her at next time. After that, the hero goes into the next room, saying that they are back together again. We met. The man is a little surprised by this development. The man indignantly asks who let the guy in. In his mind's eye, he remembers what he encountered with him at the bar, but he thought he'd definitely lost him. The man pulls out a pistol and hides it behind his back, noting that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he'll call the police if he doesn't. It will go away. Zietian uses the immortal steps of wandering clouds, cultivating the unthinkable speed. He instantly finds himself behind the target, who looks around in shock. The hero could kill him with a stab to the neck, but didn't do it. The brunette jumps on the back of the enemy, taking him in a chokehold. Mentally, he is calm. He exhales, because not so long ago he had to hide from these quicksand people, but now he can handle one without much effort thanks to the skills he taught him. Master. When the man loses consciousness, the hero decides to look inside the scroll. Inside the bundle is a dagger. This surprises the guy a little, but he immediately notices the sharpness. Weapon blades. He decides to keep the weapon for himself, because it is very good. Zietian is waiting. My partner in the hallway. The girl runs up to him a couple of minutes later, saying that Auntie is coming soon. That she had asked them to leave as soon as possible, so as not to frighten him off. Agrees with this. As they leave the room, Bingbing confesses that she is really grateful today to him, so when she joins the Special Operations Division, she will definitely thank him properly. After that, the beauty says goodbye and runs away on her own business. The hero also takes in hands on the phone. The guy decides to call Genru. He notices that in their time you need to be on your guard, because he is only a child. That he dealt with the killer who'd tried to kill her. This surprises her. The guy's words. They unsettle her, so she offers to meet and discuss everything. Zietian agrees, noticing that they will see each other later. The hero doesn't just stop talking. In one of the dark rooms, in the alleys, he notices several people kicking the poor guy. Actually, he didn't want to get involved in street fights, but the boy was badly beaten, which Zietian decides overkill. The hero approaches the brawl, saying that it's a bit much when several people are beaten up. 1. The bald brawler asks who he is to pry into other people's affairs. At this point, the battered boy gets up on his knees, then jerks closer to the speaker. To the abuser, the guy bites into the man's skin until it bleeds. He immediately reacts, raising the wild one small above the ground, and his friend with his feet prescribes the boy in the face, forcing him to let go. My partner. The hero begins to like it, because he notices that the boy has a fairly decent energy reserve. When the two brawlers are about to continue the beating, Zietian intervenes in the fight. This is a roundhouse kick that sends two men flying in different directions. Zietian urges that next time they don't bully the weak by being strong. He is about to leave, but the beaten boy asks his savior to stop. He finds in himself. He gives her the strength to get up, and then thanks her for saving him and asks her to accept him as a disciple. His name is Gao Fei. The hero decides to find out why those guys beat him up. The kid replies that they didn't hit him, but he was the one who hit them first because they stole his girlfriend. Zietian decides to clarify, so they stole her, or she went with them. The interviewee replies that she went voluntarily. Hearing this, the dark-haired man notes that then it is also useless to beat them, and if he wants the girls to, don't abandon it. It must have the capital and strength to ensure that they don't even think about it. Drop it. Gao Fei falls to his knees and bows his head, saying that if the other party accepts him as a disciple, he will be able to become stronger first. The hero clarifies whether the boy is not afraid, because with him, it might be too dangerous. The same one says that there is no fear in him, because he has no father, no mother, and therefore nothing to lose. Zietian leaves the boy a business card, asking him to call this number and ask to see him at the hotel students, and tell him that he is the guy's student. The hero begins to leave, noting that when to meet him, then he should call him Senior Zhu. Beaten up boy thanks for help from your savior. Moving along the road, the hero stops when he hears his name next to it by car. It turns out to be Genru, who asks how he is. Guy getting into a very luxurious car. She says he's fine, but she's in big trouble. The girl notes that these old men, so full of shit that they want her dead. Zietian reveals that they even hired a quicksand assassin, so he asks what she's going to do, emphasizing that if she can't handle it, then she can give her own share and stay safe. Genru replies that they won't let her go even if she gives it to them. They want their shares, because they are afraid of her, afraid that she will live, and afraid that she will die. It will be resurrected. After hearing this, the hero realizes that the only way out of the situation is to find a way. Get rid of these people. The interviewee also notes that she does not want him to do anything. illegal. She asks to give her 3 days, considering that during this time she will have time to destroy the power of these people. Old people. This surprises Zietian a little, so he wants to learn the details from the girl. Genru admits that she has already started taking action after what happened last time. However, they must be completely destroyed financially so that they do not have free money to create problems. The girl notes that if we talk about the business war, then she is an expert. The hero, along with a rich woman, drives through the gate, finding themselves at a luxurious house. Beauty offers the young guy to sit in it, noting that there is nothing at home. Zietian immediately. He notices that this is a very large house. Genru knows that the other person liked it, the apartment, so she gives him the keys, saying it will be his house in the future so he can keep the keys to this villa for yourself. The hero sees no point in giving the keys to him. The girl explains that if the bad ones come, guys, if he wants to enter the room, it's going to be a problem if he doesn't have the keys. Sang-ru literally puts the keys in the hands of a young man, after which a girl enters the room, together with the nanny. She recognizes her older brother and runs to him, wanting to hug him. Zietian scoops up Tian, asking if she missed him. The girl gives a positive response. At this time, the mother informs the nanny, whose name is Wang Ma, that today there's nothing else to do, so she can go home. The servants accept it. After some time, too, the hero enters the room of the hostess in thin nightclothes, saying that his room is ready, and that he should go to bed early. The guy is embarrassed, replying that she should also go to bed early. At this point, a man enters the room, a small miracle, stating that she wants to sleep with her big brother. Her mother says that her brother was tired, so she shouldn't disturb him. The brunette decides to support the girl, noting that he's very sleepy, so they'd better not come. On the tears of the girl begins accumulate moisture. Tian starts crying, saying that she wants to sleep with her big brother. Zietian covers her ears from the terrible screams. The mother leans over her child, admitting that she can't do anything. You can't do anything about it, so she can sleep with her older brother if she wants. Then a small one. The girl encourages her mother to sleep with them. There's an awkward silence. Guy and girl. They look at each other, trying to figure out if it's even possible to do this. After a while, all three of them. They share the same big bed. Zietian can't fall asleep next to such a beauty. Genru, on the other hand, looks very cute when she's asleep, and her torso slit accentuates her impressive bust. Initially, he wanted to cultivate while sleeping, but he didn't even manage to fall asleep. At that moment, a voice is heard outside the door. Strange sound. The hero abruptly takes a sitting position. The girl wakes up and wipes her face. Sleepy eyes, asks what happened. The guy grabs his dagger, which he took from one of the quicksand, and asks that the fairer sex didn't move while he went and checked. Moving on. Along the corridor, the hero admits that the sound came from Sang-ru's room, where she was supposed to be. Sleep with Tian if the latter hadn't convinced her to sleep with him. Zietian. He goes to the door and pulls the handle. Zietian abruptly opens the door and turns on the light, urging the guest to stop hiding and come out, because he knows where he's hiding. Taking a step into the room, the hero clarifies whether he thinks that it is good, knows how to hide. After that, the guy reveals the location of the killer, who is hiding behind a curtain with a gun in his left hand and brown socks. Then the bald man comes out of his hiding place, saying that he blames himself for being bad. He hid and was discovered by him, but it was he who was unlucky. Zietian chuckles inwardly. With his vision, it's useless to hide anywhere. The killer points a gun at the guy, asking if he wanted to tell him his name before he died. Drawing his dagger, the hero introduces himself. The killer is surprised, clarifying whether the guy is the son. Longa. These words unsettle Zietian, who realizes that the killer knew his father. The man says that he read his profile in quicksand. From it, he learned that the interlocutor is obedient and a good student, not a match for his father. When Zhang Long was 20 years old, his reputation has already spread all over China. The hero clarifies what else he knows about his character. My father. After that, he stresses that if he tells him everything, he will not kill him. It's the other party laughing, not believing that the kid can kill him, but if Zietian gives it to him, his father's heavenly scroll, then he will think about it. Here the guy takes out a heavenly scroll, encouraging the informant to continue. This is a little surprising to the latter, because he didn't think that Zietian will be so serious. The man decides to tell him. It turns out that there are 4 great masters in China: Dongwen, Zai Yin, Nansha, and Beijing. His father, Zhang Longyi, was Zai Yin. Hearing this, Zietian decides. Ask why my father died, then The bald man admits that he does not know this and then calls for, "Just give him the heavenly scroll." The hero throws the scroll into the hands of the interlocutor and then catches it with one hand. The man notes that, since the guy had given him this treasure, then he would be magnanimous and let it go today. Zia Tian decides to ask, because today he didn't come for him. The bald man replies that his mission today was to finish off Zhang Ru so he could let him go, but not her. Upon hearing this, the hero declares that he will give him a chance if he convinces him not to kill in 3. Maybe the guy will let him go. The bald man again notices that this is stupid, because one of them is the same person. The other person is clearly not enough to kill him. Zia Tian rushes off, saying that the first one is. The sentence is not what he wants to hear. He finds himself next to the killer, knocks him out of his mind. He grabs the gun and lifts it by the throat off the floor with one hand. The man claims that he can tell you more about his father, but this offer is not accepted. Wrong. Then the bald man claims to tell him something important. There are 8 scrolls in total. The brunette also notes that this is not one of the 3 sentences that he wanted to hear, so it has run out of attempts. The guy thinks about it, realizing that killing him here is not the best idea. So he decides to leave it to the police. He delivers a powerful blow to the neck of the quicksand member, Peskov. The man loses consciousness, and the hero also notes that the interlocutor is very stupid, because he has enough. It was said that he would let Zhang Ru go, and he would let him go. The door to the room opens. Hostess enters the room, asking if Zia Tian is okay. The latter assures that it is in full operation. Then he clarifies that if he can't beat one guy, then how can he defend himself? Her and Tian Tian. In the next instant, Zhang Ru hugs him, claiming that he scared her to death. The guy strokes the beauty on the head, asking not to be afraid. He exhales heavily, asking her to get dressed. They'll have friends at home soon. The girl answers she knows, so she goes to boil water and prepare tea for your guests. She brushes the back of her hand away from the tears in her eyes, asks if Zia Tian will always protect her. The guy gives a positive answer, emphasizing that he wouldn't let anything happen to her or Tian Tian. Zhang Ru gives a very short answer. Her eyes are moist again, and her cheeks are turning scarlet. The shade. She quickly leaves the room, slamming the door behind her. The hero also takes out the phone from the pocket, then decides it's time to call someone who can help him. He'll come and clean up the place. Zia Tian and Zhang Ru are waiting for guests with open doors. They turn out to be brother Zui, Little Fairy. The hero greets them, realizing that they have come a long way. The hostess calls them, "Go ahead and sit in the living room." At this time, the old man notes that the boy whose brothers Yang recommended, a really good candidate for a master of martial arts. The hero says that brother Zhu has a high opinion of him, so he should try harder. Little Fei confesses that he knows it himself. Zia Tian leads the guests to the room where the captured person is located. He tells them that this man is a killer from the Quicksand organization, so he asks them to take him to police station and leave a corresponding note. While the young student is evaluating the ropes that bound the killer, Master Zhu simply asked not to worry about it, assuring that take care of this problem. After that, the elderly person reminds that after some time there will be competitions at Leolin Villa, which will determine whether he can take property or not. The hero asks you to entrust it to him. The guests leave the house, saying goodbye to the brunette. The same one opens the scroll that was ready to give away to the bald assailant for information about his father. He becomes interested in what will happen if collect all 8 scrolls together. At this time, the hostess of the house appears in the doorway. The hero asks how Tian Tian is feeling, and if she was afraid. The girl replies that the child is fast asleep and has not even woken up. She approaches the guy, admitting that she is glad that he is here today, because she feels safe when he's around. Zhang Ru snuggles up to the young man, telling him that it was very hard for her to be alone all these years, and that only now does she feel like she has a home and someone to count on. Rely on it. The hero lifts her head by the chin, while she thanks him for all that she has done. He did. Zia Tian, on the other hand, covers her lips with his own in a neat but confident motion, forcing a kiss. The beauty doesn't break out or resist, supporting his actions. The next morning, they leave at the company building. Anyone who sees them will recognize Zhang Ru. However, they start to wonder who the guy next to her is. Some suggest that it is her personal security guard, based on the clothes. The hero smiles, mentally noting that after one night he has already broken through to the second, the level of heavenly awakening. He didn't expect it to have such an effect. The couple go up to the desired floor in the building, then enter the meeting room, where there is an empty seat in the second floor. At the head of the table, and 8 other people, 4 on each side, are clearly waiting for the girl to arrive. One of the rich men starts talking. He asks who it is behind Ms. Tseng, and then, without answering, after giving the girl a chance to respond, he emphasizes that it is unacceptable to bring a boy with a snow-white face at the company's shareholders meeting. The beauty responds very harshly, saying that if he's a boy with a snow-white face, the other person won't even be able to reach his toes. This behavior is not liked by the man, but another one gets into the conversation. A man of about 50 years of age. He notes that they are conducting an internal investigation of company meeting, so who's going to be responsible if something happens when they enter? An outsider. Zhang Ru decides to make it clear that Xia Tian is her man, so it's highly likely that Xia Tian is the one who is being held by her. It's silly to ask about who will be responsible if something goes wrong. The old men explode, calling the beauty too shameless for her to speak so easily. All these things. The girl becomes serious. Her expression is one of pent-up anger and rage. Just for form's sake, she decides to ask if they faked the car accident, abduction and attempted murder. Of course, the old people deny everything, starting to demand evidence for unsubstantiated charges. Zhang Ru doesn't understand how they even dare deny your actions. She even suspects that she's not communicating with anyone at all. By men. After that, she throws the folder she brought with her on the table. She takes out a few sheets of paper, handing them out to everyone in the room so that they can read them. We were convinced of the truth of her words. The members of the joint stock company start reading the papers. The room falls silent. Zhang Ru also reports that this is the very evidence which they wanted to see. Those caught red-handed start muttering to themselves, rubbing your eyes and feeling as uncomfortable as possible. Old people are blown up from their seats. One shouts that all this is slander, and the other supports a friend, shouting that all this is a lie and falsifications. One of the bravest scoundrels declares that they want to remove the girl from the post, because she's no longer qualified to be the CEO of Tseng Group. The second one is the same, notices that she has to sell them her shares at a low price. Krasovitsa notes that in the end, their ultimate goal was revealed, to displace her, so she encourages them to speak out the opinion of other shareholders on this issue, because it is going to use evidence to put them in jail and then split their shares with the rest of us talented specialists. The members of the joint stock company begin to exchange glances between each other. By yourself, without rushing to express your opinion. Xia Tian smiles, realizing that Zhang Ru has chosen a very good strategy, because this is the decision more profitable for everyone. At this point, one of the accused states that all this is the work of this person. Boys. He points his finger at the hero, claiming that this boy with a snow white. He's trying to slander them to spite the Zhang family. The girl stands up for the guy, noticing that it was none of his business. The hero begins to slowly approach the one who so likes to talk in vain. Xia Tian releases her sinister aura and looks directly into the eyes of the frightened rich man. Asks Wu Zhangru if it's true that if they get rid of these 5 old men, they won't be able to do it again. There will be no problems. The girl encourages the guy to calm down and not be impulsive, because 2 more days before these old men are finished. The hero says that 2 days is a good time to work. Not much, of course, but unlike him, the quicksand killers won't wait. Get rich, K. When the hero approaches, he nervously asks what he is going to do. The guy prescribes savory bream for a man. He rubs his red, swollen cheek, still not believing what the other person is saying. Hit him. Xia Tian notices that he has never heard such a strange request before, so that someone asks to get hit. He begins to prescribe a series of slaps to the arrogant rich man while in the hall. It doesn't include another person. He reports that manager Wang asked him to bring materials. The girl is a little surprised that she forgot some materials. She asks for a subordinate. Bring them to her. The man calmly moves to the beauty while the rest of the members, the joint stock community, is sorting through the papers given to Tseng Ru. The hero notices the elderly man's gaze, a scoundrel directed at the secretary. The guy's gaze catches on the stranger's shoes, and then he's gone. Orders him to stop. Xia Tian asks if all the employees of their company go to work in leather military boots. There is a momentary lull, after which the secretary pulls out a knife from under a stack of papers, snapping in the direction of the CEO of the company, realizing that he was discovered. The guy curses under his breath, breaking into an intercept. The knife is already moving towards the girl's torso, aimed at the heart. The hero manages to strike with the back of his hand, knocking out cold steel from the hands of a killer. This affects the latter, but he quickly comes to his senses, and with a few jumps, he breaks the distance. The opposite side admits that the hero is quite fast, however, pulling out a gun and pointing his muzzle at the guy covering the girl with his body, the killer asks if he is faster. Bullets. After that, Xia Tian unclenches his fist, asking if these are the bullets in question. and really in. He has a handful of bullets in his hand. This confuses the killer, who is clearly not ready for something like that. The hero throws bullets to the floor, taking off in the direction of the enemy. He uses Immortal's steps of wandering clouds to boost your speed, then get ready to use sharp fingers to quickly disable your opponent. Zietian turns out to be one of those old men who just a couple of minutes ago were yelling about what everyone was doing. Evidence is falsification. He doesn't kill it by taking a step back. The killer falls on land. It is not known whether he died or simply lost consciousness. The hero also specifies whether he needs to say who hired this killer. Stretching his neck and releasing all his aura, the guy declares that he was giving them one last chance to save their lives. He wants them to give up their shares, and then they gave up. Frightened members of the joint stock company agree to these terms. The next moment, a servant of the law enters the meeting room, asking who called the police. One of the old men admits that it was he who called the police because the man had a gun. After hearing this, the police officer decides to find out who is responsible for this. Sang-Ru. She comes forward, saying that she is the one who is responsible. The servant of the law claims that she will go with him because he needs to take a statement from her. The guy still decides to find out how about this killer, or the cop doesn't care. Last, he replies that he called his colleagues, so they'll be here soon with reinforcements, and all they have to do is wait here to investigate. The hero assumes that this is the procedure. Genru moves along with the young man, noting that this is the back entrance to the office. He also says that his car is parked there, so she should follow him. Genru doesn't say anything to that. At this time, Zietian tied up all the criminals with a rope too. They didn't even think about running away. The doors to the assembly hall open, and a beautiful girl in a police uniform orders no one to move. The pupils of the hero and the girl narrow, because it happens again, a diabolical coincidence. This girl turns out to be Bingbing. Past, he says that she, as a police officer, should have come. The hero decides to find out, so she and there is the very reinforcement that her colleague mentioned. Bingbing doesn't understand what they are talking about or what kind of reinforcements they are, since they are the first to arrive. Zietian nervously asks who that guy is back then. At this time, the police officer asks for Tsen. Try to get into the van of a police car. The girl does not want to get into the van, because this car is intended for criminals, so she stresses that she is going to cooperate with the investigation, so she cannot travel to such a car. Then the man repeats his demands more insistently. The CEO steps back, starting to get suspicious and asking who the hell he is. Take this one. At this time, the hero rushes through the corridors, reporting that that policeman was. It's not real. Bingbing follows him, still not quite sure what he's talking about. Before, the hero is a picture where a police officer tries to drag Sang-Ru into a van, and the last one resists. The guy takes off from his seat at top speed, because with the help of his vision, he sees that this is a real ambush. The sniper fires a shot, but Zietian manages to pull it out. A friend from being shot. The bullet hits the fake cop's arm. Bingbing calls for run for cover because she also noticed the sniper's actions. Zietian reports that the trajectory trace has disappeared, which means that the sniper is gone. Bingbing doesn't understand. Oh, what trajectory does the guy say? And the guy just nervously replies that nothing. Hero embraces Tsen-Ru, trying to calm her down. In his mind's eye, he notices that Quicksand's activities haven't stopped, and now they have sent 2 assassins, which means that the danger for Zheng-Ru is not over yet. Officer, the police officer, holding a fake carrier of shoulder straps, looks with some envy at the girl in black, hugging a guy. In the morning at school on the basketball court, 2 teams faced off in a confrontation. Hero easily circles all members of the opposing team, and then sends the ball to the basket if necessary. Using the jump button, 3 girls support him. One of them is Zheng-Ru, the second is a cousin, and the third is a friend, presumably Hot Pepper, who on the advice of the master changed his makeup. Zietian. He sighs heavily, because he will have to keep an eye on Zheng-Ru until he deals with the murderers. At this point, the hero's sharp gaze clings to the figure in the stands, which stands out from the background. The rest of them, little wife, seeing that the hero begins to move from the platform, asks what. He gets up that the game with their team is not over yet. Top scorer of the enemy team. He also wants to know what happened, if he broke his leg when he jumped so high, and if he wants to, he will withdraw from the competition. Zietian ignores all these questions, noticing that the unknown person is starting to run away. He snaps out of his seat. Your place, starting the pursuit. He is on the other side of the bleachers in one jump, then hits the entire enemy team. The cousin does not understand why the relative is so sudden. has left. Hot Pepper admits that she herself is not aware of what is happening. Only Zenru mentally asks the guy to be careful. Unknown leads the hero into the dark world, a forest where there are practically no witnesses. Only then does he turn around to take the fight. The guy is amazed that the hero really dares to follow him, even without fear of an ambush. Xian decides to ask if Quicksand is a charitable organization, and why is he pursuing Genru even though his employers are in jail. The killer reports that the target is not Genru, but just the same hero. This surprises the latter a little. Unknown, he pulls out a knife, saying that he is the man's son and got in their way, so he must die. With these words, the killer snaps at the guy, and he pulls out a similar dagger from behind his back. And the weapons collide, after which the opposite side recognizes the green cloud dagger. Xian notices that it is the same dagger as his, and then he asks the opponent to guess what happened to the last guy who had one. After a sharp collision and a loud, there's a screeching sound, and the two guys break the distance, only to break into battle again. The killer notices that the enemy is just as much of a problem as his father, so they both deserve it. Death. Xian decides to ask if the opponent has anything to do with his father's death. That one doesn't, answers the question posed, saying that the guy was very good at hiding, and he thought that he was the one. An ordinary guy, so I didn't expect him to reach the early stage of Hua level. Along with these, with words, the assassin sheaths the dagger. The hero is mentally trying to figure out what the early stage of the Huang level is. It quickly comes to the conclusion is that this is how martial arts are classified by level. The opponent takes it out of his pocket, multiple discs, noting that it will become a big problem over time, so it should end it today. Several projectiles are sent towards Xian. The latter tries to understand that it is flying at him, but then he notices that the throwing stones are flying at him. The shells are connected by a fishing line. Xian bends down in the area of her back, avoiding being hit by a dangerous attack, which in the next moments later, he cuts down two thick trees. The guy purses his lip, marveling at the killer's strength level. The other side doesn't understand how the hero was able to avoid his attack, because he is the enemy's enemy. Should only be at the early stage of Huang level. Xian ignores this question, wanting to know how his father died. He's even willing to let the enemy live if they share this information. The assassin looks around without noticing the hero's movements. He finally realizes what he's got. Not an early stage Huang level. When Xian puts something sharp to his throat, the killer nervously asks how he was able to reach the late stage of the Huang level. On the ground lies the defeated killer, and above him rises the hero, from the words of which it becomes clear that no one told him about his father. The guy turns around and gets ready, leave, knowing that it doesn't matter, because sooner or later he will find out the truth. In the afternoon, after school, Xian goes to practice with the master. 3 streams flow into it. Then the mentor informs you that today is his last day of practice with him, because tomorrow he will be able to work with you. He will be leaving Zhanghai City, so he warns the disciple to be very careful with Quicksand. The hero bows his head in respect and thanks the master for his teachings these days, adding that will always take into account his instructions. Xian makes a mental note that he doesn't know when he'll be back. He will see it again, but he hopes that this day will come soon. When the hero raises head, then the master is no longer in place. The guy sits in the back seat of the car. The cousin decides to find out who Xian was chasing in the past. Last time, he tells a story that he was mistaken, thinking that this is an old friend. But then, I found out that this is not the case. At that moment, the brunette's phone starts ringing and he picks it up. On another wire turns out to be Hot Pepper, who claims that she ran away from home because she wanted to learn martial arts from him, but her family wouldn't let her. The hero pretends that he does not understand what the classmate is talking about, and then resets the call. A girl with red hair under a square, who is driving, decides to find out who he is. Called. The guy says nothing, but it was just a stalker. The girl chuckles, claiming that she thought it was the girl he had seduced again. The red-haired one. She notes that she sees him with a new girlfriend every day, so it's important for her to know if the guy is really Kinks who doesn't respect her. The latter stands up for the hero, telling her sister Wen that Xian, this is her cousin, and at the event, he just pretended to be her boyfriend. The hero admits that sometimes he thinks she's just as annoying as the other stalker, so he doesn't know what to do. Suggests that they may be related. These words make Sister Wen angry, and cousin asks, view the driver's view of the road. At this time, Hot Pepper tries to understand how the master dared to hang up. She's trying to. I call him again, but he hears only a short beep. She doesn't know what to do now, for she has quarreled with her family, and she has no money with her, and now the master does not want to see her. Hot Pepper decides why she shouldn't try to make money. It goes along the road and sees a passing car, so she decides to pull off something diabolical. She rushes under the wheels, but Sister Wen manages to hit the brakes in time. All three of them get out of the car. My cousin immediately tries to understand what happened. When they approach the girl lying on the side of the road. Then she gets on her knees, starting to complain of pain in her back, arms, legs, and spine. This terrible acting game puts all three of them in a stupor. The hero is the same, emphasizes that everything is normal. It's then that Hot Pepper recognizes one of the people as his master. After that, she hears her name and realizes that her sister is also here. Then is enough. Hot Pepper behind the ear with his hand, saying that it is very brazen to deceive people so that when they got home, she would teach her how to behave. Huo Lejiao asks to stop, saying that she's in pain. Zietian can't believe he's hit the nail on the head. My cousin marvels at the way she looks. Her friend has a family. The car drives away and the two sisters leave the hero and his cousin. The hero notices that it's over and Sister Ho has left to do household chores, after which the guy clarifies that she's going to do it when she asks him out. Kingsu claims to be Sister Wen, offered to have dinner because two girls want to see him after watching it. A basketball game. Zietian wants to find out who they are, but a voice is heard from behind, greets them. A couple of beauties are approaching their relatives. One is dressed in black clothes. The first one emphasizes her refined figure, while the second one is wearing loose clothes, tied up, belt around the waist. The second representative of the fair sex notes what they saw, that he got out of the car and decided to approach him. This girl is clinging to the hero's arm, claiming that he was a basketball god and she was a fan. Zietian is a little surprised that he now has fans, while the hero is trying recover from an unexpected revelation. The second girl asks what happened to Miss Ho. They had just taken to the streets, so they didn't have time to figure out what had happened. My cousin replies that Sister Wen just left. At this time, the fan tells that she heard that he can guess what kind of underwear people are wearing. She asks him to guess her underwear. The guy smiles, noting that she asked for it herself. It uses its own unique name, Vision, and can't believe his eyes. Cousin asks what Zietian is doing. The hero is the same, mentally notes that he can't see through their clothes. It assumes that this is some kind of a disguise that it encounters for the first time, so it clarifies if they are masked. Kingsu grabs the guy's shoulder, saying that it's not polite to tell the girl what she was doing. Plastic surgery. The hero explains that he did not mean plastic surgery, but that they wear camouflage clothing. The fan admits that this is so, justifying his disguise by the fact that she is ugly, and she does not have a very good figure, so she had to put on such disguise clothes. Then she notes that the older brother is an idol, and she offers him to be her boyfriend. Her friend asks her to stop it. Same guy. Realizing that everything is not as simple as she says, she tries to bring the secretive girl to the surface. Water, clarifying why he should be her boyfriend if she wasn't pretty. Zietian pulls her cousin towards her, saying that the girl should have a figure at her level. The interlocutor does not understand who told him that she has a bad body. She's even ready to take off her own clothes and show it to him. The guy agrees, offering to take off his clothes right away. Linger is coming. She goes to the brunette, puts her hands on his torso and says that there are too many people here, so she takes a picture in somewhere else. At this moment, Kingsu grabs the relative's wrist and starts pulling him along in the other direction. Zietian doesn't understand why they're leaving. The girl takes the hero with her, and when they go a decent distance, she claims that the fairer sex had gone too far. Zietian feeling the girl's annoyance. He asks her not to think about it and quickly changes the subject, suggesting that they eat together since they are already friends. Released, Kingsu notices that they are almost home, so he suggests that they eat at a nearby restaurant. Here, a familiar blonde man who tried so hard to impress appears in front of his relatives. Her birthday party, which caused only disgust. He claims that he has been waiting for a girl for a long time and I'm glad she's finally back. The cousin digs into the hero's shoulder, asking why he's back again, stalking her because she already told him she had a boyfriend. The same person notices that the guy, it's a small matter because he still has a chance while she's not married. The rich man steps aside and points to a brand new car, claiming that he bought it for BMW. Girls, he grabs her by the wrist and hands her the keys, even though Kingsu tries to pull away because he can't. He wants it, but the blonde says that he will never take back what he gave him. The beauty repeats again that she doesn't want this, so she pushes the keys away with her hand. Conflict. Zietian decides to take the keys, saying that he wants to have a car. This is an action. Causes stupor in both debaters. The blonde asks if the hero wants to buy a car. He gives a positive answer, after which the interviewee notices that if he wants to do this, he will give the car to him, provided that he leave Kingsu. Zietian is just clarifying. These keys are for him. The rich man gives a positive answer, thinking they agreed. The girl is in shock. The guy approaches a tramp who is lying on the road and begging for alms, and informs that he is a tramp. The brand new red BMW is now his. These words are stupefying, both to my cousin and to me, a pesky blonde guy. The girl quickly approaches him, asking what he is doing. She thinks that he laughs at people with disabilities. Zietian also asks if she is sure she knew what he was like. The guy turns to the poor man, asking if he wants a car or not. If he refuses, then the hero is ready to give the keys to someone else. The old man immediately jumps to the floor, legs ceasing to be crippled and saying what he wants. When the blonde man wakes up, he asks, wait for the old man, who is already getting into the car. He runs up to a brand new car and demands, get out because it's his car. But the older man steps on the gas. The car takes off as the rich man screams loudly to stop. A few moments later, the car crashes into the wall. Tears appear in the blonde's eyes because the BMW was simply destroyed. He grabs his head because he wasn't the driver, and after he hit a wall, he won't get his insurance paid. Kingsu laughs at the stupidity of the situation. Zietian yawns as she heads to school. Suddenly, a car pulls up next to him. The girl sitting in the passenger seat is surprised that he still walks to school. She suggests that he get in the car to get there faster. The owner of the car that sits behind the wheel. At the wheel, he notices that you don't need to let him sit here because you smell of manure from him, and he doesn't want to get his car dirty. The beauty presses to the guy, asking if he really doesn't want to sacrifice the car. The interlocutor declares that he will do anything for her. The hero also asks him to drive carefully because yesterday he saw the accident, and if he drives badly, his relatives will be in tears. The car, Dauntless, does not have time to drive off in 100 meters as it crashes into a garbage truck. While the guy is fighting with the driver of a car carrying garbage, the girl shouts nervously that she knows why she liked Zietian before. After a while, the hero is sitting at his desk in the school. The same girl is heading towards him. The beauty sits down at the next desk. The guy decides to find out if the trash has been removed. Representative. The fairer sex explodes, declaring that he will never find a girlfriend, and it's a good thing that she broke up with him because he wasn't good enough for her. The brunette calmly admits that he doesn't. He deserves it, and she deserves it, because the slave is looking for fish, the shrimp are looking for shrimp, but the toads, frogs. The girl jumps up from the table, realizing that the interlocutor only called her a toad, and he says that no beauty will approach him. Someone knocks on the classroom door, asking if there is a student named Zietian in this class. Everyone's eyes widen when a beautiful girl enters the room. Even a hero. He is confused, jumping up and down from his seat as if he can't believe his eyes. The guys start whispering to each other. They wonder who she is. Many people notice the hero's reaction, which is why it is assumed that he knows the beauty. Someone even claims that the guest, so beautiful that it is impossible to compare her with Venya. Zietian takes off, not understanding what's going on, but there's something in the girl's hands. What belongs to him? This something turns out to be a children's toy horse. The girl gives the toy to the hero, who immediately rushes to find out who she is and who gave her this horse. The interviewee says that since he knows who it is, then he should go with her, because this person has already waiting for him. Zietian calls for him to be taken to him immediately. At this time, the class begins to pinches, because no one knows who a toad is until they compare it to a swan. This hits you hard on. Pride of Venya. After a few minutes, the hero goes outside and meets with a man who looks similar to him. This is Brother Ma. He grabs the hero by the neck, noticing that 10 years have passed, and he is more and more similar. Their father. The hero can't believe that this is really Xiao Ma's brother. He admits that, I missed him. It turns out that Zietian gave this horse to his brother when he was leaving. Brother represents the girl who came to see off the hero. This is his daughter-in-law Huey. That Zietian was so small back then and always chased after him. The hero also notices that it was, naturally, his brother is 7 years older than him. This causes the girl to chuckle. The hero decides to find out how the godfather is doing and how his health is. Brother Ma talks about, it only happens when they get to the apartment. If it hadn't been for the godfather who saved me, he would have died. He wanted to repay him in the future, but he made him forget the road forever. I went home and told him not to come back. The guy remembers that his father was always like this, so he never had any friends who could visit him. Brother Ma offers the hero to move in with him because he has more. No one is home, so he wants to take care of a relative. Xia Tian asks her brother not to worry because he now has a place to live. Xiao Ma clearly wanted to find out more about this nuance, but they start calling him. He is forced to pick up the phone, and in the course of the conversation it turns out that he had to drive somewhere right away. It turns out that Xiangtu's father suffers from gout and can't go outside right now, so brother Ma has to run errands for him. He offers the hero to go with him because he is still so. There's a lot to tell him. Xia Tian agrees, after which they get in the car and drive out. While in the car, the hero immediately asks who Xiangtu is and why the brother should run his errands. Xiao Ma explains that he deals in construction materials and that this person has a lot of connections with people from above, so he is considered his patron. As the brothers leave the car, Ma points out that Xiangtu is a good person and that he doesn't belong to those people who can be bought with money, so he will help him in everything. Brothers, they enter the house and go up to the desired floor. In the bedroom, two subordinates dress a man. The hero takes off, urging not to touch him. The two men don't understand who he is or what happens. Even Brother Ma is perplexed by what is happening, asking what Xia Tian is doing. The hero picks up the man on his shoulder while two people call him immediately. Stop now. He takes off and starts running, and the trio of people follow him. One demands that the master be released, and the other calls Xia Tian a madman. In a few moments, the same gentleman begins to vomit violently. Xia Tian stops and puts him on the bed. The man wipes vomit from his lips, noting that he feels much better. He thanks for that the guy saved his life. Xia Tian wonders what the master just ate. He says without any concealment, it was hot snow toad soup, a tonic that an old friend had sent him. Dark Hair wants to see this dish. The servant brings in a small container of what the master drank. The hero takes the soup in his hands and begins to carefully examine it. After examining the contents of the plate, the guy clarifies how much the master hates this person. The latter explains that he does not hate him at all because they have known each other for a long time, and the soup brought him. Son, Xia Tian explains that the snow toad is naturally cold, and these herbs can bring out cold snow toad poison, so even a healthy person will not live long after taking it. More than 3 months. These words amaze the man, because he understands that the guy really saved his life. The hero also asks him not to worry, because he will not stay away, but he needs a set of silver needles. At this moment, one of the servants nervously asks if the guy has a medical license or not. Does he have a license to practice medicine? Because if he doesn't have one, then he just can't do things like that. The hero admits that he does not have a license, but he has a simple desire to save people, so that if they trust him, they will allow the patient to be cured, and if not, he will immediately leave. The man immediately declares that he believes the guy right now, because if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't even have lasted in Dr. Guo's hospital. Xia Tian is surprised that this hospital belongs to a man. After all, he thought it was a hospital, state-owned company. He also casts a sideways glance at the guy who decided to give his opinion before this one, considering him some kind of charlatan. The maid is going to call the police, counting the guy a fraudster who is going to kill a person because he is performing a medical operation without a doctor's permission. Licenses. The master demands to forget about it and bring him a set of needles that he has. Brother Ma decides to find out if Xia Tian really knows how to heal. The latter gives a positive result, an answer, adding that he learned a little from his father. Hearing this, Ma suggests first call Xiangtu, because his brother is not an official doctor. The man interrupts him, declaring that he is the master of his house. After a few moments, one of the man's subordinates brings the box. The owner asks for it. Use them. Xia Tian opens the box and is startled. After all, these are divine Bian needles. The patient notices that the younger brother has good eyesight, but these are not real divine signs, Bian needles, for they were only created by later generations according to the records. Ancient masters. The hero declares that they are a great treasure, thanks to which he can cure it in a month at most. The gentleman claims to believe the guy. He takes the shirt off his body and sits down on the bed. Xia Tian. He picks up the needles and gets to work. Ma is very worried, watching what is happening. The hero is the same, having stuck about 6 needles. He notices that it's even better than expected, so it only takes him 10 minutes. An unexpected voice shouts for everyone in the room to listen. It calls for, release the hostages immediately and surrender. At the entrance to the building there are 2 squads of police officers who call out through a loudspeaker, criminals surrender and hand over hostages. One of the policemen asks if the team can to find the captors and hostages. In response, he is informed that they confirm that in the house, someone is there, but they can't pinpoint the exact location. Law enforcement officer. He asks the servant if he is sure that the kidnappers and hostages are in the house. That, the same person who behaved suspiciously towards the hero claims that they should be there. Hearing this, the man gives the command to storm. Several policemen break into the house, encouraging no one to move and raise their hands in the air. They freeze in place when there is a light in the hallway. On the sofa, they are met by 4 people who are peacefully sipping tea. One of the policemen still finds the strength to say that they were called and told that I've captured the headmaster's father. The owner of the house says that they were mistaken because he was sitting all this time. That's where I talked to my client, so there was no abduction or capture. Then the same liar bursts into the room and points a finger at Zietian, saying that this guy has no money. The person doesn't have a medical license, and he treats Mr. Zhang. The man also reports that, I was seeing my client, and this doctor had just been fired by him, so probably in retaliation, he called the police with a false statement. These words put the applicant in a stupor. The police quickly make decisions to take a man for a false denunciation, because the situation is really not in his favor. He asks to wait, considering it a misunderstanding. The hero thanks the master and he notes that he should do it. Thank the guy. He admits that it doesn't do him much good, so he'll give it to him. The master is going to give the hero a box with the same needles. The guy wants to refuse. After all, it is too valuable. But the interlocutor declares that this treasure will be useful only in his own time. Hence, Zietian still accepts the gift, thanking for it. After some time, the hero greets Mrs. Policeman. The girl also asks not to call her that. The guy ignores it, wanting to know why she wanted to meet him. Bingbing asks you not to say that, because she's here to ask him for help. The beauty notices that she thought his aunt asked him to cooperate with her, so she grabs his arm, urging him to follow her. Zietian also wishes to know where they're going. The girl reveals that she was assigned to track down a man named Wang Gangi, find out who's behind it. She wants them to go to the casino together and find out what's in there. Happens. Here the guy still decides to clarify whether the girl is going to go to the casino in this form. Clothing. Na Bingbing is currently in sportswear. She asks what's wrong with her clothing. The hero grabs the beauty by the hand, starting the movement in the opposite direction. She nervously asks where he is taking her. It turns out that the guy took her to the store and put on her short shorts and a t-shirt. Bingbing doesn't. She believes that this is how she should dress. Zietian also notes that the more it tightens the t-shirt, the more it seems that she is not wearing shorts. This makes the beauty blush and she calls him to shut up. Partners go to the casino, at the entrance to which is on duty a few guys. One of the trio asks who it is. The hero replies that he is a friend of Old Man Zhu. The other one specifies, why did he need it? Zietian wraps his arms around the girl's waist, claiming that she is his wife. The guy clarifies, still not convinced. After that, he turns to Bingbing and gets ready. Kiss her. The latter resists out of embarrassment. All this is interrupted by a man, which encourages the couple to pass and not show off in front of them. The hero thanks, and the beauty. He grumbles that if he was going to do it, he should have done it. The guy turns around, asking what she said. Bingbing says nothing. They enter the casino. The hero asks her not to be so serious and relax. He sits the beauty down at the game table, inviting you to participate in the game. Bingbing doesn't understand what his partner is doing, does he? He specifies whether she prefers more or less. After this question, the officer's pupils. They narrow, because she doesn't understand what the dodger means. Seeing the incomprehension in the client's eyes, the dealer hastened to explain that the young man asks if you place a higher or lower bid. Zietian declares that his wife is doing bid for less. Players start the game and drop 1-2-4, which is less. A representative of the fair sex clarifies whether this is a victory. The guy suggests that she just take and play with them first, while he goes to look elsewhere. Bingbing bets on more. While the hero leaves, the guy goes to the next room, mentally noting that if he wants to find information, then it's better find some unhappy person. He spots a guy standing at the bar who's looking at him, getting drunk. He sits down next to him and asks if he needs money. Interlocutor notifies that they can't afford to take out a loan. Then Zietian says that it is not a loan, because if he can provide him with the necessary information, then he will give him money. Just like that, The interlocutor is interested in what information the hero needs. After a while, Zietian returns to her partner. He asks how the game went. When they leave the casino, the girl says that she lost all the money that he handed over. The guy just replies that this is a good job, after which he reports that he has achieved progress on your part. The beauty can't wait to hear the details. Zietian sets a condition, saying that for a kiss will tell everything. However, noticing the change in the face of the interlocutor, he hurries to say that this is just a joke. The guy gets down to business, telling her that the guy she's looking for is the guy she's looking for. She, Wang Gang, goes to KTV Fire Day every Sunday, so he'll go with her when he gets there. Bingbing thanks him for his help, and after that, she notes that it's not a problem for her to kiss him. However, the interlocutor is already calling his cousin, starting a dialogue with a relative. It makes me angry. A beauty who kicks him off his feet, because he decided to ignore her at such an important moment. Zietian looks around, not understanding what's wrong with this fairer sex. The day of the university entrance exam arrives. The hero goes outside, yawning and stretching. He decides to go and sit somewhere. The guy also thinks about the fact. Why doesn't he find a place to drink? Zietian goes to the bar and buys herself some alcohol. The girl sits down next to him, offers to buy her a drink. The guy does not have time to answer anything, as the representative, the fair sex with deft movements of her fingers takes the glass of alcohol from him and does a couple of sips. The hero asks what's wrong with her. The unknown woman replies that this is all just booze and you shouldn't be so stingy. At this point, three guys approach the couple from behind, recognizing the girl as someone familiar. The man asks the beauty to return his wallet, and then they will forget about it. The girl does. He pretends to have no idea what wallet he's talking about. Then the goon asks that the beauty, I didn't force them. She also hides behind the hero's back, claiming that her boyfriend is here and he is very happy with her. Suddenly, Zietian hands the wallet to the other person, clarifying, this is what he wants. Girl, she curses under her breath, because she wanted to hide it for a while. The big guy thinks the guys with him is playing, and his friend realizes that the couple really did it. The hero is negative. She nods her head, noting that he doesn't play with men. These words irritate the Trinity, and they break down on the hero with fists, and he gets rid of them so quickly that the girl doesn't even know what to do. Understands what happened. At this point, one of the girl's subordinates at the end table leans over her, clarifying, did Miss Hong see it? The same one asks you not to take it into your head. Zietian turns to the beauty behind her. He tells her that she drank his glass of wine, so she should remember. Pay the invoice. This stresses the girl out, but she throws herself at him again, asking where he lives and where he wants to go. Does he want her to take him home in a taxi? The hero replies that it is not necessary. The girl specifies, in fact, she's laughing inwardly, because she's already swiped the miser's wallet. And when he gets out of the car, she's not going to let him go. Taxi, and he will not have money to pay for the trip? He will cry. Representative. The fairer sex feels its pockets and notices the oddity. The hero holds the wallet with 2 fingers, saying that there is no point in looking for it, because he has already returned it. The girl is not offended, noticing that he is just a professional. The guy gets in a taxi and calls to Brother Zhu. The same person immediately asks how the exams went. Zietian asks you not to worry about. There are no problems with this issue, and the tournament will be held in 3 days, so he can't skip it. The hero ends the conversation. Mentally, he notes that he's not as weak as he used to be. More than enough to handle Sam. 3 days pass quickly and the guy goes with his brother and his student to the villa. Leolin. At the entrance, they are met by a beefy man with a long braid. He asks you to enter the old days. Shuya. He thanks you. At this time, the hero Mr. Fan asked him to visit this place. Besides, he was hoping to see an old acquaintance. The man asks if the guy's last name is Zhang. The hero fully introduces himself, thereby giving a positive answer. Then the other person decides to ask if Zietian is confident in today's situation. The meeting. The guy says that if he wasn't sure, he wouldn't have come. The man laughs, saying that he really is a hero with a child's body. Then a group approaches the 2 people who are talking. One of whom notices that they are a little late. They turn to the inflated one, to the man, as to Mr. Fan, and the latter declares that it is not too late, so they can prepare for, well, now that everyone's here. An unidentified middle-aged man with a mustache wishes to discuss first. Rules. He wants Zhu to Chuan's pair of eyes when he wins, and he also wants Xia. Qian lost 1 leg. The hero also wonders what will happen if he wins. A man with a mustache reports that in this case, they would forget about the past, and Zhu Dechuan would no longer have anything to do with him, and he himself would not. It won't hurt Tom. The conversation is interrupted by the son, who is not ready to let the old man go just like that. He expresses a desire to kill Zhu Dechuan. Then the owner of the estate notices that the boy does not have the possibility of killing someone in Leolin Villa. The father closes his son, fearing the wrath of the master, Fan, so he asks the latter not to take it personally because he's still a child. Tian also declares that if the opposite side needs his life, then he is ready to bet it, provided that the enemy does the same. A man doesn't understand how a guy does. My miserable life against his. Then Xiao Fei gets angry, trying to get into the conversation of adults. Such arrogant words towards the master hurt him, but the hero calls him. Calm down. At this point, another person enters the room, saying that to fight, Zietian's opponent will be him, so no one can save him from the quicksand now. Mr. Fan, hearing the words of the fighter, decides to find out if the hero belongs to quicksand. Having received a negative answer, he emphasizes that this fight can take place, and, regardless of their bids, this decision will be guarded personally by them. In a few minutes, the battle begins. The opponent jumps up, trying to throw a roundhouse kick. We're napping. He blocks the kick with his fist. In that instant, Mr. Fan recognizes the guy's style. This is Tai Chi. The hero's opponent also understands that he is in the early stage of the yellow level, so he decides not to delay any longer. He wants to see if Zietian has what it takes. They collide again, and the brunette blocks an opponent's attack. The enemy mentally notes that he underestimated his opponent, because with him will be harder to handle than he thought. Zietian's height inspires awe in a fighter's heart, so he wants to get it over with quickly. A street fighter takes a fighting stance and concentrates his energy. The man's son stands for claims that he has become serious, which means that the guy has. There's not a chance. Xiao Fei asks you to be more careful with your master. The hero, realizing that the enemy decided to act as ruthlessly as possible, decides not to leave him a single one. A chance. When the other party's kick was about to hit Zietian, the other party threw a kick at him. His index finger is in the way. This action shocked San, who didn't have time to stop him. Your attack. In the next instant, the street fighter was already sprawled on the floor, holding onto his leg. While San was writhing in pain, Zietian calmly walked over to him and pressed another pain point. Only on the other leg. The guy screamed in pain, which caused a worried exclamation from the mustachioed man and the joyful shout of Brother Zhu and his disciple. The hero straightened up and said that San had lost both of his legs, but he won't kill him because he has a lot of enemies whose bills he hasn't paid yet. Mr. Fan also wondered who the Tai Chi guy was studying with. Zietian says that he learned this by accident once in the park, and he showed it to him. Mr. Fang, who also told him to come visit him at Leolin Villa one day. After that, it becomes clear to the interlocutor why all these movements were so familiar to him. Zhu Dechuan suggests finding a place to celebrate. The hero also picks up the phone, after which says it won't work today because he's busy, so he suggests rescheduling it. The celebration is for another time. Evening comes. In one of the alleys, the hero is called by someone. This person turns out to be Bingbing, who confesses that I thought he wasn't coming. The guy notices that the girl is late and still dares so. She talks about him, then asks him why she's dressed up like that today. Really, officer? I wore a dress together with my usual sports uniform today. Representative. The Pharisees tries to catch their breath, saying that she didn't want him to dress up on purpose. Hers, so I chose my own clothes. Then my partner twists her leg, almost falling. The hero reacts in time, holding it. He knows perfectly well that she's not used to it. High heels, so he is ready to help her. There's laughter from the sidelines, and then a girlish voice announcing that she's met him again. Attracts the attention of both. Partners turn around and see a girl in luxurious black dress. Bingbing asks who it is, and Zietian bluntly says that it is a thief. In fact, this is the same girl who tried to rob him the other day. After these words, the police take off from their place, wanting to catch the thief, and the latter runs away, not realizing that happens. After seeing what he did, the guy admits that he shouldn't have said it. He goes to the door, where both beauties ran in, and realizes that he seems to have triggered an instinct. Catching in a mousetrap, Bingbing calls for the thief to be returned to her. In front of the same girl is another girl who asks to give her time to sort out the situation. Zietian is on time. He puts his hand on her back and he asks her not to arrest the girl because he said that she is a thief and not that she is stealing now. Then the police officer realizes that the beauty is not an active criminal. Hero, the same, calls on the partner to give a chance to atone for those who once already committed a crime. Crimes. The girl comes forward and begins to assent to the guy, saying that she was chasing after him, even though she didn't steal anything. A representative of the fair sex that harnessed for a thief notes that since it was just a misunderstanding, maybe you should sit down and have a drink. Bingbing claims she can't drink because she's still on a mission. Xiatian puts down her own. She puts her hands on her partner's shoulders and forces her to sit on the couch, asking her if her legs hurt from the pain. A long run in heels. The four of them sit down at the same table, and the police officer realizes that her legs really hurt. Then, apparently, the owner of the establishment asks a subordinate to bring a band-aid that has already been used. After a couple of minutes, it turns out to be in the hands of the hero's partner. Wine is poured into glasses. As agreed, no one pours Bingbing. The girl is the same. I am dissatisfied with this development. She takes the glass away from Xiatian, who looks blank. He asks her what she's doing. The same one overturns the glass without further ado, and the hero immediately. He realizes that it was just an indirect kiss. On the face of the hostess of the establishment appears smile, while Bingbing downs a whole glass in one gulp. The owner of the restaurant whispers to the hero that she jealous. The latter does not understand who they are talking about. Then the girl with red hair. He looks at the drinking police officer. Xiatian feels like he's being electrocuted. He understands that the other person is referring to her, but he believes that this cannot be, because he has. I have no place in my head for such things. The girl calls him a stupid boy. Hostess emphasizes that girls behave this way only if they are jealous, and if they don't believe them. If she did, then he'd just have to wait. As soon as Bingbing gets a glass of alcohol out of her mouth, she says. She gives the guy a very telling look, then grabs his arm and pulls him along, declaring that it's time for them to go, because they still have work to do. Xiatian also asks her partner to keep her cool in his hands, and he is amazed that she got drunk from one glass of alcohol. At this time, the hostess asks not to steal anything from her bar, and the thief sadly holds out what she needs. Too bad he already has a girlfriend. Bingbing, along with the guy, rents a karaoke room and starts singing I love you for the rest of my life. For the first time in my life, I allowed. Let yourself drop all inhibitions. Let me dream of you and myself. Xiatian notices that this is the real loss for her is not debuting as an idol. The girl also reminds that her singing is just a cover. She also told him to keep an eye on the target, so she clarifies whether he did it. The guy tells her he's watching, so she doesn't have to be so loud, or they'll have to talk to her. They'll hear you. Bingbing claims to have rented a room with a better view, so her partner should be there. Get serious. The hero calls her to turn off the microphone. In fact, their goal is already here, but there is one caveat. The brunette is not averse to interrupting a couple in love, but it will not be good to defame the eyes of this lady. The police station. Then the guy jumps up from his seat, noting that it's time for them to go. This is surprising the girl, because she doesn't understand what happened, and the song isn't over yet. Xiatian explains that the target has just entered a meeting. Partners carefully observes the table of aristocrats. Bingbing says she can't believe her partner didn't tell her that Huoyazi was already here. Hero, however, he believes that now is a good time to find out about this, because there is a chance that the goal will have. There is a serious matter. Upon hearing this, the police officer suggests that we go there and listen to what they are saying. Guy, but he stops the beauty, saying that there is no need for this, because he can get out of here. Understand what they're talking about. Bingbing wonders if his partner can read lips. The hero is not. He answers the question by saying that the other guy is a foreigner, and in 3 days to Zhonghai City, a relic will arrive. However, they haven't said what it is, but they are clearly going to do something with it. Then the girl realizes that theft is a very big deal. She finds it hard to believe. After all, such things cannot be joked with, so she clarifies whether her partner is cheating. Xiatian notes that he wouldn't joke around with something like that. After that, the police officer decides trust him, adding that she was willing to buy him a drink since he'd been accompanying her all day on a task. The hero also apologizes, saying that he can't today because his cousin is only a child. I texted him to go home. Bingbing asks again about his cousin, wanting to know if she still lives there. The guy with her. The guy gives a very vague positive answer. The beauty blushes and asks if he has permission, if they can live together, and he's not old enough to get married yet. The guy doesn't understand why he should. You need permission, after which he once again reminds you that the girl is his cousin, but realizing that this does not really work, he adds that they do not live alone, but she lives together with her. My best friend. Bingbing clarifies, it turns out 2 girls and a guy. Zietian notes that the more her partner talks, the more outrageous it becomes because she's supposed to. I've watched some fantastic movies. At this time at home 2 girls are standing at a strange thing. Only in some towels. Kingsu nervously asks if they are actually going to do this. A friend notices that they promise to celebrate, so it will be a surprise for everyone. The cousin agrees, a little embarrassed. In her mind, she wishes that Zietian would hurry up. I returned home. The hero returns home late at night. As soon as he opens the door, he lets everyone know. To the tenants who came here, he is greeted by 2 girls dressed in very revealing outfits. Rabbits. The cousin has a black outfit with white fur, and the blonde has a pink outfit. They rush it to congratulate him on becoming the best student in the university entrance exam. The hero's gaze falls on the very elegant form of a handsome man. He freezes, speechless. The unusual reaction of the guy is noticed by the blonde. She nervously asks what happened, assuming he's too surprised. When the guy's nose starts to bleed, then their expressions change. The blonde-haired girl now repeats her own voice more confusedly. Does Kingsu notice that this is bad? She thinks it has become too exciting for her. Zietian also wants to lose her sight at this moment, trying not to open her eyes, which are still closed. They fall on the appetizing forms of the fair sex. When beauty's fit, while trying to wipe away the blood coming from his nose, the hero stops them by trying to move away and create a distance between them. The next morning, the hero moves through the corridors of the office, mentally noting that the girls almost killed him last night, celebrating his record-breaking exam scores, even though he had to. It's hard to deny the fact that it was a good celebration. After that, the guy is negative. He shakes his head, trying to clear his head as he heads over to Nurse Rue. Zietian opens the door and enters the study, wishing good morning to Sister Rue. The latter notices that he had come at a very good time, because she wanted to ask him for a favor. The girl passes to the guy a bouquet of gorgeous flowers, and the hero immediately asks who sent them. Inside the bouquet there are 2 notes. One says that Hua loves her, and the other says that Ruru is a light in the dark night. He considers this a very banal gesture of showing attention. The girl orders the guy to take the flowers and go to the urn. When a guy does this, he asks what he should do next. The beauty asks him to open the basket and throw them away. Zietian obeys Sister Rue's orders. Seeing the very irritated state of the interlocutor, the hero is in a hurry to find out what happened. Ta says that when Jiahua is one of the 4 young masters of Zhonghai, he constantly stalks her and annoys her. Zietian notices that I constantly heard about the 4 young masters of Zhonghai. Sister Rue broadcasts that there is a Jiang, Qianshu, Hu Franai, Jiahua, and Wang Nianlin are, to put it bluntly, the 4 rich and powerful, a playboy in their families, and Wen Jiahua is the 2nd son in the powerful Wen family. The hero knows Wang Nianlin. This is the same blonde man who is chasing his cousin. Interviewee tells him that he'd better not provoke this guy, because Mr. Wang is known as the #1 genius doctor in Zhonghai City, and his network covers the entire Zhonghai City, and no one dares to provoke him. The hero nervously reports that he has already done it. Sis Rue exhales languidly, telling her to forget about what she just said. At this point in the door there is a knock on the door, and then a guy's voice asks if Ruru is here, his light in the dark room. Nights, the girl begins to shake from what is happening. Zietian asks what he should do and if she wants to let him in. The girl in response asks, what should she do if she doesn't want him to come in? Because all the guards are scared of this powerful woman, a person, so they don't dare stop him from going to her. The hero also notices that if she doesn't want to do something, then she can let him take care of it. Sister Rue clarifies, what is the interlocutor going to do? The guy doesn't say anything. He gives the doorknob a sharp tug. He opens the door and opens it. At the entrance stands a plump young man with a bouquet of luxurious flowers. Both are very frightened, and the hero is even surprised that he will have to deal with such a creature. He gets angry, asking what the man is talking about and who he called the creature. Zietian is perplexed. He asks if he's not a monster, and the rich man tells him to stop joking with him like that. Hua notices the girl behind the hero and asks why Ruruzio doesn't answer his calls. The same. She is very shy, reminding me that she asked me not to call her that. The guy asks the girl not to be angry, saying that he bought flowers for her again. Interrupts the conversation. Zietian asked if the other person was deaf, because the girl had clearly said that she didn't want to hear the other person's voice. That was her name. Hua does not understand who the guy thinks he is, since he is interfering in the wrong business, so he calls on him to leave in a good way. Sister Rue claims that it is Zietian who is the one who is being treated. He's now the special director of the Tseng group, so that's up to him. The hero notes that it's the rich man who should leave, because if it wasn't for Sister Rue, he would have kicked him out. The fat man laughs at this, urging them to try to kick him out. In the next instant, Hua storms out of the office. The receptionist, standing by the door, covers the door. Roth held back his shock. Zietian goes out to the rich man, saying that he has never heard a more ridiculous request than wanting to kick yourself out. The hero grabs the screaming fat man by the arm. The guy doesn't understand what the guy is up to, so he just prays that the guy will let him go. Zietian walks over to the trash can and uses one hand to send her impudent admirer, Sister Rue, into it. After that, it states that the garbage should be sorted properly. The rich man, he looks out of the trash can, shouting that Tom should wait a little longer and pay for it. The hero is the same. He returns to the office, where the girl asks him what he did with Wenjie Ahua. He explains that he followed her advice, so he went to the basket and threw it away. The guy comes up to the girl and pats on the head, noting that she can no longer be afraid of anyone. But with them, nothing. It won't happen. Sister Rue is very shy about it, and Zietian remembers that he wanted to introduce her with her older brother. A representative of the fair sex is surprised that the guy has a brother. The hero also explains that he is not his own brother, but he treats him as his own, so he wants to introduce him to her. Rue also notices that he is also not averse to introducing the interlocutor to his own family. Inwardly, the beauty shudders, realizing that she has no future with him, but I've already come to think of him as my family. At this time in the hospital, Hua calls Symbio and asks a request for help. He clarifies, didn't the Tseng group come out with new snow lotus water after? What encourages the interlocutor to go and help him make a rustle there. Rich guy drops the phone, noticing that since Zhang Ru wasn't looking in his direction, then she shouldn't blame him for it. Ruthlessness. The girl suggests going to another place, wanting to see the clothes there. The hero is the same, calls her to stop, because he can't carry so many clothes. Sang-Ru also notices that before she went to his brother's house, she should dress him up properly, because she didn't want to see him again. It looked too shabby. After that, she notes that they have reached a retail outlet, their new lotus water, so she suggests we go and see how things are going. They approach the point and see a crowd of people, realizing that there are quite a lot of buyers. Zietian also emphasizes that all these people are not customers. A few girls indeed. In the first rows, they shout about their problems. One of them had her face ruined by the water. Another states that the lotus water is a real poison. And the third one demands that they be compensated for the damage. Medical expenses. The saleswoman nervously asks the ladies to calm down, and the same demands payment for inconveniences. Zhang Ru opens his mouth in shock, not understanding how this is possible. To the next. A moment later, the girl's phone rings. She picks up the phone, and the subordinate tells her that they are waiting for her. Things are really bad. Zietian has someone broadcasting live from their point of view, saying that there are problems with the quality of their products, and many victims have problems. The girl immediately clarifies how this could have happened, because she also uses lotus water and why she has so many people have side effects. Here the hero asks his sister not to worry and just call the police, noting that he can take care of the rest. With that, the brunette puts shopping bags on the floor next to the other person. Genru doesn't understand why to call the police, because if it's a quality problem, then it will be spread. The hero once again asks her not to worry, confidently stating that he knows about it. What's going on? He approaches the enraged ladies, asking them not to make a scene here, but rather just say what's going on. Evil representatives of the fair sex ask who he is, such and how sideways it bothers him. Zietian says that lotus water is their product, and he helps. Then one of the girls asks to look at her face, saying that it happened after she used his products. She asks how he's going to fix it. The brunette also snatches the phone out of the other woman's hands, starting to climb in her personal photos, while she's trying to figure out what he's doing. She takes him for a thief, complimenting this with what to take. It is illegal to view someone's phone number and view their photo album. Zietian opens one of the doors from her photos, saying lotus water is a new product, but from her photo album, he sees that she's had acne for 6 months now. My name is Mo Fan. He is an ordinary high school student. It's bigger than usual. He gets nervous when his teachers or father asks him which high school he's going to go to, or what he plans to do in the future. Getting out of bed, the guy turns off the alarm clock. He looks at the clock, which says 6:15 am. With his current grades, he doesn't think he can get into high school at all. Father, I've often tried to cheer him up, but lately he's been working day and night to keep them happy. At least there was food on the table. Mo Fan goes to the table and sees a note from his father that says, "It is reported that the man went to work and will not return home today." He asks his son to protect myself. Mo Fan thinks that his fate was sealed long ago. For example, the guy who answers, now at the board, Mu Bai. His family belongs to the Mu clan. He was born into a good family, gets good grades. The hero considers him lucky. The guy understands that only with people like him should talk about the future. The teacher tells the students that there will be no classes in the afternoon, so they can go home and study there. It says on the blackboard that the exams are only 10 days away. Go to your desk. The hero is approached by his classmate, offering to play League of Legends. The hero is the same, says he's done for today, and he's already promised Old Ying that he'll visit him. Fat man with declares that with such results, not one of them can be found. The high school won't take him, and he'll end up working for Mu Bea. These words make the hero's friend angry. He wants to comment on these words of Zhao Kun-san, but Mo Fan puts his hand on his shoulder. The guy replies that everything is fine. These actions surprise Zio, who, because his friend is holding on too calm, so he has a logical question about what's wrong with him. Hero summons, give up on the bullies and go home. The blue-haired upstart, Mu Bai, has a searing look. She sees the guys off. Mo Fan goes to the foot of the mountain. Going up the slope, the hero admits to himself that he envies this old man, because it would have been better. It's cool to live in such a carefree atmosphere. The guy opens the door, telling the old man that he's here. A hoarse voice asks the young man to come over, saying he's in the backyard. The hero takes off, because he feels something is wrong. It runs through, across the house, asking if the owner was all right. The same person tries to stand up, leaning on the floor, a stick of some sort, but his whole body is shaking. Mo Fan doesn't hesitate to help the old man get there. He goes to bed, then brings her a glass of water. The same person notices that there is no one else here, and the guy is the only one who comes to make him a campaign. The young man does not understand what the old man is talking about, because he believes that the things that the old man is talking about, some of them are very interesting. The man coughs, asking if he's talking about the nonsense he's talking about, which he talks to all the time. The hero gives a positive answer, adding that the interlocutor, he said that in addition to their world, there is also a magical world. At this point, the old man begins cough loudly. He puts a handkerchief to his face, which quickly turns scarlet. Colors. Cold sweat runs down the hero's face, and he nervously asks if everything is all right. Mail in. He says he doesn't have much time left. Mo Fan asks you not to say that, because he knows everything. Still wants to hear his stories. The old man puts the locket in the boy's hands, asking him to take it. He says they don't have much time, so he'll call an ambulance. The dying man grabs his arm, brush without letting go. The owner of the house asks not to forget to bury him under the mountain, after which his eyes close. Hero, in a panic, the other person's body shakes, urging him to wake up. His eyes are filled with disbelief and disbelief. Horror. The sun is gradually sinking below the horizon. The world is illuminated by its light red rays of light. A guy buries an old man under a huge tree. He puts his hands together in a prayer gesture and says. He closes his eyes, hoping that the old man will be fine in another world. The hero looks at the pendant, remembering that the old man always said that it was an ancient artifact, and that it's already several thousand years old. The guy admits that no matter how you look at it, the pendant doesn't look right. The old one. He decides he'll deal with it later because it's getting dark. He still has classes in the morning, so we should go to bed. Mo Fan turns off the light and closes her eyes. At this point, the pendant, which he has hung around his neck, starts to glow white. In the dead of night, a powerful beam of energy hits the city center directly from space. This generates a powerful explosion. The hero wakes up in the morning as if nothing has happened. He goes to the mirror and says, brushing her teeth. After getting dressed, he leaves the house, mentally noting that he woke up a little early today, so he decides to go out and buy himself something for breakfast. Then the wind begins to stir his hair, and the wind blows it out of his eyes. Then he looks up at the sky. He assumes that it may start to rain, but in his case, I can see the shock of what I saw in my eyes. Over the guy's head, people are literally flying somewhere. He clutches his head, trying to understand. What the hell is going on here? The guy comes to the conclusion that he is hallucinating because of hunger. He begins to run down the street, believing that everything that is happening is only the fruit of his bad imagination. Then Mo Fan notices that the breakfast stand is still in its place, but there is a small table in the middle of the room. There is a dispute between two personalities. Apparently, customers are asked if the cook can do it or not, because if not, he will find another stand. The hero approaches the owner of the stand, asking what happened. He tells us what would have happened. Well, be an electric magician here, emphasizing that even a beginner will suit him. However, his electric stove and grill don't work, so he can't start working. The guy thinks that he just has his ears plugged, noting that it seems to him that there is only someone's brain isn't working. The cook, of course, does not like such words, so he reminds him that he's always been nice to him, so why is he getting this in return? During this time, a queue of people has already gathered. The guy standing second reports that the magician electricity is 1 in 1,000, so it doesn't think there's even one nearby. The first one notices that he's a water mage, so there's nothing he can do to help. Third in line, the young man is very nervous because he does not know if he will have time to eat breakfast, because he does not have so much time to eat. A lot of time. A man with a walking stick leads a child, saying that ordinary people like them can't live without the help of magicians. In the head of the hero, a real pun begins from what he has heard. A person comes out of the crowd who wants to take a look at the problem. Mo Fan recognizes him as Hu Duan Chan, a physics teacher. He thinks he's finally found a normal person. The guy asks, "Mr. Hu, look at the problem," reporting that the owner of the breakfast stand said that the electric stove broke down. Inwardly, he asks to fix Tom's head while he's here. The teacher recognizes his student, a little surprised that he is also here. He admits that I was going to see if he could fix it, but then he casually asks if he did. Does the student have a magic theory homework assignment that he gave him yesterday, because he uses questions from it on today's test? Mo Fan freezes at this misunderstanding, noting to himself that Faraday and Maxwell would jump out of their graves at this. These two were discoverers of electric and magnetic fields. Hu Duan Chan informs everyone that he is a magician, fire, and even if he can't fix the stove, he can make a fire for cooking. Stand owner grabs the man by the hand, thanking him for his help because he saved him. The man encourages everyone to watch carefully. In the air next to it begin to appear orange circles. The crowd disperses, and a few moments later, the teacher's hand appears. The fire he uses to set the stove on fire. Everyone is happy with this development of events, because they are finally, I can have breakfast. Only the hero is in shock from what is happening. Approaches the boy and puts his hand on his shoulder, asking if he has been studying all night. After that, he explains his suspicion by saying that the guy doesn't look good. Mo Fan notes that Mr. Hu shouldn't reprimand him for his painstaking work. The man says he is too. When I was young, I was very fond of scientific books, but the guy has already grown up, so it's time to understand the difference. And the final exams will start soon, so he should take care of himself. It is then that the hero remembers the old man who asks him that he died yesterday, about whether he believes that, in addition to their world, there is also a magical one. He said that in that world, science is magic. Then the dark-haired man assumes that he has fallen into the magical world that he has heard about from the stories. The old man, however, still doubts the reality of what is happening. Mr. Hu notes that he still needs to prepare the power magic installation, so he says goodbye to the student. The hero also says goodbye to the teacher. At this moment, something happens on the road, unusual for our world. Workers have blocked the passage and are making a road. Someone is shouting that he needs to. We need a different kind of land to lay asphalt here. Another is wondering where the water mages are, which should control the temperature. Right out of the back of the truck into the air lifts it. The contents that turn into asphalt in the hands of one of the workers. As Mo Fan watches this, he realizes that he is indeed in the world of magic, but he does not know what to do. He believes that this is not so bad, because today the results should have been available for math, and thanks to the world of magic, he was able to dodge it. The guy assumes that he has a chance to put his plan into practice in a new world. Coming to school, the hero finds himself in a very awkward situation. The teacher reports that his something very disturbing. Noting that the exams are already on the nose, he emphasizes that Mo Fan scored only 6% on Star Trek Alchemy. A man asks a guy to take his own test, which, by the way, was designed for 120 minutes. The hero is covered in sweat from this because it turns out that in this world, he is still a loser. The teacher walks between the desks, saying that Mo Fan should benefit from the last few days before the exam. Otherwise his results wouldn't be even half as good as Mu Bai's. Oh, the same fat man as before turns to the hero, asking if the correct name was given to him by his father. In general, after all, it definitely does not correspond to it in any way. A friend of the hero calls to close his mouth, Ju-kun-san, after which he asks the hero not to worry about it, because they bark but do not bite. Mo-fan notices that they are acting like children. Privately, he thinks they might be talking nonsense, as long as they want, because once he understands how the world works, they'll see who's going to be there. Have the last laugh. Later in the evening, students are released, asking not to forget several times. View all important exam points. Moving along the street with a friend, the hero decides to find out from the latter where the school is located. Library. Zio, who is a little surprised by this question, but still points out the place where she is. Then he asks if Brother Fan is ill. He thanks you for your help, asking you to go on without him, because he just wants to see something. A friend freezes in place from this. He scratches the back of his head, trying to figure out what kind of fly has bitten Brother Fan. He wants to believe that the words Ju-kun-san wasn't so much angered by him, and he just decided to work enthusiastically on the project. The good of the state. Mo-fan stops in front of a huge building, realizing that it is a library. On his face, he smiles, because he can't wait to see what kind of magical world this is. The guy starts with a history of magical laws. This society is divided into two types of people, magi and people. Ordinary people are responsible for production, and magicians protect ordinary citizens from incursions and damage, and they are also responsible for maintaining order around the world. To say that magicians are considered heroes of this world. The key to becoming a magician is to awaken magically. Different people awaken with different abilities. Many are associated with natural elements, such as, for example, wind, fire, light, lightning, ice, and earth. But his magical awakening may be only in high school. Based on the current knowledge of the rules of this world, for him, it will be impossible. Mo-fan picks up the pendant, noting that he really wants to become a magician. Then the guy is pulled out of his thoughts by a voice from the side. My father asks me what happened and if I like it. He likes the food he made today. The hero quickly comes to his senses, saying that this is his favorite dish. The man asks if his son cares about something. Mo-fan states that he wants to continue to learn magic. The father wants to object, but the boy interrupts him, saying that he himself is the same. He knows that his grades are bad. The man notes that, in fact, he wanted the guy to. After his graduation, he began to travel long distances performing various tasks. Assignments. The hero realizes that he is too naive, because even in this world, his father is still fighting for every piece of bread, and he torments him with such requests. The man clarifies whether the son really is. He wants to learn. The guy raises his head, looking up from his food. My father asks if he really is. I decided that I would continue to study magic. Mo-fan jumps up from his seat and, putting his hand to his chest, he declares that he really wants to study magic. The exam was finally over. Students are happy about this, because now they are free. Hero, together with his friend walking down the street. A friend asks what the hero's plans are after graduation. He also says that he is thinking of going to high school, although he doubts that he will succeed. This, and then asks the same question to the other person. He happily replies that he has the same plans, and that it would be so cool if they both did. They entered Tianlin High School. A friend asks you to wait a bit, because he wants to buy them drinks. Mo-fan makes a mental note that it would be nice if he could at least go to college. High school. Someone behind the hero's back talking had already shown their respect for the Jackson family. Then the boy looks around, noticing his father, who is talking to a dignified man. A man in a suit. The latter says that even when his son committed that terrible act, it was an act that allowed him to stay in the service, but this time it went too far, so he asks the hero's father to leave. The man begins to beg the interlocutor. Mo-fan's father falls to his knees, begging Big Brother Mew to reconsider his request only in the end. This time, the same one turns around on the spot, asking why Jackson is doing this again. A man notices that the tuition fees at the Tianlin Magic School are too high for him. A family, and he doesn't have the money for it. The interviewee notes that he also does not have the money for this, and does not need to pay for it. We should not forget that he does this for him, paying attention to the grades of his son, who he would never become a magician. The father trembles, bowing his head like a slave and asking for help in this matter. Once, he states that if the man helps them, they will immediately move out of Mujia's house, so his family will be forced to leave. Bugger will never see Mu Ningsu again. Brother Mu notices that this is already. It looks like a bargain, so he promises to think about it. The hero's father thanks the interviewee, not believing in him. Your happiness. At this time, Mo-fan is frowning at such a deal. The man in the suit says that he will only be able to provide Tom with the place, and then he will have to achieve everything on his own. The father declares that his son will be very grateful to him for such an opportunity. A friend approaches the guy, asking what happened and what happened to his face. Mo fan only. He shakes his head, telling me to go. In the evening, his father informs him that he has good grades. News for him. He says that his son can enter the Tianlin Magic School. The man notes that he ran into a friend in the dean's office and was able to secure a place for him. So he asks if the guy isn't happy about the opportunity. Mo Fan's frown only deepens, because now he's sure that today's conversation will be over. It definitely wasn't a figment of his imagination, but he hides his emotions behind a smile, saying that it was a dream. Very cool, and that he deserves to be called his father 6 times more. The man laughs at this, asking you to leave such statements to your old man, because he may be just a driver, but he still has connections. The man says that they will have to rent out their house because the cost of studying in high school. The magic school isn't that small, so they'll have to save money, but anyway. The guy will study there, and he will continue to go on business trips, although he is usually not at home. Mo Fan agrees to this, thanking her father. It is very difficult for a guy to fall asleep at night, because he is. I thought that everything would be different in this world. The hero grabs the pendant that he received from the old man, realizing that his father continues. Remain an empty space for influential people. This is very cruel, so Mo Fan squeezes fingers into fists, deciding that he will become a great magician who will be better than each of them. The events are transferred to the high school for the study of magic Tianlan. 2 friends coming up to. One of them calls Brother Fan to take a look, because they are both in class number 8. The fat man who bullied the hero during his studies comes up to the lists, surprised to realize that he is. I was in the same class as them again. He laughs, saying that Mo Fan is really in last place, after which he asks if he knows the fact that this list is based on the results of testing. The fat man points to the guy behind him, emphasizing that their master is the master of the group. Mubai always comes first. A friend of the hero gets angry, calling an old friend a brat and asking if he was looking for a fight. Mo Fan puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him to cool down because the school-wide meeting will start soon. Finally, the bully calls Zio who a stray dog, waving goodbye. It makes me angry. Moreover, however, the hero does not allow him to pounce on the impudent one. Then the events are transferred to the same location. Meeting. A handsome man in a suit with a red bow tie, thick eyebrows and beautiful hair. Uzami informs the dear students that they are welcome at the Tianlan Magic Academy. He thinks that they are very worried now, because from today on they will set foot on a bright road. Magic, so he decides to put it succinctly. The man declares that the development of humanity is the duty of future magicians, and protecting it is theirs. Its purpose, so it encourages you to remember something forever, beyond the border of the calm. A peaceful city is in danger. At the end of the speech, he wants to say that he hopes that he will become a strong and powerful magician. Students are sent to class. The teacher starts talking. He thinks that after the director's speech, they had at least some idea of becoming a mage, and now they would awaken them. Forces. Here the fat man raises his hand, asking what will happen if someone fails to do it. He explains his question by saying that he has heard that there is a person in their class who got here through connections, so he has little chance of the force awakening. Mo Fan lowers her head, squeezing her hands together. Fists. Whispers run through the classroom. One says it just can't happen. After all, as far as he knows, no one has failed to awaken magic in 10 years, and if they do, if you fail, it will become an incredible scandal. The teacher is a little confused by this question, but still reports that this really happened earlier, so this is considered a huge failure, and the loser will be immediately expelled. Badass. He throws his hands behind his head, saying that someone just barely transferred here, and you'll be here soon. Kicked out so much that he even feels sorry for the poor guy. The hero notes to himself that he does not know anything, because when the power will awaken in him, and he will regret saying it. The teacher decides to start from the list. The first, of course, was Mubai, one of my classmates. He turns to the guy who gave the voice, noting that he is not only handsome, but also an excellent student. Another representative of the fair sex admits that she already likes it, and she doesn't even like it. He knows what kind of power he will have. Odnoklasnik emphasizes that it will definitely not be the forces of light and water, for these are weak symbols. After hearing all this, the teacher decides to clarify whether this means that the guy in the family has been studying for generations. Magic. He gives a positive answer, after which the man emphasizes that it will be good if he will have ice magic, because then he will be much stronger than ordinary students, but not Do not forget about diligence and hard work, because talent and giftedness do not solve everything. Mubai states that talent doesn't solve everything, but without it, you're nothing. Mubai knows that if he doesn't have ice magic, he won't be worth a dime, but he will. He believes that, in any case, in this awakening, he will definitely win. With similar features, his thoughts touch the crystal ball. Classmates enthusiastically declare that the guy really has ice magic. The teacher notes that this is great, because it is very clean ice, which will eventually become bigger and will shine. Privately, the man realizes that during the awakening of the forces, the disciple, I froze this ball, which is an indicator of real talent. The teacher admires this. Mubai is also a pro. He is happy about this, because if he fully masters this magic, he will be closer to mastering it. The traditional magic of your family. The fat man says that this is not surprising, because this is Mr. Mubai, who will definitely be able to train with you in a while. Miss Mu, the badass, says that now they will have to look at the cheater loser. These words make a friend angry. The hero who asks if he's looking for a fight. The teacher approaches Zhang Xiaohu, asking what they are discussing. He hovers over the guy, asking if he wants to go to the party. The awakening of the forces. The guy agrees. He turns out to have wind magic, after which he is summoned. The next one. After a while, Mo Fan is summoned. He goes out to the ball. There are whispers behind him. Classmates who think that he was the one who got here because of his connections. Just his friend supports the guy, urging him not to pay attention to that trio of fools. The teacher asks the boy to put his hand on the ball. Believe in himself, close his eyes and listen to the music. To your heart. There is a deathly silence. The hero has not yet managed to touch up the ball as one of the Odnoklasniki notices that there is no reaction at all. Another thinks it's like to fail. The fat man is already beginning to laugh, clarifying where he left off, and then continues, saying that this loser doesn't deserve to go to their school. A friend steps in for the hero, stating that Brother Fan hasn't shown up yet. Bully smiles, asking if he really thinks so. Their conversation interrupts the teacher, prescribing both on the back of the head, calls to stop talking. Mo Fan opens his eyes in space. He assumes that this is the world of magic he is talking about. It was told in a book, so he doesn't know why it's not there, because it was written in a book. It says that if you see a galaxy, it means that the awakening was successful. Hero, he looks up and sees a huge cluster of stars around a bright light source. He understands that this is the galaxy, so he did everything right. That's when the guy notices something strange. He sees not a simple galaxy, but a purple one. Into this, for a moment, he has a vague idea of its power. At this time, the teacher adjusts his glasses, amazed at what he saw. The guy from the next class awakened the thunder magic. It's a 1 in a million power. This event causes strain all those present. Even the fat man opens his mouth in surprise. Mo Fan opens his eyes, realizing what kind of power he has, but in the next moment, he falls into a deep sleep. Into a stupor. He looks around, but the classroom is empty. The guy is trying to figure out where everything is going. Gone. A crowd gathers at the entrance to the next classroom. Students' voices are heard. One of them shouts at the whole house. The corridor that class number 7 has a student who has the power of thunder. Another with interest. He looks into the classroom, noticing that this is indeed the power of thunder. At this time, the hero holds his hand on a crystal ball. Several bolts of electricity with the characteristic crackle of thunder form. There's a hemisphere around his arm. Someone in the crowd thought that the power of fire was the strongest. People are starting pushed to see this force. The kid in the front row is happy to say that he doesn't. I expected to see the owner of the power of thunder with my own eyes. Someone in the crowd notices that they have heard that this power falls to 1 in a million. The other one is just, it's amazing how incredible and cool it is. The teacher hides his joy, noting about, imagine that if there was already a thunder power holder in class number 7, then the teacher of this class would have to. Just lucky, and the salary will be given more, and will increase. Then the man calls the students. Calm down, because Mo Fan is still waking up. Then the bullies in the crowd remember that this is just only a loser, so they start to change the crowd's opinion of the hero. Mo Fan can't believe what he's hearing. He's angry at the words, and he's also annoyed by the fact that he doesn't know what to say. They take you for a deaf person. The guy mentally asks them only to wait until he has fully mastered the power of thunder, and then they'll see what they can tell him. Then he notices something strange. Hero. He looks down and sees that the balloon has begun to heat up, turning orange. He is perplexed by what happened. Here a friend declares that Brother Fan has the power of fire. Odnoklasniki are surprised by this development. Events. The fat man also believes that Zhang Xiao, who is exaggerating, and the latter calls out. The other person should go and see if they don't believe him. The teacher says that the guy has a talent, after which he calls on everyone to calm down and sit down. The hero passes next to an excellent student, who is clearly dissatisfied with the fact that he stood out more. A friend praises the hero, saying that he is very strong, because the element of fire is quite strong. Powerful. Mo-fan humbly thanks him for the praise, mentally remembering that the power of fire is so strong. I surprised all the students, so he asks himself what will happen if they find out that the power of thunder awoke in him. He suggests that their jaws may fall off. The birth of two forces happens only once in hundreds of years. A huge rarity is the combination of two, the most powerful magics, thunder and fire. The hero is amazed at what a huge potential he has for success. This is why he asks his father to watch him, because he will definitely fully master these skills. Power and become a powerful magician. Then no one would dare look down on them. The teacher sums up the results in his head. His class has 2 powers of fire and 1 power of ice, and in class number 7 has awakened 1 power of thunder, which is very rare. A man coughs into his hand, attracting the attention of students. He congratulates everyone on the awakening of their powers, even though it's not a big deal. Just the beginning. The man scribbles something on the blackboard with chalk, then announces that their first lesson in learning magic is about releasing magic. A month passes. The hero takes a place on a branch of one tree, remembering the words of the teacher. The release of forces is based on 3 stages, the first of which is concentration. Concentration is a deep immersion in yourself, during which you cannot be distracted. After releasing your powers, you can see exactly the color of your galaxy, immersed in yourself. Following all of Master's instructions, Mo-fan is happy that his thunder power has already improved. At the next lesson, the teacher notes that everyone has done very well in these 2 months. He highlights Mubai, who has already started training in strength control. Excellent student closes his eyes, taking praise for granted. Whispers behind his back make him happy. Someone is amazed. How cool is the guy, because the speaker couldn't even summon his galaxy properly. Others admit that Mubai is much more talented than them. Mo-fan, on the other hand, notices in his mind that he learned how to summon galaxies of thunder and fire powers, so it's time to train your control above the forces. The second stage is the most difficult in releasing the power, taking control of them. The stars and planets in the galaxy move at random, and the task of the magician is to arrange and level them, so that they turn in their places like the planets of the solar system. The hero focuses on himself, repeats what he has to do, and, reaching out, says, "Galaxy," trying to do it. In his hands is a galaxy in which the stars begin to appear. Get organized. The guy laughs, thinking that this is just a power control, so there's nothing to do here. Boast. Mo-fan is concentrating on the task at hand, but he knows that it won't be so easy. After a few moments, he falls back on the grass under a tree. He forgets about past attempts, making a new one. He reaches the 4th star, but he can't seem to put it back in its place. He looks up at the sky, realizing that the 3rd star is now his limit. At that time, a friend approaches the girl in the wheelchair, asking if Xingxia will go with her. She thanks him, but refuses the offer, wanting to wait for her little brother, who is supposed to see her off. Friends say goodbye. After a while, the hero resorts to his sister, asking for forgiveness for keeping her waiting so long. So she says that there is nothing wrong, because she is only from school. The girl hands the guy a handkerchief, offering to wipe away the sweat. Xingxia points out that her little brother doesn't need to see her off every day, because after that, he still needs to. Going back to class that should be quite tiring. Mo-fan states that he promised to her mother that he would see her off every day, and he was not going to break his promises, so now he would see her off every day. The girl says that she feels that all she does is add to his problems. The hero does not understand what she is talking about, because it is natural that the brother cares about his own. My little sister. The guy asks you to wait for him near the park, and not to take a single step without him. My little sister can just agree with it. The hero focuses on his power, trying to reorder it. A countdown is being made for the number of stars who have taken their places, however, does not have enough strength to finish the job. With a sigh, he bends over, catching his breath and cursing that he stopped at the last one again. The star. Mo-fan looks up at the sky. The sun is already nearing the horizon. He is aware that at this time, Xingxia should have already finished school. The guy admits that he would like to show her his thunder power, but to do that, he needs to train more. Tossing the bag over his shoulder, the hero goes to meet his sister. The guy comes out of the park and looks around. He doesn't see the girl, so in his mind's eye, he sees her. He wonders where she is because they agreed to meet near the park. After passing a little bit forward, the hero discovers his little sister sitting on her knees near the swing. He runs up to her, asking if she had fallen and where her chair was. The girl apologizes, and Mo-fan asks not to do it. He holds out his hand to help her stand up. Then a guy comes up behind them, asking if the guy can see that they're playing with this girl. The girl, coming closer, he advises the hero to get out of here and quickly because their boss put eye on this disabled beauty. Mo-fan throws off his briefcase, grabbing the boy's shirt and pulling him towards her. He asks for that. Repeat his last words, if you have the guts. The scoundrel clarifies what it is and does not want to. He will become a hero in front of the beauty. 3 more approach the swing. One of them is holding a bat. These words completely infuriate the guy. With a powerful blow, he knocks the bandit away, sending him flying. A few drops of blood on the ground. Mo-fan urges them to get away from his sister, and to make his intentions clear, he says he needs his knuckles. The guy grabs his nose, and then he calls the others. Attack him. The little sister asks her brother not to do this, because there are too many of them. Then another bandit approaches from behind, asking the beauty not to worry, because they will leave him alive. The man grabs the girl by the chin, noting that only she understands everything. The hero also calls on the scoundrel to remove his dirty paws from her. Then a guy with a bat brings up a weapon to hit, asking where the hero is looking. Powerful, the blow lands on the back of Mo-fan's head, who is only momentarily distracted. Little sister plaintively, she shouts her brother's name. The bit can't handle this and breaks. One of the bandits notes that the kid has a strong head, and the other one notices that he's had enough, so they take the girl. Mo-fan also realizes that Xingxia is in danger, and he promised to protect her. He realizes that he just needs to unleash your power. He sinks into himself, starting to arrange the stars. This time, he manages to put the 7th star in its place, realizing that all the stars are on their own. Finally, it starts releasing its power. Lightning strikes are heard in the surrounding area. Summoned by the hero, a clot of lightning appears in the guy's hand, the charge of which throws all the bandits away from his sister. After that, Mo-fan asks if they have now realized who they have angered. Impudent men realize that they have encountered a magician. They think they're finished, don't they? Slowly Sapa approaches them, declaring that from now on, they will never be bullied. Over his sister, he asks if they understood him. His hand is at his face at that moment. One of the scoundrels with genuine fear in his eyes. The men grab the victims and run away, saying at last that they understood everything and would never do it again. They'll dare. Mo-fan, on the other hand, is mentally amazed at what is happening, because all he did was release the power of his body. Power, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. The girl also asks her brother if it was a force. Thunder. After receiving a positive response, the little sister admires, emphasizing that the little brother Mo-fan has become a real magician. The hero notices that it's getting late, so he'll drive her home. Moving home together, a representative of the fair sex decides to find out how long the brother is. Mo-fan was practicing releasing magic. The latter answers that a little less than 6 months, specifying why. These words amaze the interlocutor, because she has heard that the most talented magician. I spent a whole year releasing magic and awakening. The hero thoughtfully repeats after his little sister, mentally noticing that he is really talented. However, noticing the girl's fallen mood, he decides to find out what happened. He thought to himself, he believes that the speed of training is actually good news. The little sister clarifies, and the little brother, I didn't accidentally learn something bad outside of school. Mo-fan does not quite understand what is being said, and the representative of the fair sex explains that it's something like an organization of dark beliefs. The sun completely covers the sky. Horizon. On the territory of the school dormitory falls semi-darkness. The guy is lying on his bed, saying that he himself has trained hard every day, so he doesn't understand why his little sister suspected that he had achieved this success with the help of some other means. Dark organizations. He even wonders what this organization of the Dark Ones is all about. Beliefs. He pulls out a book and starts searching. After a while, he finds what he needs. The Dark Beliefs Organization is a magical organization that threatens security. Citizens of the whole world. Its sphere of influence is huge, spread all over the world. This organization created huge troubles in all corners of the world. Head of the organization, organizational structure, motives and purpose are unknown. They use forbidden magic to speed up the development of magicians. By this, in a dirty way, they bribe young magicians. After reading this, Mo-fan understands that it is better not to. You should show your thunder power more, otherwise he might start having problems. High-heeled footsteps radiate through the corridors of the school. One of the students yawns, saying that again. I'm going to miss practicing magic. His friend notes that every time the old man starts the lesson, I want to fall asleep. A girl with a square hairstyle, very well shaped, dressed in a short top comes into the class. Wearing a tight skirt, she greets the students, then introduces herself. Her name is Tan Yu, and in the future, she will teach them practical lessons. Guys light up with happiness because the teacher, a real beauty, Mo Fan, will be his friend, informing him that they have a new practice teacher. The guy states that if in high school will be taught by such a beauty, then he will definitely study perfectly. The hero is the same. He doesn't understand the use of a good appearance because the main thing is good teaching. The interviewee asks you not to pretend to be a smart guy because no one cares about good teaching. Mo Fan urges you to close your mouth and listen to him. Before the lesson starts, the teacher decides to ask who in their class has discovered the power of fire. She's a little surprised when she lifts up 2 arms. The first is the teacher's daughter, Jo. The girl notes that she has a talent, so she needs to try hard. After that, the teacher approaches the hero, specifying that he also has fire. He confirms it, saying that he's number 48, Mo Fan. The girl draws attention to the pendant on the guy's neck. She turns around, heading back to her own place at the workplace, and telling them that in this lesson, she wants the students to be ready before they learn, release their powers, understand how significant they can be, so he will explain to them what is the power of any element at the initial level. One of the students asks that the teacher should just show them, because this way they will definitely not. They'll waste their time. His friend supports him, laughing. The girl leans over the chatterbox, asking if he wants to know what the initial level of strength is in practice. After that, he points to the practice target and snaps his fingers. The teacher invokes the power of fire, telling the sparks of fire to burn the target. And so it happens. A powerful coil of fire burns out the target, and the guy is horrified to realize that he greatly underestimated. Entry level. Everyone admires this demonstration of skills. Some people can't believe their eyes, but representatives of the beautiful thought that the teacher was just a beautiful vase for children. Admiring, but it turns out to be also cool. The girl, ignoring all this praise, asks how many stars each of them has put in place at the moment. The fat man, he claims that he doesn't know what about the others, but Mo Fan couldn't give a single star because he's a big fan. The exact opposite of Mr. Mu Bai, the most talented student in their class, and Tom. There is one more star left before the power is released. The teacher leans over Mu Bai, admitting that he is indeed a talented student. Guy, a little embarrassed by the attention, thanking the teacher for the praise. The same one notices about herself that this Mo Fan was a little strange because she had sensed a great strength in his body and a rare talent. The bell from class rings. The girl informs them that before she lets them go, there is something they will say. In general terms, they will soon have a final quarter exam, so there are 3 things which they must remember. First, she advises those who fail the exam to leave school. Second, based on the results, the exam will decide which class they will be assigned to next year. And third, if they hit in the genius class, you will get a chance to use the Galaxy Magic Machine for training. Mo Fan realizes that it is written in the books that the magic machine of the galaxy can significantly increase his efficiency, so he decides that he will definitely get into the class of geniuses. Best in class. According to many, he mentally notices that someone important to him will come to the exam, so he wouldn't let this Mo Fan grab everyone's attention. There are several people in a small arena. In the stands, students communicate with each other. By myself. One of the guys asks what kind of girl is ahead. The interlocutor is amazed that he does not. Knows Mu Ningzhu from the Mu family. Not only is she from a noble family, but she's also an excellent magician. At 15, she was admitted to the Royal Academy without any exams. It didn't even touch her age limit. The interlocutor freezes in amazement, realizing that the girl is so strong. The friend puts his hand on the hero's shoulder, urging Mo Fan to try harder and pass the entrance exam. Perfect to get into the Royal Academy, because then the Mu family won't be able to stop them from going to the Royal Academy. Mu Ningzhu relationship. The bully laughs, then notices that it is not necessary to tell the student, soon to be kicked out of school, something about the Royal Academy. The hero's friend breaks down, asking who the fat guy is talking about. The latter extends his little finger in response, noting that about someone who couldn't even use his magic in class. The teacher says that he doesn't know what's going on with Mo Fan, but if the 2 of them don't stop right now messing around, he can kick them out right now. Mu Bai inwardly longs to see how Mo Fan would become a pathetic mongrel and he would make everyone marvel at his stunning appearance. Opportunities. Events are moved back 2 days. Someone informs Mubai that this time for Mu Ningzu will be overseeing the testing, so it's best for the guy not to disappoint him. That he also says that he will definitely behave well. Mr. Mu wonders how that kid Mo Fan is doing. The guy tells us that he had awakened the power of fire, but he still hadn't been able to release it. The man strikes. He slammed his hand down on the table, saying that he knew the guy wasn't meant to learn magic, but he can still do it, so they still have to leave him a huge gift. Events are moved to the present. Mubai is being summoned. The fat man cheers on his master and the school director notes that there is no need to worry, because they, 3 judges, will evaluate it by the brilliance of this magic ball. The guy focuses on the ball and releases his power. The ball becomes crystal. Oh, the judges give the maximum score. Students in school from this, because it will definitely be the most high score in the academy. Someone decides to ask Miss Mu's opinion. The same one says that these are normal ones. Abilities. He approaches the hero and says that he should not worry about testing points, because everything is already there. It's been planned for a long time. He passes by, adding that it can be said that Mo Fan is just go out for a walk on the stage. The hero enters the stage and prepares for testing. The judge informs that if you're ready, you can start. At this time, Mr. Mu leaves the room where he is staying. A genius from his family. The girl carefully follows the new subject. A man comes out to his son, saying that the guy really did not disappoint him, because with such, he'll be ranked first in the entire school with his results. After that, the head of the Mu emphasizes that he will be a good head of the family if he continues like this. The man also, he asks if the man did what he told him to do. Mubai replies that everything is ready, so they can just enjoy the performance. Into this time the hero tries to demonstrate his abilities on the ball, but next to that lies a strange purple stone that seems to absorb his power. That's when the genius from the Mu clan recognizes a rather strange sound during the release of the guy's power. People can see that the magic ball didn't catch fire at all. Many people start to think that the guy they'll get kicked out of school, and someone even remembers the rumors about Mo Fan being in class number 8. I got into the academy with the help of connections. The hero grits his teeth, not understanding how this is possible. After all, he has already released power. He comes to the conclusion that something is definitely wrong with this ball. The judge fixes the hero's failure, and the other person asks him to listen and give him a chance to test his power release on a dummy. The director responds that this is a violation of the rules, because the ball didn't even have a sparkle, so what kind of release of forces can be discussed there? Mo Fan bows his head as he starts to walk out of the door. Arenas. This is a real failure, after which he will be dismissed from the academy. The man informs that the guy can leave. He's already preparing to summon the next student for a meeting. Testing. But the young teacher asks you to wait, because she has claims to the test result. Students are amazed at what is happening, because teacher Tan Yu intervened in the case. Somebody suggests that there may have been some problems. The man reports that the teacher is not. They should interfere with testing, and the girl in response says that they still have the right to making complaints, so she wants to check the device. She notes that, just now, the magic ball flashed and went out immediately, and from her experience, she can say that here, something's definitely wrong. The judge decides to concede, trusting the teacher. It allows you to check that balloon. Students, they keep whispering. The guy who was going to the toilet asks his friend what happened and asks him what happened. Is testing already over? The interlocutor replies that there are some problems with it's an evaluation device, so it's currently being investigated. The ball is pushed aside and you can see shards of some kind of rock. The reviewer reports that there is something here. The director is given the found object, saying that they found pieces of the shadow object under the ball. The stone. The same is amazed at such a find, not understanding how such an object could get inside. School. The man declares that he is obliged to investigate the case, and the disciple Mo Fan can continue your testing. The hero thanks for this. A genius from Mu recalls that the stone can absorb released magic, but no one is allowed to use it except the court to use it, so even for her, the question arises why it appeared here. Mo Fan lets out a deep breath, then refocuses on his strength by placing his hand on his chest. He lights up in an instant, and in a small radius from his place they begin to splash jets of fire. The stars light up in his friend's eyes, and then he declares that Brother Fan is really cool. He puts his elbow on the fat man's shoulder, declaring that this is Brother Fan's true strength. Tom just nothing to say. All 3 judges give the hero the highest score, as well as Mobai, and the teacher notices that this boy is so strong that the magic ball can barely hold on. Mr. Mu slams his fist on the glass, saying that this Tan Yu woman ruined their plan. My son doesn't know what to do. He's afraid of being discovered. My father asks me not to worry, assuring that no one ever knows about his involvement in this incident. The man leaves. Mobai mentally notes that even though the guy hasn't been kicked out yet, but the winner was everyone. Same him. He returns to the stands, where one of the students admires the hero's strength. He's not. He understands how anyone could call him a loser if he's so good with fire. The best student in class 8 asks the kid to move over. He sees Mo Fan burn. Target with your fire. Mobai grits his teeth, mentally not understanding how this is possible. After all, initially, he couldn't even put the stars back in place. Only after a couple of seconds it comes to that Mo Fan might have purposely hidden his powers all this time. Mr. Mu enters the arena, admitting that there really are a lot of new students in their academy. Talented students. He notices that Mo Fan is quite good with fire, so he can train with them in the domain of Mu. The guy will have a chance to get a lot of valuable information. Development of things. The hero, on the other hand, looks at Mu Jo Yoon with anger and clenched fists. The man calmly clarifies, so what answer will the young man give him? Mo Fan confidently refuses this offer. The current director calls the guy to prudence, because this is one of the former headmasters of the academy and part-time head of the Wu family, so if he has the support of such a great family, then the rate of his magical growth will be incredible. The hero declares that he is not going to accept such help, especially from him. Director once again calls the guy to prudence, but Mr. Mu approaches Tom and tells him that this Mo Fan was the one who abducted the young lady from their family 3 years ago. Then, he notices that then he showed mercy to him, but it turns out that he not only did not, I am grateful to him, but also openly shows hatred and disrespect. The director's gaze changes, and then he looks at the hero like the last scum. Mo Fan is the same, calls on Mr. Mu to stop sneering at weaklings, because he is nothing more than a coward. Guy, he says that he will definitely return the favor for all the humiliations that he had to endure to my father because of him. Head Mu is angry. He releases his ice power, calling the guy a creature. His teeth grind together in pain. Anger toward him. The man wants to teach an impudent person a lesson. The students start to tremble in fear, thinking that Mo Fan has no brains at all since he thought of it. Defend the Mu family. Mubai is happy about this development because the guy is digging for himself a grave. In the next instant, a genius from the Mu clan chimes in. The girl asks for her own. Her father didn't bother to let her deal with him. Their eyes touch, after which the hero declares that he was very stupid to believe her. However, everyone in the Mu family is made of the same shit. Mo Fan uses the power of fire, releasing a fiery spark. The girl responds with the element of ice, the ice vine. Her power, it turns out to be stronger, and the guy is covered with a layer of ice. The beauty calls the guy to apologize in front of her father, but he refuses to do so. Then the man himself intervenes in the conversation, saying that that's enough, and that he understands his anger. The head of the Mu family turns to the director, offering him the following option. He has. Yuang's adopted son is the same age as this young man, since Mo Fan wishes to fight until after the end. Then let him duel with Yuang when he reaches the age of majority, and if Mo Fan, if he wins, then he will fulfill any one of his wishes. The director notes that this sounds good. The hero agrees to this. The ice that binds his body gradually turns into water under his feet by the action of fire. The man also mentally emphasizes that this boy is very disgusting, so he can't wait to see how he will be beaten up in 3 years. After that, the man and his daughter begin to leave the arena for testing, and the hero encourages them to wait, because he will definitely win in that duel. They decide to show us the thoughts of the test winners. It all starts with 4th place, Jo Min, the owner of the power of fire, who received an overall score of a ++. The girl confesses herself. I told myself that I didn't expect that loser Mo Fan to be stronger than even Mu Bai. On the 3rd floor, it was the owner of the power of thunder, Zhu Jiaoting, who surpassed the 4th place. By releasing power, reaching a score of B, he recalls the proverb, through the sky is the sky, through man is man. It means that even if you think that some person, or if you are already at the very top, there will always be a person who will beat you. 2nd place, occupied Mu Bai with his ice power. The guy is very unhappy with this. It hurts him to see it. 1st place went to Mo Fan, who knew that his magic would be the best. He's thinking about it. Go get some chips to celebrate. At this time, the girl nearby, Ha-yu, who took 34th place, looks at the hero as an idol. She wonders inwardly that this is the case. It looks really great. Stars light up in her eyes, and a blush appears on her cheeks. After all, this is the first time that she gets into the best class, and if this goes on, then great success will no longer seem like a dream. Then someone pokes her in the shoulder. A representative of the fair sex turns around and sees slyly a smiling guy. It turns out to be Jang Zio, who, a friend of the hero, it is submitted and expresses a desire to find out the name of the interlocutor. The guy also introduces the hero, noting that they communicate with him very well. The beauty is surprised that the interlocutor is familiar with the number 1, Mo Phanum. The boy says that they are childhood friends. Then the teacher says that Jang Zio, who just transferred to a new class, but he still can't calm down. The man seems to be hinting that he's already in high school, so you should stop. Vandalize. The classmate introduces herself, after which the teacher calls for the last desk. Stop talking and start listening, because even if they will become the strongest magicians, but this is all just the beginning. Every mage must constantly train and improve their skills. Man opens a small box containing an artifact. Everyone understands that in front of them is the magic machine of the galaxy, the dream of any practitioner. Galaxy magic machine improves abilities such as agility, defense, and speed reactions, and can also recuperate if needed. The teacher mentally notes that the pests began to fuss as soon as they saw the car. He says that this car is very expensive, valuable. There are only 3 of them in their class, so you need to work with it very carefully. Then they will conduct exam. Only the very best can use them, so the teacher asks not to be offended. The first person to be called is Mo Fan, who gets up from his seat. Many are amazed at what exactly this person is number 1, because he looks ordinary. The boys notice Mu Bai's face, who is extremely angry because he was beaten before Miss Mu herself. The teacher allows the guy to use this device. The hero mentally notes that the magic machine of the galaxy is very important to him. A magician who has 2 powers, so he will be sure not to miss this chance. Mu Bai says it's just an ordinary car for you don't have to be so excited about training, so you don't have to be so excited. After school, the hero decides to ask Zio who about what Mu Bai said, that magic. The car was an ordinary one, so there are no others. A friend explains that magic machines have differences in level, as well as they are divided into ordinary and spiritual. Training result on the spiritual machine will be twice as good as the result of training on a regular one. A friend states that Brother Fan was very cool, because he wasn't even afraid to contradict Mu Royan himself. The hero says that back then, he just couldn't resist seeing his smug face. The Wind Mage clarifies whether the interlocutor is sure of his action, because in 3 years he is waiting for a duel. Mo Fan gives a positive answer, adding that he is still his brother Fan. Lying in bed, the hero recalls Mu Bai's words, from which it becomes clear that Yuan has already trained on them. This piece of iron is 3 years old, so the guy should wait for death. Mo Fan also notes about remember that it's only 3 years, so he won't lose. Mo Fan wants to start training, but the pendant given by the old man comes into conflict with a magical artifact, causing the latter to turn into shards. This phenomenon is striking a guy to the core. The hero recalls the teacher's words that these Star Trek devices are very expensive. Therefore, he asks to treat them with the utmost caution during use, because if they break at least one, they will be eliminated from school. Mo Fan falls to his knees, seeing pieces from the device. He nervously considers what to do. He's thinking of gluing it together, the bracelet, but it's unlikely to work. The guy doesn't really want to be the first best, a student of the Tianlin school who will be kicked out of it. Mo Fan begins to ponder. If he's not mistaken, it's because he brought the bracelet close to your pendant. After that, he turns his attention to the grinning face on the table. The pendant, he feels as if he's just had a big meal, and the bracelet has split open from the heat, that he didn't have any energy left. The guy realizes that he was screwed. The teacher comes out of the bath in just a bathrobe, feeling blissful. Her phone starts ringing. She picks up the phone and is a little surprised, because it's coming from the school dorm. The beauty picks up the phone, greeting the stranger and asking him to introduce himself. The hero does just that. Then he starts to stammer. The teacher clarifies what happened. He reports that the Star Trek device broke down. These words throw the girl off balance. She immediately asks where he is now. After a while, they meet on the roof. The teacher apologizes for her. It's late, and Mo Fan turns to look at her. It also specifies where the device of the starry sky is located. Ways. The guy hands her the reason for his sleepless night with both hands. Tan Yu carefully examines the device, then informs that it can no longer be repaired. The guy with horror clarifies, is there really no way to fix it, because he does not want to. He was expelled. The other woman puts a finger to his lips, asking him to calm down. Guy blushes from this. The teacher asks you to tell us under what circumstances the Star Trek device turned out to be in danger. Such a sorry state. Mo Fan hesitates for a bit, but then decides to tell her. Everything is as it is. After that, Tan Yu clarifies whether this thing actually destroyed the Star Trek device. The hero explains that he was going to train, but as soon as he took out the device of the star, along the way, his pendant suddenly stuck to him, and then the Star Trek device crumbled to pieces. Small pieces. Taking the pendant in her hands, the girl notices that it is a magical device, developing by itself. Mo Fan nervously retweets in disbelief. Tan Yu explains that the pendant has the same features, properties similar to those of regular Star Trek devices, but it can also absorb the energy of others. The devices of the path are constantly evolving. That is, the Star Trek device broke down due to that this pendant had drained all the energy out of her. On the joy of the guy finds out if this pendant can become an item of the spirit level. After receiving a positive answer, the hero is happy because he will be able to speed up his development at times. The teacher decides to ask him exactly where he got such a priceless treasure because in the first place, he is not sure what to do with it. In the entire city, only the Mu family has treasures of this level. Tan Yu clarifies what it is and whether the cat really bit off his tongue. The hero doesn't know what to do this time. Answer, then the beauty is very close to him. Mo Fan starts to worry after. Then he mentally notices if the girl wants to seduce him and steal the pendant. The guy briskly breaks the distance, saying that it is a family heirloom, and he was told that it is. There would be a gift for his future wife, so if teacher Tan Yu wanted it, then she would have to marry him, and it will benefit both of them. The hero takes the girl by the hand, which turns out to be very difficult. Close enough to make her blush. The beauty laughs, being struck by such frankness. She returns the pendant to the interlocutor, asking not to worry, because she did not try to pick it up, and this device, Star Trek, is very closely related to it, so even if she took it, she wouldn't be able to get it. Use. The guy puts the pendant around his neck, rejoicing at such news. But Tan Yu, he says that there is one but. The fact is that this is a self-developing device, and without feeding spiritual energy, this pendant, it will be nothing more than a trinket. Mo Fan clarifies what spiritual energy is. Girl says that when monsters die, their energy will remain in the same state for some time. Light up your body and emit a special glow. This is spiritual energy. Mo Fan elaborates, so it turns out that the more monsters he kills, the more he kills. It will gather spiritual energy, and the more this little snake will grow. The teacher says that killing a monster is not as easy as he thinks, and at the end of the school year, there will be 2 months of practice in the wild, where he will learn everything for himself. She calls him for nothing. Don't tell anyone in the world about it. Tan Yu asks, while testing it, isn't it deliberately framed? The beauty jumps off the roof of the building and, landing on the ground, informs that while he will understand what is going on around him, he will be fine, and about the broken devices, it will help in any way it can. The guy is amazed at such a jump. Mentally, he notices that calling Tan Yu's teacher was the right decision. He thanks Yu, the girl, and then returns to training. 6 months pass. The teacher is informed that these 2 months of practice they will be to train here on Mount Sufeng, while she and teacher Zhu congratulate them and wish them good luck on their journey. Hunting monsters. The teacher warns them again that there is no safe zone everywhere. Monsters. So if they don't have the ability to defeat monsters, then he advises them not to leave the safe zone. The students give a positive answer, and Mo Fan mentally notes that these days he has. It was as if the stars of his fiery soul were raging in earnest. It assumes that he would soon reach the 2nd level. A friend informs you that they have already arrived, so it's better get off the bus quickly. The bus stop, which is a safe area, offers a beautiful view of nature. The guy admires this, and the hero notices that this forest seems so beautiful, and he also likes it. Just full of life, so you can't even say that it is teeming with monsters. Mubai approaches them from behind, asking them what it is and if Mo Fan is a coward. On this hero, he replies that he is not some impudent scoundrel, dragging everything he can reach into his greedy little hands. The guy decides to find out what the other person is driving at, but before Mo Fan can answer how, a fiery blow comes between them. A huge, muscular man orders you to leave the conversations, claiming that they are her own. The weakest group he'd ever trained. He has long black hair, a goatee, and the hand is covered in fire. It becomes clear that it was he who attacked the students. The big guy introduces himself. His name is Jan Kun, and he will be their instructor for that practice. Army training. The man points to the crater, stating that in that crater they will begin their search. Practice tomorrow. The hero's friend admires that even that crater is in the jurisdiction of the military. Outposts of the Zufeng mountain range. Someone raises their hand, wanting to know what their plan will be. Practice. The man uses his hands to show a list of tasks, so their destination is a grassy grove. The kid next to him notices that this sounds pretty easy, but the questioner is very interested. Dissatisfied with this answer and sees the words of the instructor as a failed joke, because I've heard that even the easiest task requires at least 3 or 4 hours to complete. 2 members of the hunter squad. Jan Kun does not see this as a problem at all, considering that their class combined will be able to handle what a small squad of hunters can do. The man notices that if at least one of them copes with the task, then the entire class will receive. Score 5. The girl is in a hurry to find out what will happen if no one copes. Instructor. He replies that then all of them will be considered a failure. Teenagers are terrified by such words. After all, this is too cruel, because the results of this practice will affect whether they will be able to stay in the future, university or not. Jan Kun shuts up the talkers and alarmists with a loud roar, saying that those who do not want to participate, they can get out of here like cowards, because he is not interested in such garbage. But those who complete the task will personally give out a protective magic device as a reward. A friend of the hero says that such protective devices are able to summon useful things. Right in the middle of a fight. Just then, a girl with a square hairstyle approaches Jan Kun, asking if he is wearing one of his own. Since you're going to give the magic device to them. The girl expresses a wish herself. Take part in this, because such a reward is too fantastic. The man asks if he likes her, also with a spoon to feed. The military addresses teenagers, informing that now they can go to the outpost and start preparing for the task, and tomorrow they will be divided into groups, and they will be ready to go. They will be assigned tasks. The next day, the teacher says that Mo Fan will be the leader of the group, and his teacher will be the leader of the group. The second in command will be Juman, and as soon as they check their supplies, they can immediately move out. A friend of the hero is happy, but the fat man eats up his grief with a pack of chips because he does not need to. I was lucky to be on this team. 10 days pass. Mo Fan's group is moving along. The crevice. The girl asks how much farther they have to go, because she can't see anything here but mountains and trees, and she was already tired. The guy says that, judging by the map, it is still possible to reach the place of arrival. About 30 kilometers. A friend of the hero notes that this is not just 30 kilometers, because they still have to climb the mountain and make their way through the valleys. The fat man asks to be allowed here. Take a seat, because after all, he is confident that young Master Mubai will be able to handle the task in the future. Alone. Here he is given 5 murderous glances, so he declares that it is possible. Assume that he didn't say anything, and they can continue on their way. Girls help each other on the way. A friend of the hero stumbles upon a cobra, but the hardest part is having to. A bully whose body is simply not prepared for such long transitions. Lifting under. With a slant, Mo Fan informs the entire group that they have only a short time left, and as soon as they are ready to leave, they will be ready to leave. If they overcome this mountain, they will reach the place of arrival. The deputy nervously asks the hero what to do with it. The girl who came up next. After the guys, he doesn't understand what happened and why they stopped. Behind her, take a breath of the fat man, who clearly lost the last of his strength on the rise, and a friend of the hero offers. Drink some water for the other girl. The beauty approaches the group leader and his deputy. Aware that they were standing at the edge of a cliff, she accidentally touches a pebble, which with a thud, it lands on the bottom of the depression. Badass grabs his head, reminding him that he said from the beginning that they should have just done it. Go your own way and let Mubai do everything, because they will get everything anyway. Fives. The guy doesn't even understand how they can cross this cliff at all. Mo Fan notices that there is no need to lose heart unnecessarily ahead of time, because Xiao who can use air magic to jump over a cliff and tie a rope on another one. At the end, giving them a chance to climb over it. One of the girls claims that she has there is a rope. The boy, who was assigned a serious task, asks to provide it to him. The guy is tight. He ties the rope firmly to a tree, then begins to focus on his strength. When the fat man distracts him, telling him that Tom should stop posing, and if he dies, then he should stop posing. It will somehow not matter, but it will be very problematic if the guy falls and breaks himself the leg. Holding a rope in his hands, the hero's friend concentrates on the strength of the wind, after which he makes a long run. Jump. The girls watch in awe, and Mo-fan recognizes his skills. The fat man doesn't understand how this can impress anyone at all. At this time, Zio, who had already, he tied the rope to a tree at the other end and told his brother Fan that he was with everything. He's done it, and they can use the rope to get to him. While the hero's squad climbs over canyon, they are being watched through binoculars by an instructor. The subordinate still decides to clarify whether the leader was not serious about the execution. The kid's task. The same person does not see any problem in this, but the interlocutor recalls that down in the grassy grove there was something scary. The man asks the guy to think again with his head. After all, he had exterminated those one-eyed wolves in the grass grove long ago. The instructor laughs, and his subordinate notices that he is beginning to feel like a fool, mentally emphasizing that the boss was getting so conceited for one such act. The kid decides, okay, so as soon as the students reach the grove, they will credit them all with completing the task. Tasks. The man also says that everything will not be so simple, so Bai Yang will call there. The monster, the subordinate clarifies, gets that the kids will have to get rid of it. Girl, standing on the other side of the man, asks a friend not to worry about this, because we're not even sure they'll make it to the grove. The leader declares that he will teach these brats a lesson that they will never forget, because the life of a wizard is full of dangers. One of the girls sadly notices that now you will have to trudge through the forest belt, after which you will have to leave. Overcoming the ridge. A friend recalls that she recently complained to her that she had cookies in her. These mountain ranges are sitting there, so shouldn't this change of scenery be good for you? The diversity of their path. The girl laughs, saying that she was just joking. Mo-fan calls on everyone. Shut up. The hero reports that there is something ahead. From the thicket you can hear the rustle of leaves, and that's all. They are wary of what is happening. Mo-fan unleashes a fire strike when he sees an attack in the form of an ice vine. It turns out that it was Mu-bai who attacked, mistaking the hero's group for enemies. Mu-bai admits that he didn't think they could go this far. The hero's friend says that if you don't, his fat six that constantly slowed them down, they would have reached the end of the road long ago. A grassy grove. Deputy Mo-fan notes, since they still met, then they should have unite and work together. Then, somewhere in the back, I hear the voice of a fat man who recognizes the young man. Mr. Mu-bai. The boy runs to his master, glad that he finally got here. Halfway through, on the way, he trips over a branch and falls flat on the ground. Mu-bai mentally asks, what is this? The idiot is up to it this time. The bully cries, making round eyes. Then a vine twists around the fat man's leg and lifts him into the air. One of the Mu group. Bea urges Togo not to mess with this group, because the grove is directly ahead, so they can get to the goal first. Zio, who puts his hand on Mu-bai's shoulder, not understanding why he is not doing anything. The guy calls. The geniuses help them get him out of these vines. However, the blue-haired one freezes in place, starting to hesitate. Deputy Mu-bai asks them not to waste their time, because if they are not going to go, then, and they should not be delayed. This is where the vines make themselves felt. Several dozen of them burst out from all sides at once, wrapping themselves around the body of young magicians. Mu-bai's entire team is trapped. They ask for their leader. Mr. Mu-bai, save them. One of the girls from Mo-fan's team starts to wrap a vine around her leg, but she quickly gets caught in the process. Reacts by using its fire power and freeing itself. They exhale, but she doesn't have time to catch her breath. Zio Yu, who had fallen into a trap after all, called out to her from behind. Wielder of power. Fire is about to unleash her power again to save her friend. She is stopped by Mo-fan, who notices that her fireball can easily hit E. So the hero turns to Mu-bai, urging him to use his ice magic to protect everyone. The blue-haired man agrees, after which, concentrating a huge number of energy, uses an ice blast. When the vines are frozen and immobilized by Mu-bai's ice power, the hero issues a command to everyone. The rest of you should attack these vines. The element of fire and lightning easily destroys plants. Is passing a little time, as everyone rejoices in their salvation. Two friends embrace, happy that they are still alive, and the fat man is lying on the ground, wanting to go home. Mo Fan also informs everyone that they can't stay here for long, so he calls out, "Get out of the woods before something else happens." Two groups get to the grass road. Groves. The girls are happy that they have finally made it, and the fat man prays that they will be saved. Arriving here meant that they had managed to complete the mission. The hero thinks about it, trying not to let your guard down. Mo Fan notices that the water level in the lake is unnaturally low, and he thinks that the task, what they were given, can't be that easy. From the depths of the caves comes the roar of the terrible. A monster, and two red eyes light up in the darkness. Everyone freezes, not understanding what is happening and where this earthquake came from. Here are the members of two teams and spots a monster moving in their direction. Fear appears on their faces and panic from the forest shows the figures of an unusual wolf. His eyes are glowing red, and his tail is flowing as if it were a bird. It consists of a red haze, sharp claws on the paws, fangs protruding from the mouth and spine, which comes to the surface. All this creates a terrible image of a monster. The girls are getting started, trembling, begging not to go near them. One of the guys grabs a friend by the scruff of the neck, starting to drag him along. By myself in a pathetic attempt to escape. Everyone thinks they've met the one-eyed demonic, a wolf. It's then that Mo Fan notices that it's not a one-eyed demonic wolf at all. The fat man states that no one cares about this at all, so it's better to just run away, and you can deal with it later. Mentally, the hero notices that ordinary students that only run away how to escape from the battlefield. Fearing for their lives, this monster strikes with a single blow. The hero is pulled by someone's shoulder. This someone turns out to be his friend, who asks to be allowed help him. The other members of his team also have no intention of staying away, just like Mubai, who asks you to understand him correctly, because he is going to help him only for the sake of grades, and so he doesn't care if the others survive or not. The group quickly puts on their hunter's clothes, and Mo Fan urges everyone to get ready. His second-in-command declares that they will show the monster what they can do. The monster draws attention to the group and jumps high into the sky. The friend starts the attack first, a hero who uses his wind power to deal damage to a monster, but the last one, I don't care about that. He just snarls angrily at it, which makes the kid realize that he's just trying to get out of it. Angered the enemy. Here the examiner calls the teenagers worthless, asking if there is really no one among them who can help them, able to defeat this monster. Here, the monster's paw almost reaches the wind mage. Mubai uses his power of ice and freezes a part of the wolf's torso, summoning a companion. Get out of here while we still have the chance. A friend of the hero notices that the next exit is from a mountain valley, so they can take advantage of the local area to gain an advantage, but the girl stops the group, noting that she can't find Hiyu. The guys freeze in place, trying to digest what was said. Mubai notices that the ice won't hold for long, so he has to think of something quickly. Here, they find Wai. Hiyu is sitting next to a rock, not far from the monster's frozen paw. Chi sobs, calling out to Min Min and Zio for help. Everyone turns to the hero, expecting some plan of action from him, and it is there. Mo Fan, says Zio, who will go after him because he is the fastest, and Mubai will cover for him. At that time, Ju Min Zujiating, and he will prepare the battle spells to move into the offensive. Everyone except Mubai, who clucked, agrees to the plan. Then the beast breaks free of the icy grip, drawing attention to the girl next to it. Mubai. He repeats his technique to stop the monster's attack, and Zio who uses his power, wind speed to speed up. While the blue-haired man restrains the wolf, the owner of the wind power pulls the girl out of a dangerous situation. Intimacy with the monster, asking if she was okay. The latter gives a positive answer. Thanks for saving me. Mubai shouts that it's not the time to let their emotions run wild, so they should hurry up and help them. However, Min Min says that they need to stick to their roles, as long as each of them has a role to play. If they use their own type of magic and complete the task assigned to them, they will be able to defeat this one. The monster. The trio of attackers have prepared a magic formation, and their magic is ready to strike back. The trio releases their powers into the beast, and the wind power wielder amplifies the hero's flames with a wind vortex. A huge cloud of dust rises into the air. The owner of the power of lightning rejoices that they did it. Min Min admits that she didn't know what their entry-level magic could do. Such a powerful effect. Only the hero asks to wait, noticing that something is wrong. From the curtains, an angry growl is heard. The monster turns out to be still alive, which surprises everyone present. The owner of the power of lightning asks everyone to hurry up, because the exit from the valley is already very close. The group begins to run into a small crevice, but a huge wolf breaks in front of them. The group, bringing up the rear of the party, is Mo Fan, who the monster grabs by the cloak, trying to pull out of the water. However, a friend forcibly drags him into a safe zone, allowing him to survive. The monster roars a few centimeters away from them, but it can't reach them because of its large size. The hero thanks the guy, and he asks not to worry and offers to take advantage of the fact that the thing can't get in here. He wants to try something out. The monster throws its face back to the ground. Then it turns around and starts running away. The owner of the lightning bolt exhales calmly, realizing that he is finally gone. Min Min states that, after all, demons weren't particularly witty. Then a pebble falls from the top and Xiao, who is the first to notice that the monster did not leave them alone at all, but climbed to the top. The monster cannot reach its victims by itself, but it begins to collapse the cliff face, due to. Then blocks of stones begin to fall on the group. Mo Fan focuses on his own strength, collect stars in formation and use deadly flames. The girl notices that deadly flame is already the second level of magic. Mubai looks on in disbelief, trying to figure out when his opponent managed to learn this. Then one of the subordinates tells the boss that there is a student who used a deadly weapon, the flame, so he suggests that we finish here and take stock of the practice. The teacher praises Miss Tan Yu, saying that she really is a great teacher. After all, who would have thought that a newbie can use second-level magic? The girl modestly replies that if he hadn't studied them in theory, he wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. Bayan agrees to end the test. The girl with the square asks Bayan to recall the beast, and he nervously responds after a few moments that he had lost control of the demonic beast. This news compels everyone present, frightened and earnest, because children are in real danger. Mo Fan mentally notes that he had no idea what the difference in power was between the former's magic and the second level will be so big, because the magic of the second level is able to break the stone, shattered in the blink of an eye. However, he thinks that against this monster, all of his strength is still there. Not enough. Breaking away from studying the new force, the hero decides to find out if the people are all right. Ming Ming confesses that it is a real blessing that Mo Fan can use magic. However, the friend does not know what to do, because their escape route is completely cut off. The owner of the element of fire offers to go from the top, if there is no longer a monster there. Mo Fan is the same. He realizes that this stone is too thick, so even second-level magic will be there. It's useless, so we need to think of something else. The hero claims that he has discovered a cave in the valley, so they can lure the monster there. Bai urges the guy to stop playing hero, and who the hell wants to be saved like that? Trash like him. Mo Fan calls Xiao Hu, saying that in any case, they will need at least to try. The hero tells his friend the plan. He wants the owner of the wind element to lure him in. The monster went into the cave, and then found a safe place and hid there. Everything else will take on. However, his friend does not like this plan, because he is not the kind of person who gives up. Leave your friends to fend for themselves. The hero also asks not to worry about him, because he still has. There are a couple of aces up your sleeve. At this time, the teacher decides to find out what they meant by they lost control of a summoned monster, and hadn't they promised him earlier that everything would be fine? The man declares that he will notify his superiors about this. Jan Kun calls out to the other person, "Shut up," because this is his territory, and he never throws words to the wind, so he will definitely fulfill his promise. The teacher wants to say something else, not understanding who this person thinks he is, but the teacher asks him to stop, emphasizing that they are not familiar with this area, so all they can do is trust them. The subordinate informs the boss that the students abruptly move back into the grass grove, and the monster summoned by Bayan at this moment. The moment haunts them. This news startles the man. Huge wings open behind the chief examiner, and he himself informs that he will get there first. He orders his own men to form a squad and move out after him. Bayan is also given an order to assemble a medical team. The latter should make sure that we moved out when we were ready. Subordinates salute when taking orders from the leader. Meanwhile, in a grassy grove, inside a cave, the wind mage is running away from a monster that is fiercely follows it. The guy's speed gradually decreases, and the creature's fangs are getting closer and closer, next to the fleeing person's skin. When the monster's paw was about to catch up with the one in the case, the hero intervenes, sending second-level magic to detain Xiao, who admits that he was worried that his wind trail would be too fast, and that just leave him alone. What a blessing that it is not so. The hero also thanks a friend for the work done, emphasizing that then he himself will take care of the rest. Mo Fan asks the guy to go hide somewhere and leave the rest to him. However, Xiao, who still doubts this plan, the hero just asks you to trust him. The friend still agrees, saying that he would wait for good news from him. The monster notices that the wind mage is starting to run away. He snarls, ready to give chase. However, the flow of fire in the muzzle makes him moderate his ardor. Blood is pouring out of the monster's mouth, and the hero does not understand where he is looking, because it is he who is looking is its opponent. The wolf growls at this, but still takes a fighting stance, turning to face the guy. The monster takes off, attacking the hero. The last jump goes to the side, however. The long claws still reach him, leaving a gash on his leg. Mo-Fan switches to the power of thunder and uses a flash of light to attack his opponent. Because of wounds to his feet, he has to rest his free hand on a rock to keep from falling. The sound of a wounded animal's scream echoes through the cave, and the girl from the guy's team freezes as she hears these sounds. She assumes that it was Brother Fan who did the trick. The hero's attack does not kill the monster, but the monster has many wounds on its body, bleeding to death. The monster is in no hurry to give up, continuing to stand on all fours. Mo-Fan's leg is shaking. The wound. It was too deep, so he can't move anymore. After concentrating his powers, the hero summons fire. The deadly flame bursts out of his hand, however. It flies higher than the target. The creature raises its head, then returns its gaze with an angry snarl. To the guy, already anticipating victory, Mo-Fan asks him if he thought he had missed. The guy laughs painfully. After that, a huge stalactite breaks off from the ceiling of the cave and falls on the wolf, nailing it to the ground. The wolf falls to the ground. A scarlet puddle forms under it quite quickly. Mo-Fan's pendant, activated. It begins to absorb the spiritual energy of the monster, which is left in the area after death. Then Zio, who runs up to the hero, asking if Brother Fan is okay. The guy in the same answer, wondering why the airbender is back. A friend explains his actions by saying that it has become too much. It was quiet, so he started to worry. Mo-Fan invites a friend to look at the carcass, stating that he took care of the beast, so if he makes a promise, then he will definitely keep it. Zio, who admires his brother, the hero offers to talk outside, asking a friend to help rise up. He notices that his friend is injured, so he rushes to find out what happened. Mo-Fan answers that it's nothing special, and it's just a small scratch, because his bones are intact. The friend decides to clarify. He said to lure the monster here because he knew what is here. Stalactites, really. Mentally, the guy is amazed at such foresight. Hero admits that he simply analyzed the situation near the military post before they left. They went here, and it was their instructor who said that they would train in this crater. Zio, who asks if it is a crater. Mo-Fan gives a positive answer, emphasizing that crater is an unusually huge karst well, which formed this cave, and in the end, this cave is just filled with stalactites. The airbender realizes that a friend is just perfect. Use the terrain, so their victory is thanks to him. Then one of their own breaks down to friends, happy that they were both okay. That someone turns out to be a lightning mage from the team. It turns out that he and Mubai were running to their home together. Help, however, they ran into the instructor and his team on their way here. The guy decides, find out what happened to the beast. Zio, who claims that Brother Fan took care of him. Here's the one. He was the one who summoned this beast, so it just couldn't be defeated so easily by little bastards like them. The airbender stands up for the hero, offering the interlocutor to go and make sure of his words for himself. Besides, that fucking beast had injured Mo-Fan's leg. Bayan wants to say something to the presumptuous boy, however, the instructor urges him to calm down. The leader asks to be taken away. Children to the medical team. Tom can only agree to this. After some time at the infirmary, someone reports that they have confirmed that no more victims were found, and the only person who suffered the most was Mo-Fan, and the rest got off minor bruises. The man says that's all he needed to know. Mentally, the hunter shudders because the realistic training plan had failed, but who knew it would turn out this way? The instructor watches the hero from the side. Two teachers communicate with him, trying to find out about its state. The guy admits that his leg no longer hurts. The man also realizes that the boy was able to defeat the monster alone. The teacher decides to find out what's going on. Happened to the monster. Mo-Fan scratches the back of his head, saying that he just took care of him. Obviously, the guy doesn't want to reveal his thunder power. Zio Huo enters the conversation, who begins to praise the hero, but all his words resound cool, just for the guy himself, and the rest of us feel bad about it. The teacher admits that this is not a very good way to praise someone, and another teacher believes that the guy had obviously read too many novels. Tan Yu mentally notes that the guy could have been the story of killing a monster. After all, he studied for only 1 year in school, but Mo-Fan There's definitely talent. After some time, the instructor gathers all the students of the academy together, informing them that at this stage, at the first stage of training, everyone demonstrated their bravery and competence. So according to the rules he outlined earlier, each student will receive a grade of 5. Many students start praising Mo Fan, admitting that they couldn't have done it without him. To even suggests trying to get into the guy's group when they go on a mission in. Next time, the man is about to leave, offering the children to start celebrating, but it is stopped by the hero who remembers some of the rules he mentioned earlier. Mo Fan decides to clarify whether Chin's husband lied back then, because he heard that he is a man of his word. These words strain the head of the hunters, so he clarifies what the guy means by saying that he is. I lied. The man gives the hero a gift, stating that he can take this thing and get out of the house. Is gas. The subordinate also offers the boss to recruit this guy, but he waves it off. This is by calling to go. While the instructor hasn't left yet, the hero decides to say something, saying that the wolf feels very bad. It was strange, like drinking enchanted water. The guy suggests that he might have had problems by the kidneys. Students get on the bus. Teachers monitor this entire process, making sure that everything is working properly. They sat down. While driving home, Mo Fan reflects on what happened. He is glad that I did get some magic items after leaving the field. Most likely, this one. The artifact is worth hundreds of thousands, so the hero becomes interested in what it looks like. He opens his fist and sees a simple icon with an emblem in the form of a curved braid. The realization that you get screwed up pretty quickly. At the Zufeng Mountain Range military outpost, a subordinate gives a report to the boss in which he describes an incident that occurred with a student of Tianlin High School during their training. Then, he starts reading, carefully studying each sheet and photo. The instructor orders Bayan to assemble a team and conduct a thorough investigation of the crater. Its surroundings. Mentally, the hunter does not understand why he is overwhelmed with a sense of unease. At this time, Mo Fan is actively training in the park. After performing his techniques, he falls to the ground, starting to breathe heavily. While he is taking a deep breath, the hero realizes that as soon as the summer leaves, the holidays would be over. He would only have 1 year left in school, and the day of the duel was getting closer and closer. The hero begins to analyze what happened recently. Magic attack on a single target. It is effective in battles with an equal opponent, but a powerful beast is more likely to kill it before he can put the orbits of the stars back together. If we draw conclusions from the fact that if it happened in the field exit, then he was able to defeat the beast only because he caught it. Surprised by stalactites. Even though there were other mages with him, they were still in the big one. Prasak at the end. Based on all this, Mo Fan decides that he should definitely study security techniques. Then the hero remembers about that protective object, a skeletal shield, which he was awarded with. The instructor. The guy assumes that this thing can help him in this case. He pulls out an object. He is interested and realizes that this thing looks very small. He has doubts about your idea, because if this item does not have special abilities, it does not even depend on the bird. She can protect him. Mo Fan ponders, assuming that this magic item is capable of changing its own properties, dimensions, such as the staff Sun Wukong uses. He decides to try one. Just once, he throws the skeleton into the air, after which it attaches to his head, starting to emit yellow light. After a few moments, the magic item will transform into a huge skeleton with horns on the head, which protects the hero from danger with its ribs. The guy doesn't believe his own eyes, because it really worked. With such a thing, a guy can no longer think about defense at all. With a flick of your finger, it calls. The guards return to their normal form. Mo Fan analyzes the situation. Now it has protective gear, and he is also able to use 2 elements. It has developed a sufficient skill level, but he feels like he's progressing too slowly. His 2nd level magic isn't that good, so the 3rd level isn't even worth mentioning. The guy realizes that if he had a spiritual stardust amulet, then everything would be great. Then the guy remembers about the spiritual essence, which he managed to forget about, because the more he feeds his amulet, the stronger it becomes. The hero breaks into a run, thinking that his lovely essence is about to be in his hands. He gets to the spiritual essence store and sees a sign that says that the discount on spiritual essences are only available today, so you can buy one for just 5 million yuan. However, the number of products is limited, so it is better to buy while it is still in stock. Mo Fan. He swears in frustration. He obviously doesn't have that kind of money. The guy lowers his head, noticing that even though they're discounted, they're still worth $5 million, and even if he sold his skeleton shield, he still wouldn't have enough money to buy it. Purchase of 1 spiritual essence. Then a leaflet arrives in the hero's face. He rips it off and hard, angry, so he looks around, trying to figure out how uncivilized trash is here. It's littering. Mo-Fan looks down at the leaflet. They offer to join the city guild. Demon hunters, however, are being recruited by experienced fighters. The leaflet offers benefits and compensation for the protection of citizens. The guy understands that the demon hunt in the city is not only about hunting demons. It will allow him to gain real combat experience, but it will also allow him to collect spiritual essences from the enemy, fallen monsters, so that's exactly what he needs right now. Wearing a mask on his face, the hero enters the building of the Guild of Hunters, getting directly into the lobby. The guy is surprised at how many people there are. An old man tells a young guy that the competition is too huge, and he was in the elite class of the Tan Magic School when he was young. Fallow deer. Looking at this crowd, Mo-Fan realizes that a person like him who hasn't graduated yet. However, it will be almost impossible to pass such a selection. Despite his thoughts, the guy still decides to enter the queue and try to get into the squad. Hunters. When it comes to his turn, he holds out a folder with his resume, but the man at the counter says that there is no need for this because they already have too many resumes. So he'll ask the guy a couple of questions, and the guy will answer. The man asks for the full name. The other person. The hero introduces himself as Fang Mo. The hunter asks him how many battles he's been in. Mo-Fan starts to mumble, which makes the other person realize that he hasn't been in any battles. This angers the man, so he asks if he thinks that demon hunters are just a bad idea, having fun, or it's an easy way to make money. He asks you not to waste his time. The hero is not. He knows how to respond to this, but the receptionist intervenes. The girl brings a pile papers, asking the commander to stop pushing people so quickly. Beauty suggests to start with, find out what element the guy has. Mo-Fan scratches the back of his head, saying that he has the element of lightning. Mentally, he notes that he is young, can say that it has 2 different elements, so it thinks that at first it will tell you about the most powerful ones. These words impress both the girl and the man. They're both nervous. They ask again. The hunter laughs nervously, not understanding why the guy didn't tell him this sooner. She throws her arm over the guy's shoulder, pulling him to her and thanking everyone else for coming, because they no longer recruit, because they have found the right candidate they need. People, they shudder, because this sucker came here, showed off his lightning bolt and just stole them. Work. The hunter offers the young man to go with him, so that he can introduce the guy to their members. The squad. Mo-Fan notices in his mind that he has a couple of thoughts about this. The squad leader is called Zhu Danhuang, and he is a fire mage. They approach a group of 3. Human. The first is a guy with a normal build. His name is Lai Wenji, and he is a wind mage. In the middle is the deputy leader, a girl with blue hair and blue eyes. She was wearing a tight-fitting dress with a very luxurious cutout just above her stomach. She is an ice mage, and her name is Kai Tong. The last member of the team is huge, a man with very broad bones. His name is Fei Shi, and he is an earth mage. The leader asks the team members to let him introduce a new member of their squad. He tells them that it's the lightning mage that he just accepted into their ranks, Mo-Fan. The hero is the same. It is amazing how strong the grip of the interlocutor is, but he finds the strength. Welcome everyone. Lai Wenji immediately asks if the leader is not too lucky, because to him, a lightning mage fell into his hands. The hero is approached by the only girl in the team. He buries his face in it, looking straight into its eyes. Mo-Fan blushes because he doesn't understand what she's doing. Mentally, the guy shudders. After all, even in a place like this, he had encountered a member of the Mu family. Saitang decides to being honest with the guy, saying that if he wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't do any good. The element that he possesses will not be there. The guy can only agree with this mentally, emphasizing that those snobbish eyes look like family stuff to them. The wind mage is pulled away by a girl, asking not to frighten the newcomer, but the guy remembers that they, too. Unfortunately, I won't be able to celebrate Mo-Fan's entry, as they have urgent matters to attend to. Hero. Privately, he is happy that he just joined, and already has a job. The hero reports that all am fine, because this is a good opportunity to practice a little. Is that where Wenji comes in? Turns out to be next to the hero and hands him a pile of papers, saying that their new friend is like this, understanding, and that he's even starting to like it. The leader just sighs languidly at this. The firebender decides to stop fooling around and get down to business. All attention is focused on. The leader starts talking about their mission. They got a message from the middle school. Mingwen said that strange noises were constantly coming from the cafeteria, and one girl was missing. Weeks ago, Mo Fan nervously asks if it's about Ming Girls High School. Baines, the hero, recalls the leader's words about a girl missing from Minwen High School. Weeks ago. The fact is, that was the last time the guy had contact with Xingxia. He gets a very vague idea, so he grabs the Wind Mage, asking for help. Telephone. Mo Fan dials the number of the girl he promised to take care of, praying that she is fine. However, the phone is turned off or out of network coverage. Squad members. They look at each other, not understanding what's wrong with the new guy and why he's so excited. The hero also reports that I'd meet him later. Mo Fan takes off from his seat at top speed, mentally saying that he's all ready. Runs, addressing Xingxia. The owner of the Power of Ice notices that the newcomer has just been so gloomy. She doesn't understand why he's so scared. The goon is also worth the assumption that he just needed to go to the bathroom, but Lai Wenji realized that the guy had taken his phone, which he had been looking for. He's been waiting in line all night, so he yells at Tom to bring him back. Running outside, Mo Fan does not slow down, continuing to call the girl, but the result is the same number. The number is unavailable or out of network coverage. The hero swears to himself, not understanding why he wasn't a wind mage since he was running too slowly. Some kind of driver. He looks out of the window, telling the guy to look around if he doesn't want to get run over. The guy runs into the house and starts climbing the stairs, shouting his girlfriend's name. Running up to, he knocks on the door, asking if it's inside. Neighbors come out of their apartments at such loud noises. The nearest woman asks what the young man does. The hero asks for forgiveness, deciding to ask if they have seen in the last few days. 5 days for the girl who lives here. He describes her appearance. She has long hair and she moves around in a wheelchair, and she's also a quiet kid. The neighbors exchange glances, asking if she's not behind him. Mo Fan looks around. Behind him, Xingxia actually appears in her wheelchair. On the girl's lap is a basket of groceries. The girl decides to ask her friend, "Big brother, what's he doing here?" There are tears welling up in the boy's eyes, and he covers his face with his hands to push them away. Xingxia admits that if she had known he was coming, she would have taken more food. Hero hugs the girl, saying several times that it was so good that she was fine. The guy asks her to. I didn't scare him like that anymore. Xingxia blushes at her brother's behavior, not understanding what's going on at all. They enter the apartment, whereupon Mo Fan asks why her phone was unavailable. In his mind, he plans to cook something for his little sister. Xingxia replies that she should. They turned it off because she didn't have time to pay the bill, or to be more precise, she couldn't pay the invoice. The guy says that he can cover these small expenses so that she doesn't feel bad. Restricted it. Sis doesn't decide to refuse, asking why he's in such a hurry to get here. I came running, and something's wrong. The hero says that a girl from her school has disappeared, so he tried to call her, but when he couldn't, he started to worry. It turns out that Xingxia knew the missing girl. Her name is Lin Yuan, and she studied in a parallel classroom, and her little sister saw her in the library the day she went missing, and after. Instead, it disappeared. A little later, when Xingxia was leaving the library, she felt a strange smell. She thought it was coming from the dining room. At that moment, a shiver ran down my spine. Goosebumps, because it felt like something was staring at her, so she decided to hurry up. Go back home. Then the little sister begins to blame herself for leaving, because if she had stayed then or Lin Yuan warned, all of this could have been avoided. The hero puts his hand on the girl's shoulder, telling him that he's joined the City Hunter squad, and they're on their way there, so there was nothing to worry about. But one thing she needed to remember was that he would protect her no matter what. After some time, the hero meets with his squad. The beauty admits that she does not. I thought he'd get here before they did. Lee urges the guy to give up his phone quickly. The leader is the same. He wants to know where he was. Mo Fan explains that he knew a certain person from this school, and I decided to ask him about the details, and he said that strange things were happening in the dining room. Mo Fan states that he is almost certain that there is one of two possible things there, either a maniac or a demon. The head of the squad agrees that the dining room should be carefully maintained, investigated. The deputy notes that in this case, they need to consider the layout of the school, and it will be divided into 2 groups of 3 people between the dining room and the main building. Hero raises hand, expressing a desire to go to the dining room. The owner of the Power of Fire clarifies whether the guy is sure of this, because, after all, this is his first mission with them. The hero calls you to rely on him. Seeing the determination in his eyes, the leader starts hitting him on the chest in a friendly way, claiming that he is like a newborn calf, not a baby. Fear of the tiger. These fraternal blows make the hero's eyes almost leave their own orbits. Mo Fan is given a small bracelet, asking him to take care of it. If he presses the bell button, then they would rush to him immediately. In the dining room at this time, there is a very depressing atmosphere. Mo Fan, standing at the entrance, admits to himself that the dining room looks creepy, causing him to wonder. Goosebumps. He decides to leave the backpack in a safe place, because who knows what kind of the devil can get out, but before he can take a step, an underground explosion occurs. A jolt that sent the empty trays tumbling to the floor. The guy tries to figure out what it was, because it's like a construction crew under the ground, shaking land. Then the hero notices beeping sounds at the end of the dining room, and there is also something flashing red. Mo Fan assumes it's a mouse. Walking a little closer to the source of the sound, the guy feels a sickening smell that comes from kitchens. He realizes that it might be the same smell that Xingxia was talking about. Then a nasty, ugly mouse with one eye comes out of the tables. Her body is partially covered blood, and the red light is coming from her eye. Mo Fan makes a mental note that he doesn't have. It's impossible to get close to this thing because of the unbearable smell, but it's at least he can safely say that they are not dealing with a rapist, but with a demon guy. He presses a button, deciding to report what he has seen to the squad leader. After that, Mo Fan turns away, thinking that the demon is afraid of him. After all, this is quite possible. For even though it's bigger than a dog, it's still a mouse. This is where the hero feels the danger. He crouches down and a powerful beam of orange light passes over his head, shattering the glass. Mo Fan comes out of hiding, asking what's up, and he's not even going to say hello. Before attacking, all he gets is the demon's angry growl. The hero reflects on the current situation. It didn't make any loud noises or he was rattling something, so how did the thing know he was here? Mo Fan is trying to hide from the demon that follows the guy up the walls. The hero does not have time to come to any conclusion, as the creature finds him again. By climbing on a huge pole in the center of the kitchen, she notices it, and then shoots her beam out again. Mo Fan breaks into a run and somehow dodges the direct beam. The same one posts a part of it. Look at the scraps. The guy turns around, amazed at the extent of the destruction. The demon is the same. This ends from the hill to look around the place of impact, which is covered with smoke. Hero hits a dead end. He doesn't understand how the enemy can attack so quickly. Mo Fan decides to use a skeleton shield as a last resort, but he's not at all sure that's going to happen. Enough. The monster beam shoots at the hero again. A red slash appears in the forehead of that person, and he is going to use your shield to neutralize the attack, but the water attack knocks down the demon beam. The hero turns around and sees the members of his group. The leader immediately asks if everything is okay. The guy then asks Feishi to bring him to them. The fat man accepts the leader's order. The big guy asks the hero to hold on tight. He puts his hand on the floor and invokes his earth power, using the earthen relocation technique. The floor under the hero cracks, and he falls down. With the power of the earth, the man created an underground passage, thanks to which Mo Fan was next to him. With your own. The leader notes that the newcomer did a good job, and now he should let them take care of him. Mo Fan decides to ask the captain what kind of demon it is, which is very similar to a rat. He says that it is a giant one-eyed rat that masterfully digs tunnels. Usually the creatures live in the sewers under the city. Her main attack is a laser shot from the eye. It usually feeds on waste and doesn't come out unless something forces her to get out. It doesn't hunt humans. Owner, Elements of Ice notices that this rat is clearly starving. The Wind Force user states that we found her just in time. The captain only agrees with this judgment. The group leader tells his subordinates the plan, after which they begin to act. Coming out of his hiding place, they go out to fight the demon, and the most active of the group starts talking, calling her name, Small Cattle, and noting that she should behave like a rat, so he calls her out. Hurry up and get back to the sewer she crawled out of. To do this, he gets only a growl of displeasure. A huge rat breaks in the direction of the guy, demolishing all obstacles in its path. Mo Fan notices that the demon moves even faster than the demonic wolf it was fighting. The Wind Power Wielder uses their power by using the Wind Trail Quick Step technique. He easily evades the creature's direct attack by asking the enraged monster if he really is a monster. Get back to the sewer she crawled out of. To do this, he gets only a growl of displeasure. A huge rat breaks in the direction of the guy, demolishing all obstacles in its path. Mo Fan notices that the demon moves even faster than the demonic wolf it was fighting. The wind power wielder uses their power by using the wind trail quick step technique. He marvels at the man's skills and self-confidence. The demon squeals angrily in its rat language, but the leader doesn't understand where it's going. Watching, he focuses the power of the flame in his palm, summoning the monster to taste it. The man uses a fire strike, but the huge rat feels threatened in this attack. So at the last moment, she moves out of range of the group leader's fire power. Mo Fan, surprised by the monster's quick reflexes. The owner of the power of fire understands that the creature is trying to hide, but he is sure that this is not the case. It will work. A cloud of flame ignites in his hand, followed by several fire projectiles at once, sent to the demon. This technique is called explosive shrapnel. A powerful attack overtakes the monster, which seemed not even going to avoid the attack. Huge. The rat squeals in pain. Mo Fan is amazed for the umpteenth time in this fight that the third person's low-ranked attacks levels can be so powerful. In this, the girl orders Kaitan and Fei Shi block escape routes. The big guy and the beauty take the order. The girl uses her power of ice, covering the entire ceiling with a layer of ice, and the fat man puts his hands to the ground, blocking the possibility of passage through the bottom. The demon is beeping something, obviously dissatisfied with this arrangement. The huge rat notices that the Lady of Ice has lost sight of him completely. Immersed in your task, the commander orders the subordinate to create a water shield, seeing how one of the members of his group is at a disadvantage. Representative. The fair sex is surprised and a little lost, which is why it cannot quickly concentrate. The demon's paw is already descending on Beauty when she notices the attack. She just doesn't have time for. However, at this moment, the sound of lightning echoes through the room. Space lights up with a purple flash. The girl turns around and sees the carcass of a huge rat falling to the ground, kicking in the air. Convulsions from electric shocks passing through the body. Everyone freezes in surprise, and Mo Fan notes that he barely managed to save her. The wind mage approaches the hero, noticing that it was perfectly executed, and then he asks if the guy is capable. At this, Mo Fan laughs nervously, saying that he is trying hard. At this time, the commander reprimands the subordinate. He asks how many times he has already told her, so that she doesn't let her team down, after which she claims that Kaitan was very close to death. The girl trembles all over at these words. She is incredibly ashamed, and her eyes are welling up. Tears. The man also reminds that she is responsible for protecting the team, so that she is always in charge. Must be on the lookout for the group to remain safe. The beauty reprimands the subordinate. He asks how many times he has already told her, so that she doesn't let her team down, after which she claims that Kaitan was very close to death. The girl, they'll take care of the problem, so he suggests we just leave. When Kaitan passes by the hero, she turns sharply to him and thanks him for what she has done. Salvation. The guy is a little surprised by this, but still squeezes out please. The team is about to leave, and Mo Fan decides to ask the captain if they are really finished a job, because there's still a girl who's missing. The man informs that they will keep it. The police, after all, their goal was to neutralize any monsters they could. Find Awen Jai and Fei Shi to help the police with their investigation. Hero hoped that this girl, still alive. The hero stops abruptly, noticing how the pendant around his neck begins to glow with a blue hue. Then he remembers the spiritual essence. The artifact attracts a blue bundle of energy to itself from a defeated creature. Mo Fan quickly realizes that this power belonged to this giant. A one-eyed rat. The captain turns out to have been waiting for a subordinate in the meter all this time, so he asks, does something disturb the person who then calls for you to go? The hero says that he is already running. Events. Transferred to the Mu family's estate, a private swimming pool. Beautiful girl in bathing suit, dipping in warm water, but someone uses their power of ice, then causes a cry of the fair sex. That someone turns out to be a young man with dark hair and sharp features. He notices that his father wants to see his uncle. This guy turns out to be Yuan and the head of the family. Mu notices that he has made a masterful progress in ice magic, so he will definitely win in ice magic. The upcoming duel. Yuan asks what kind of duel we are talking about. Then the kid remembers about that bastard, noting that he doesn't even consider it worthy an opponent. The man laughs, noticing that the kid is very cheeky. In fact, he wouldn't mind if the two of them annihilated each other in this duel. After all, it would be a great fight. Issue. Events are transferred to the Mu family mansion. Yuan apologizes for his impertinence, but he doesn't. He understands why such a pointless duel should be arranged for him. The man explains that the day dueling will also be the day of his transition into adulthood, and if they just invite a couple. If you have a couple of guests coming to the celebration, Wouldn't it be boring, however, if they added a couple to the program? Interesting events. The man explains that organizing a duel between him and Mo Fan will show the guy's true strength. I hope that eventually everyone will realize what he is capable of. Mubai's father notices that my father had anticipated everything. The man asks his son not to worry because as soon as the ceremony, when the battle is over, the winner of the duel will be granted access to an underground spring. And, of course, the winner will be him. The boy gets up from his seat, hurrying to clarify whether we are talking about the very place that gives strong acceleration of development during training in magic. The father confirms this by adding that his son is not a child. The power is superior to any star equipment that helps in training, so this is a perfect opportunity for a promising mage like him. UAI states that he will constantly train so as not to betray the hopes placed on him. Mentally, he notices that heaven worships him because it is unlikely that he will still have the opportunity to receive access to an underground water source. The man asks him not to let him down because many magicians have lived and died without ever setting foot in the temple. An underground spring in your life. Events are transferred to Tianlin High School. Friend, the hero goes to school, realizing with horror that time has flown by unnoticed because he did not have time and blink an eye, as the holidays are already over and they have already become third-year students. But the pitiful air magic hadn't progressed to the second stage in the slightest. Then the kid finds Mo Fan, noticing that he hasn't seen him all summer, so he asks, where did he train on the sly? The hero shakes his head nervously that he hasn't trained. It turns out that Mo Fan had reached the second stage in lightning magic while working for the city squad. Hunters. The friend snuggles up to the hero, slyly clarifying, then this is something else, so what is the hero talking about? He doesn't say anything about whether or not he's found a girlfriend. He asks you not to talk nonsense. There's an airbender here. Draws attention to something. The kid says he's done some fantastic research here. The hero nervously asks, so what? A friend says that he noticed that their classmate Zhu Min was constantly gawking at them. Lately. The hero turns in the direction of the beauty, who immediately looks away, to the side, blushing with embarrassment. This is immediately noticed by the airbender. Mo Fan thinks that his friend was imagining it. Privately, he fears that the girl has recognized him. Abilities in lightning magic. Lessons fly by unnoticed. A friend notices that quite recently, he found a nice restaurant. Then the girl asks Mo Fan to pay attention to her. The same beauty that my friend was talking about asks if he could come with me for a little while, because she had something to tell him. The wind mage immediately flies up to the hero, stating that he knew that he was right, so he says goodbye, noting that they'll go out tomorrow. The hero only agrees by this. While running her fingers through her hair, Zhu Min nervously starts talking about what she wanted to ask him, whether he's available tomorrow. A look of hope rises to the hero. Mo Fan shudders inwardly. After all, it seems that he is going to confess his love to him, and the last one is hers. The question puts him in a stupor because it's too direct. The hero reminds them that they are still students. Then the girl starts talking. Her grandmother lives in an old city neighborhood, and she says she hears strange noises at night. It's just hope that he would help her investigate this place. Mo Fan realizes what he's thinking. Not at all. And then he mentally asks her if she could breathe easier in this place. In this case, Zhu Min asks for forgiveness because she understands that the request is unexpected, and he does not owe her to help. The hero replies that she does not need to worry, because he will definitely come, because to refuse a lady's request for help, a gentleman would never do that. It takes them 20 minutes to reach the place where the shaking starts every time. The girl notices that he is too worried, and he only asks to pull himself together. It gets out of. He picks up a flask of greenish powder, then sprinkles it on the ground. Zhu Min admires it because it's a monster tracking powder. Mo Fan touches the ground, on which huge footprints appear. He immediately emphasizes that there is definitely something here. Monsters. The guy says that if his guess is correct, then the monster they are dealing with, a one-eyed magical wolf. The beauty is surprised by this, and it is not clear to her how such a monster. They ended up in the city. There are distant knocks, as if someone is walking. Zhu Min nervously asks what she should do. The hero asks her not to panic, and she suggests, call the city hunters, but Mo Fan suggests making sure of what's going on. In his mind's eye, he notices that one of the city's hunters is standing in front of her. They are approaching the zone. Construction projects. They enter the building and start looking around. After some time, the girl calls the hero. In a whisper, he walks up to her and freezes in place. On the floor lies the gnawed hand of a man. Poor devils. It makes him realize that it's not human food at all. Zhu Min shares his guesses about this monster eating a human. It emphasizes that her grandmother lives in the area, so it's too dangerous. Mo Fan is also a little confused because this one-eyed wolf is bigger than the ones they've seen in textbooks. Hero encourages the girl to run to safety and then contact the team of hunters. Ju-min claims that she has already informed them. The guy watches nervously as he puts the phone away, knowing that she had made up her mind too quickly. The hero also remembers that lesson about the giant to a one-eyed rat as if it was only yesterday. The wind mage asks the guy if he doesn't know for sure how she discovered it. Mo Fan says that he was hiding under the window while he activated that. The device was probably silent all the time, so he doesn't understand how it was discovered. The other person laughs, noticing that the friend is really a novice. It turns out that these monstrosities are sensitive to electrical signals, so he must move away from any communication device for at least 100 seconds before using it. Meters. After that, the airbender notices that the guy saved Kai-tan, so he has to pat on the back and relax for the rest of the day. Events are transferred to reality. Hero. He bows his head in frustration. The girl doesn't understand what's wrong with him. Mo Fan grabs the girl's arm, urging her to run and not look back. Ju-min didn't understands what came over the classmate. A question comes out of her mouth, why do they have to run? However, the response comes quickly. From behind, a one-eyed wolf can be heard growling as it turns its head. Pay attention to the couple. The monster's eye turns scarlet, and a classmate nervously asks if she just sent it. A short message, so how could it reveal them? Mo Fan starts to explain what it is, an electronic signal, and then asks her to forget, because it doesn't matter anymore. Mo Fan asks the girl to take her grandmother to a safe place while he tries his best. Detain him. Ju-ming asks how he is going to do it. He declares that she should not. I was worried because he had a plan. The beauty asks the guy to take care of himself. The hero throws the briefcase aside, and the huge wolf pays attention to the fleeing girl. A girl, clearly wanting to break after her, but a pebble flies into his face, after which the hero says he's looking the wrong way. Mo Fan points a finger at himself and notices that his face is not quite clear. The enemy is standing right in front of him. The monster's eye is filled with blood, and then from its mouth, a growl breaks out. The creature raises a paw, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Mo Fan activates the power of fire, using incineration. A cloud of fire is sent at the enemy, but the creature shrugs it off, as from midges, destroying part of the building at the same time. A pile of dust and smoke rises, blocking the view. The hero realizes that the magic of the second the level isn't high enough, and this beast has a large attack radius, so if it gets close, it will kill you. He'll be at a huge disadvantage, so he'll have to keep his distance. Made of dust. There's a rustle. When the dust clears, the hero is no longer there. He draws the monster's attention to himself by jumping. Somewhere in the distance, Mo Fan claims that even if it is difficult for him to notice a living person like him, then his pathetic eye is nothing more than an ornament. At this, monster angrily growls, breaking off to the side. The hero only notices that the dog is rather stupid. A skeleton shield appears from behind the hero's back, which immediately envelops the hero with its protection, preparing to take any blow on itself. The one-eyed wolf takes a powerful blow to the muzzle. Blood begins to ooze from the creature's mouth, and the creature itself begins to bleed. The monster flies backwards, falling on its side. Mo Fan realizes that his skeletal shield didn't work. The guy swears, because the head of this creature, it looks like it's made of metal, because after such a powerful blow, the creature is still standing on its feet. In the next instant, the one-eyed wolf opens its eye, glaring angrily at the man who has just left. I hurt him. Then the hero becomes not up to jokes, because he is stuck among the iron bars. In his mind, he curses that those damn pieces of hardware have set him up so badly at this moment. He claims that he was only fooling around, and it was all a joke and nothing more, but the monster is not going to listen to a person while snapping at them with an angry growl. This is where the owner of the power of ice comes to the rescue. She uses an ice wave, freeze to stop the one-eyed wolf, which immediately turns its attention to a new one. The hero exchanges pleasantries with a girl who asks what he is doing here. In his mind, Mo Fan is happy to be saved, but in his ear, he says that they have arrived just in time. The beauty calls him an idiot and asks him to hurry up and get out of here so that this is done. Hunters. Ju-min runs down a busy street. She stumbles across a car with a familiar face. The hunters then asks Mo Fan to hold out a little longer. The owner of the power of ice communicates with the head on the phone, asking if he warned Mo Fan. Without a lightning mage, it won't be easy to defeat this beast. Another one appears from behind. a man who doesn't understand what they're waiting for, because he can deal with this worthless monster. Easy and casual. Kaitan gives a negative answer, explaining that they should be careful and stick to the procedure first, so it's best to wait for everyone to come. Here, the unknown person is Yuan, who decides to find out who the boy she called is. The girl calls him a brat who publicly humiliated Mu Jo Yoon. The guy realizes that this is the guy he's scheduled to duel with. He admits that he thought he would fight with someone more impressive. At this time, the hero runs up to Zhu Min, who is driving her grandmother in a wheelchair. The guy notices that he's glad they're unharmed, but he should go back. Girl doesn't understand the guy's logic, noting that there's already a team of hunters out there, so it's best to leave it at that. Professionals. Mo Fan also asks her not to worry, because he dropped his phone there, so just go back and take it away. The one-eyed monster roars angrily as it destroys the ice trap. The owner of this power, he tells the commander that they don't have much time, and the commander just gives out that even if he doesn't have enough time, he can't do anything about it. Use a fire strike. It will not destroy it in one shot, however, its ice is inevitable. It will thaw and disappear. The wind mage notices that they are too close to the city, so if she provokes him, they will not be able to escape. You can't avoid the consequences. The big guy says that it would be great if Mo Fan was here. At this time, the hero, standing on the fence, declares that he just heard someone praise him. Appearance. A little explanation. The hero wears a mask, not destroy it in one shot, however, its ice is inevitable. It will thaw and disappear. The wind mage notices that they are too close to the city, so if she provokes him, they will not be able to escape. You can't avoid the consequences. The big guy says that it would be great if Mo Fan was here. At this time, the hero, standing on the fence, declares that he just heard someone praise him. Appearance. A little explanation. The hero wears a mask, not destroy it in one shot, however, its ice is inevitable. It will thaw and disappear. The wind mage notices that they are too close to the city, so if she provokes him, they will not be able to escape. You can't avoid the consequences. The big guy says that it would be great if Mo Fan was here. At this time, the hero, standing on the fence, declares that he just heard someone praise him. Appearance. A little explanation. The hero wears a mask, not destroy it in one shot, however, its ice is inevitable. It will thaw and disappear. The wind mage notices that they are too close to the city, so